right. Good morning and good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are around the world, because we know that we have them tuning in from everywhere, and you got to love it. You just got to love it, right? You know, blessings to everybody. It is 1221. 1221. Now, what exactly does 1221 mean? Well, there's a couple of different things that come to mind. A couple that are that really jump out at me. But first, let me get this out here. I got to tell you guys. So Jilly Bean had her pups last night, yesterday, as you guys know. And I made the smart ass remark that she's done because she went out to go to the bathroom. And normally, when the females go out and go to the bathroom, they're done. They're done. So she had a total of 9 pups. 2 of them were stillborn. So there turns out to be 7 of them. So she has 7 happy, healthy pups. Very loud, very annoying, we'll just leave it at loud and annoying, okay? I did not get much sleep last night at all. I will put it to you that way. Very, very, very little sleep. We'll just say that. We'll just say that it was loud and annoying. I'm not going to do a video of it because I got to get I got to get things squared away in order to get video over there for that. But there she is. Yeah, and you're going to say, well, I only see 5. Well, there's 2 underneath the pile of the way they. That's how they stay warm. They stay warm that way, So, there she is with the pups, and she's doing very well. They are doing very well. I think I got it on the screen there. My screen went blank, so I'm not sure if you guys are seeing it. I see the chat. I just don't see the actual screen part. So, if you see them, give me a thumbs up. Let me know that you see them. Yes. All black. So, yep. Yeah. So, all right. So everybody saw them. Okay. Now I can get rid of that. Let me close that up and get out of my signal, because that's how I have to do the videos right now. Because if I try to load, what I found is if I try to load videos into the computer from the phone while I'm doing a podcast, it will totally mess up the podcast. So, but I will try to get a video on today. Move that out. Okay. So one thing I want to cover is the 1221. What's everybody mean by 1221? Well, there was a young man by the name of Isaac Kappy years back who basically was exposing a lot of the pedophile ring in Hollywood. Okay. Some of might remember.
Something special is happening in here.
Okay, so something very specific is going on right now. Okay, and I want to share with you guys my comment that I made before I play the rest of this video. And let me get to, where is it? I think I got it. things are going. My signal is like really super slow. Yeah. Okay, so I'm looking at this and I'm saying to myself, that ain't no Trump supporter. That ain't no Trump. No Trump supporter is going to do that. None whatsoever. No matter how much we disapprove of what they do with the children and everything else, I don't know any Trump supporter that would actually do this. So this is it's all a big game. It's all a big game. Okay. And you know, pretty soon this game is going to come to an end, and their shenanigans are going to come to a complete end. Okay. So, but let me give you the context of my tweet. Seems like a lot of poop is about to hit the spinning metal thingy. You know, shit hits fan. You know, kind of thing. And with all the people now awakened, I have got a funny feeling nothing is going to stop what is coming this time. When forced to choose between a lie and the truth, which side will you be standing on when it all comes down? Nothing good can happen until the evils of this world are fully exposed, and it is a great day to be alive. We were chosen for this time to be here, experience it, and share it. Okay. Now, this is the scene of where Isaac was supposedly killed. Okay. There is some interesting things like the phone was completely undamaged, was laying on the road by itself, undamaged. And there were some funny things that happened. They put the phone in a glove and then later showed a phone in a Ziploc baggie. There was a lady who walked by the scene, all smiles, like absolutely nothing happened. Yeah, so there, you know, some funny things happened. Some funny things happened in that situation. But a lot of people are posting up a lot of information in regards to it. Let's get back to that video and finish playing it out. And then I got another couple of videos I want to show you as well. So here we go.
That's right. It's brackets and jackets. Bringing it back, but brackets and jackets. Special Epstein Island edition. That's right, folks. Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, the man with the island. Which is suspiciously close to Haiti. That's right. You see this man, Jeffrey Epstein, is funding lots of people. He's funding lots of people on the street to make sure his shit doesn't get out. That's right. They want the record sealed.
Okay, so what Isaac just said was he's paying lots of people to make sure that Epstein's stuff doesn't get out. But I think it goes a lot farther than that. I think that there are other individuals that Epstein was protecting. He had one group of people that I believe that he was blackmailing. And then he had another group of people that he was protecting. People who allowed him to facilitate all his criminal activity. Okay. Now, this is one of the things. Hang on one second. I got to adjust my chair here. And I had to turn off my camera because my camera, for some reason, it has to connect to the internet in order to operate. I got to get a regular new camera again. Once I get one of those, then I won't have a problem. But I have to connect to the internet through a program called Minicam in order to make my camera work right now. And it uses way too much bandwidth, and it messes up the stream, and I can't have that. But anyways, so this is just one of the clips in regards to in regards to Epstein. I have another one that I'm going to play immediately after this that gets a little bit more specific about a particular date. And we'll go into that in a minute.
And they're paying a lot of people. Epstein's paying a lot of people. Oh, boy. For one, he's got a whole Mossad media matrix in America. And I would bet you anything that Alex Jones is one of them. Prove me wrong. That's right. Kappy's in the portal. Kappy's in the portal. Kappy's in the building with songs about Epstein. It's Breakfast Jackets Epstein edition. Guys, I had some epiphanies today. I had some real big epiphanies about some guys. A big network of guys and spies and lies and liars. All right, think about this for a minute, okay? The guy in Portland, the scientist that just got busted for producing CP, that guy is 1 degree of separation away from Epstein. Epstein, the investor that lives in West Palm Beach, Florida. I know a guy who lives in West Palm Beach, Florida as well. Investor as well. Also involved as well. And all is not well with these guys. The Florida boys, the Glow boys, the Scott Israels of the world. You see, Epstein is Hillary Clinton. And Epstein is Haiti. And Epstein is a big network of media assets. By the way, did you know that Steve Bannon was going to that guy for money? Also, Epstein is Epstein Oprah. Epstein is Chris Tucker. You remember him. Epstein is also Kevin Spacey. Epstein is also Prince Andrew. Epstein is also... Who else is Epstein? Who else is Epstein? Tell me. You guys know? Who else is Epstein? Is Epstein Big Pharma? Is Epstein Bryan Singer? Is Epstein Naomi Campbell? Yep, all of the above. All of the above. Who is Epstein? Epstein is the keystone of a whole motherfucking matrix. And once you pull it out, it all falls down. Dersh was there too. That's right, we're dropping red pills every day. Dropping red pills in the best kind of way. This is Brackets and Jackets for the denizens of islands.
Okay, so that was a way for Kappy to get his info out there. And, when you think about it, it allowed him the opportunity to be able to express himself. Okay. He said it himself, he got pulled into that scene. And when he realized what the scene really was about, he ran scared. Okay. And, and he said that, there's always the ability to get your soul back. But a lot of these people don't want their souls back. They just don't. But this one here, 12/21. What's the date today, guys? Can anybody tell me the date today? Well, Kappy can.
12/21, take it away. Epstein Island burns away. 12/21, take it away. Epstein Island burns away.
You see where I'm going with this? Now, think about it. 12/21. What's come out on the news the last couple of days? They're going to start releasing 170. Well, okay, so So originally it was 170 names were going to be released, but 20 people got a stay from the judges, okay, in order to not have their name revealed. 20 people. Okay. Well, it'll take a while before we ever find out who those 20 people are. But, you know, I wanted to touch on this today because it's you know, you guys, most of you who've been following my podcast since the beginning, I told you my experience as being, you know, in some really bad sexual situations from the age of 4 until I was 14. Okay. Told you about the foster homes that I was in, and the hospital that I was in, that people would come to the hospital to do it with kids or to take them home with them for the weekends and do it with kids. And nobody ever listened to us. Nobody ever listened to us. You know, and this happened in multiple places, multiple states. Okay. So when I see this stuff going on and hearing about this stuff, it strikes a nerve with me. Okay. It makes me, you know, this is the reason that I got in the fight. Okay. This is the reason that I got in the fight right here. Okay. I still live with that every single day. You know, there are some things that you can turn over to God, but some things just come creeping back up. I call it the boo factor. Okay. Same thing with my illness. I call it the boo factor. I can take it, I can put it into a jar, and I can put it on a shelf. Okay. And it can sit there for a long time, long time. And as I walk by that shelf every single day, every once in a while, the lid pops off, the jar jumps out and says, boo, don't forget about me, motherfucker. So there are times that it comes at me like a tractor trailer, and there's no stopping it. There's no stopping the emotion. There's no stopping the fight or flight feeling that comes with it. Okay. And, you know, I'm 59 years old now. Okay. And there has not been a day in my lifetime that I don't remember it. Okay. So, so that's why I do this. This is the real reason that I do this. I don't do this because of Donald Trump. I don't do this because of what's going on with our government. I don't do this because of what's going on with the medical field or anything else. I do this because of what happened to me as a child should never, ever happen to another child anywhere ever again. Never, ever, ever. Okay. And it's the reason that every relationship that I've ever had my entire life has fallen apart, has been destroyed. Okay. It's been the reason that I ride the insanity line. Okay. It's like this little train that I get to get on, and the next stop is crazy, or the next stop after that is pure insanity. And then the next stop is just total madness. But I never get off the train. I've been smart enough to stay on the freaking train. Okay. I hear these podcasters who all get on and they talk about how important it is to have this conversation about child trafficking, but they're chicken shits. Okay. Because they don't really delve into it. Okay. They'll cover it, but then they go on. They just go ahead and move on. They move on and they move on. You know, and I understand, you know, YouTube's got their thing, Facebook's got their thing, Rumble's got their thing, all that, you know, in most cases, people will hear what I'm saying and they'll run for their freaking lives. They'll even report the podcast, okay, because they can't handle what I'm saying. If you've never lived it, you need to thank God right now that you never, ever had to experience or live through it. Okay? I'm serious. Because it could have been you. It could be your children or your grandchildren or your great-grandchildren. And everybody keeps thinking that, well, it's just rumors. It's just, no, it's not rumors. It's real. It's real. It's 100% real. And we, as the frontline warriors in this digital information war, okay, have to move forward to a point where we are willing to risk everything to expose everything and everyone surrounding it. Our churches won't talk about it. Why? Because they got that tax thing that 501c3s, okay, that basically say that I'm going to toe the line. Whatever the government tells me to say, I'm going to do it. When in fact, the church should be the place that everybody talks about it. That the children are warned and taught. That parents are warned and taught. That grandparents are warned and taught. But everybody's looking for the almighty dollar. Everybody's looking for the almighty dollar. They want, they want to be able to have that funding coming into them in order to keep doing what they're doing. Hiding your true connection to the one and only creator of the heaven and the earth. Now, you hear that noise in the background, right? Imagine hearing that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Boy, I'm not going to be getting any sleep anytime soon. Oh, boy. But you guys understand where I'm coming from on this, and because it's 12/21, I just kind of wanted to remind everybody about guys like Isaac Kappy who come out and were exposing Hollywood and paid an ultimate price for it. Now I hope that he's still alive and that he's in witness protection. Hey, you don't need to be encouraging them pups to do that. Okay. You just chill out now. All right. And I already showed him. You're going to have to scroll back and you'll see him. All right. So let's get on to our next thing. This video here yesterday, I loved it. And I felt that I had to share it with you guys today.
Hi, everyone. So I believe yesterday was a monumental day in our country's history. And here's why I feel that way. Now, this is a very long video, so please bear with me and watch to the end. You've probably heard that the Colorado Supreme Court ruled yesterday, without a trial or conviction, that Trump is guilty of an insurrection against the United States because of his rhetoric about the last election, which they believe caused a riot at the Capitol on January 6, 2021. So by virtue of that ruling, Trump is disqualified from appearing on the ballot in Colorado for either the presidential primary or the general election. Now, I'm sure many Democrats and some Republicans are cheering on the ruling.
You guys can't hear that? There's no audio? I didn't change any settings or anything. If you can hear that, give me a 5x5. It's just low. Okay. Yeah, it's all right. Let me try this again. Give me a second. Yeah, he's a soft-spoken guy. He is a soft-spoken guy. Okay, let me rewind it. Start from the beginning again. If you have no audio, then I recommend it's the volume's up full blast. I can't do anything about that. So just gotta make sure that there's no other noise around you, or turn up the speakers during the time that he's talking, and then remember to turn them back down, because I'll be talking afterwards and I'm loud.
Hi, everyone. So I believe yesterday was a monumental day in our country's history, and here's why I feel that way. Now, this is a very long video, so please bear with me and watch to the end. You've probably heard that the Colorado Supreme Court ruled yesterday, without a trial or conviction, that Trump is guilty of an insurrection against the United States because of his rhetoric about the last election, which they believe caused a riot at the Capitol on January 6, 2021. So by virtue of that ruling, Trump is disqualified from appearing on the ballot in Colorado for either the presidential primary or the general election. Now, I'm sure many Democrats and some Republicans are cheering on the ruling as a victory for democracy. But this is quite strange to me. Throughout the entire Biden presidency, Democrats have told us that our democracy was in grave danger from the fascist and authoritarian tendencies of Trump. Their evidence for this claim is that Trump says things they believe are dangerous and authoritarian. They claim Trump's refusal to concede that he lost the last election amounts to a clear and present danger for America. They further claim that re-electing Trump could spell the end of America as we know it, and may be the last election we ever have. Now, let's assume for a moment that these concerns are sincere and genuine, and ask the question as to whether the path the Democrats have chosen actually upholds democracy, or does the exact opposite. So Democrats believe that in order to save democracy, they have to use the courts to eliminate their political opponents and limit the choices of Americans at the ballot box. Today, their target is Donald Trump. But remember when there were articles all over the media claiming that Mike Pence was a more dangerous threat to the country than Trump? What haven't they said about DeSantis? Have they not also claimed that he would be a fascist? In fact, what did they tell us about Mitt Romney when he ran for president? So is this really about Trump, or are they setting a new precedent by creating a new way to retain power in America? The short-sightedness of this decision is astounding to me. It seems they never learned the lessons of the last decade and are determined to drive our country into an actual civil war. What if Texas tomorrow declared that Biden was ineligible to be on the ballot because he has committed insurrection against the United States by allowing millions of illegal immigrants to invade our country without recourse? What if every Republican-controlled state decided to pull out laws from a century ago to claim that it disqualified every single Democrat from running in their state? What exactly is the end game here? As an immigrant who for the first time in my life will have the opportunity to vote for president in 2024, Democrats are telling me that saving democracy demands that I have fewer options at the ballot box. Is that the message? I am terrified for America's future if we let this stand. I'm terrified not only for what they're doing to Trump, but more importantly, for what will come after Trump. To many Democrats, all Republicans are a threat to America. So if they can get away with doing this, what wouldn't they try next? Trump's words are dangerous, so they will use their actions to eliminate him as an opponent. I thought actions spoke louder than words. These are the same Democrats who are ready and willing to mandate an experimental vaccine against the will of the population. These are the same Democrats who are willing to silence their opposition through censorship and collusion with the FBI and other government agencies. These are the same Democrats who believe in using every tool of government to compel and cudgel Americans into doing what they want. The same Democrats who perpetrated the evil institution of systemic oppression and slavery and Jim Crow in America. These are the same Democrats who are now claiming that we should trust them to save us from an impending fascist dictatorship. When will America wake up? When will we rise up and see how far we're being manipulated by charlatans seeking power and authority over us? When will we begin to think critically and listen to the voices of those who have fled to America to escape this same threat? Hi, everyone. So I believe yesterday.
Okay, so that guy's name on TikTok is Willful Positivity. And I will drop the link for this video here in the chat for you guys. You know, and the thing that I got from his message is, wow, I'm an immigrant who came here legally. This will be the first time that I get to vote for president, and you're telling me that I can't vote for the person that I want to hear. Okay. So yeah, this is kind of crazy. I'm also going to share a link for is Miss Mindersuit in the chat? I hope so. I hope she's in the chat. I'm going to drop this link as well. You see, did you know teeth can heal and regrow? I need to dig more on this. And then this is the lady here. Barbara O'Neill is her name. I'm not going to play the video because we'll get in trouble for, misinformation and medical and all that other crap. Okay. So, but I dropped that link in the chat for you guys. And if you got somebody, somebody who's got bad teeth problems, so on and so forth. Okay. Pass that link on to them, copy and paste it onto your notepad or whatever. Okay. So that way then you have a copy of it for later on that you can share with other people. Okay. So very, 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 very cool, cool way to do some things. And then this guy, okay, I want to share this guy with you. People are waking up everywhere, okay? And what's cool is seeing how they're putting out information, whether it be TikTok or Instagram or whatever. They are no, Doug, dude, don't say that. Don't say that, Doug, because they're actually talking about. She's talking about how teeth can be regrown. Okay, we seem to think, where we've been taught, that once you lose your baby teeth, you get your next set. Okay, and then and when those are gone, that's it. That's not the truth. There's more to it, and people just don't know. Instead, the dental community has tricked us into believing that you can't grow anything back. Okay. So Doug, definitely copy that link down and watch that later. Absolutely, please. So don't ever think that, because I'm having the same problems that you are right now. And this is the thing. This is the thing I want to point out, though. All the teeth that I've had that have come out, okay, over these last couple of years, I used to have a good, healthy smile. Okay. And that's one of the reasons why I keep the camera far away from me. Because until I get the situation fixed, I just, I feel uncomfortable with it. I shouldn't, but I do. Okay. But, these puppies are distracting. But there are ways of growing them back. And we need to seriously look into it. And don't lose faith. Okay. So as new people are waking up and they're beginning to put messages out, this reminds me of people that I saw 4 years ago that were putting messages out. Okay. And it's amazing watching people as they newly awaken and they're asking the question, what the fuck is going on? Okay, let's take a listen to this guy. Here we go.
So am I the only one that looks around? I know I'm not. The ones that know, you know. and say to yourself, what the fuck is going on? Like, really, what's going on here in America, around the world? What they've put us through for the last 4 years, hardcore, and prior to that, they still put us through shit. Like, nothing seems the same. We know that. Nothing feels the same. Christmas don't feel the same. Holidays don't feel the same. Normal things, nothing feels right. Something's off. It's off. And don't you feel that something is close, but you can't put your finger on it? It's something that's going to radically change the world, like radically change things. You could feel it. You could feel it. You don't know if it's going to be a natural occurring, global, cataclysmic event, a man-made cataclysmic event, power grid going down, a real pandemic, a real pandemic sweeping the world, a global civil war. And we also know that certain individuals, we know this, will stop a certain somebody from being in power again. And they would put the entire world in jeopardy to fulfill that. That sits in my gut hard. And I think about that constantly, because
I'm going to pause him. I said this a couple of years ago, that there's a certain point where your brain tries to process something, right? And it kind of sits right or it doesn't sit right. And then your heart, your heart tries to take some of this in, and it sometimes it sits right, sometimes it doesn't. The heart can be deceptive. Okay. Think about people who fall in love with people who abuse them and everything else. Okay. The heart can be deceptive, but your gut, the instinct that man has always had since the dawn of time. Since the dawn of time, the gut was what always saved mankind. The gut. It wasn't the heart. It wasn't the mind. It was your body itself. Your gut, that you got the gut feeling that something was not right, and you were able to act upon it. You were able to then have a clear mind and a clear heart in order to move forward.
they're not looking good on that side. And I believe that this is good versus evil, light versus dark. It's so obvious. You can see who's involved with the dark side. You can see who supports the dark side, who pushes the dark side's agenda. You can see who doesn't. And those people that don't get vilified, ostracized, labeled things, don't do anything. They're accused of things, while the dark side constantly does things and gets away with it. It's good versus evil. It's light versus dark. So I know other people feel this. Christmas don't feel like, it does not feel like it's Christmas. And wasn't it just Halloween? Time is going at a rapid pace, unlike any other time I could remember. So what's really going on? Like I said, if you know, you know. There's no conspiracy, because us conspiracy theorists, that's what we're labeled, people that can see things, observe things, and then they happen. And the people that called you conspiracy theorists, they're like, oh, well, maybe that happened. Yeah. So if you know, you know. Leave a comment. Ciao, ciao.
Great message. Great message. Okay. And this is from somebody who's newly awakened. We can't stop telling the truth. Okay. We can't stop trying to reach new people. That's why I've stayed on YouTube. That's why I've stayed on Facebook, because new people are coming every single day. Every day. New life is right there in front of us. And we only get through this by teaching each other, by staying awake, by not allowing anything to push us back into that slumber, to not fall into the narrative that the mainstream media puts out, that these disassociated, high-paid podcasters put out. Okay? We have to keep pushing. We have to keep going. We have to. If we don't, then we fall. And we're not going to fall, people. We are not going to fall. Right now, we have 205 people in chat, okay, between Facebook and YouTube. Okay, 205 people that by sharing this message every single day that we go live and we put more truth out there, we are adding. It doesn't matter if my subscriptions go up. It doesn't. Okay. What matters is that the message gets out there and that they in turn share that message with others. And one person telling another, telling another, telling another, telling another. You know, if one person gets a message out to 1,000 people and 10 people grab onto it, okay, then 10 people are going to share that message out. And if they get 10 people out of 1,000, then that's great too. Okay, then that's 100 new people that we're reaching every single day. Every day we have to keep laying the truth out, one by one by one by one, nonstop. Okay, and I know that it is hard, and I know that it is frustrating, that we want to give up. We want to go back to sleep because we just don't want to deal with it anymore, because we don't see justice at the end of the line. But I'm telling you, justice is coming. It is coming. And it is coming in a way that every man and woman and child on this planet will know that it was the hand of God who did it. Because it is through the inspiration of our Lord and Savior, Yeshua, the Christ, and his Father, the creator of heaven and earth, we can withstand and build and build and build a whole new world. It's going to happen. But no matter how many times they try to drag us down, we are going to get back up over and over and over. Only when you lay down and don't get back up is it over. That's the only way. Okay? But we're not going to let them win. Deadpool Snipes, yes, I am. It's Hawks mustard seeds. And the actual, give me a second and I'll actually drop the link to my X or Twitter or whatever the heck you would call it. There you go. That's on X there. So, you know, so it's important that we remember this, that we remember that there are so many things that want to stop us. And, you know, and we keep going. Okay. Now, other people have been posting about Janet Osborne. Okay. And I want to make this clear. This is my response to some of the biggest blue check marks on X. Okay. And let me tell you, they have not responded. Okay. Stop this crap until her partner comes forward and says she is so. Nonsense from Facebook rumors. I read a letter from Janet on my podcast 2 weeks ago. She is fine, taking time for personal matters. She moved to a new location and is finding peace. If you ain't got no proof, stop spreading it. Okay. And then I went on to read a letter from her partner. Okay. Again, New messages go viral about Janet. Some alternative news outlets want to be the first with the big news, and the others blindly follow. Don't believe it. I told you I will share any news with you about Janet as soon as I have some. Fact is, there is no news. So please don't make it up. You can make a statement by stop following these channels, as they clearly don't fact check their news and only seem to care about sensation and more followers. The entire truth movement is polluted. It makes me very sad. But at the same time, you get the chance to see the difference between real and fake news in this alternative news world. Remember, they want us confused and divided. A lot of channels are in their hands. And she's talking about the deep state. Okay. This is the way to distinguish between them. Do your own research. Find your own truth and stop being just a follower. Your voice means something. If not, they wouldn't go through so much trouble to silence it. Remember that. In these dark times, it might be better to pray and find the truth within than be afraid and follow others in their sensational stories. For me personally, this is one of the darkest times in my life, but I am a survivor, so I fight. I fight for my children. I fight to keep my sanity and my health, and I will keep on fighting for you and the children. The only thing I ask from you is to keep your sanity and trust as well. Unite, help each other, pray, be the best version of yourself you ever wanted to be. If you want this world to be a better place, start with yourself. Find the truth, find the strength, act accordingly. With love, Cynthia. Okay. Now, that was the last message that she put out. Okay. And since then, nobody's posted anything in regard to Janet Osborne. Okay. So obviously, we are having success in getting, getting this message out and letting people know what the heck is going on, and it's cool. It's the thing is that we have to work together. If we're not working together, then we're never going to beat them. We have to do it. We have to. Okay. We have to keep pushing along. And as long as we keep pushing along, then things will build and be better. Okay. Now, I got a couple more little ones I want to share with you guys. Okay. This is David Hodges' info. Let me see if I get this full screen. I want you guys to listen up to this. Here we go.
The FBI director said we have an estimated 80,000 terrorists on American soil. Well, we just had a very disturbing event. There are two disturbing events. One is getting no coverage. John Cornyn, Ted Cruz, four other senators had an impromptu press conference, but only the alternative media covered it. And I played portions of it for you on my channel. Now, what they described was they encountered sex traffickers, couldn't do anything about it. Biden's policies, release. Then they caught terrorists with IEDs, release. They took the IEDs, but they released them. Now they've discovered multiple IEDs crossing the border. Multiple IEDs crossing the border. It's too late, baby. Now it's too late. No money for Ukraine. All money to border security for whatever that's going to be worth now. But we can maybe contain the damage that's coming. We are going to be hit by massive terrorist attacks. There is no avoiding this. And we've seen the signs. Senators are telling us, Border Patrol is telling us, everyone but the mainstream media and the global elite are telling us it's too late, baby. Now it's too late. We're going to get massively hit. I pray for each and every one of your safety, but I pray also too that you exercise good discretion in terms of going to public events. And I think the holiday season here is prime time. Oh, wait a minute. We just had a terrorist event. It's called a takedown. We're going to cover that a little later here, and I'm doing an interview with Doug Thornton on that later tonight. Hey, it's time. It's time that we stand up and just say, this government doesn't represent us. They're about taking us down. They created the conditions that have allowed this to happen, and we can't let this go unnoticed. and we can't go without responding.
Okay, so I did not play that to have fear porn. Okay, that is not what this is about. This is about the fact that there were reports in regards to people trying to smuggle IEDs into the country. Okay, and that is something that we just have to be aware of, right? You know, as citizens, we have to pay attention to what is going on around us. Okay, see something, say something. Okay, but don't fall into the fear. Okay, we were told 365 times what? Be not afraid, for I am with thee. Thee is me. Thee is you. Okay, we're better than that. Okay, but the fact is that people need to understand the extent in which the evil ones will go in order to distract us, dissuade us, to discourage us, and put us back to sleep, back into the slavery that they want us to be in. We're not going to let that happen. All right. Now, this one here, boy, this is going to be a doozy. So hold on to your seats for this one. It's about 30 minutes long, but it is a message that I think everybody needs to hear.
Just going to wait here just a moment, see if there's anybody who comes on. I just wanted to talk to a couple of you. My name is John Paul Rice, for the people watching that may not know who I am. My friends know me. I'm an independent film producer. I've been in Hollywood for about 20 years. I started my film career in Remember the Titans. Worked at Senator International, later Mandate Pictures, under the producers who did Juno, The Grudge, Harold and Kumar, Stranger Than Fiction, and eventually The Hunger Games when they went back into Lionsgate. The reason I wanted to talk to everybody here today is because over the course of the last week or two, we have found out without notification that Amazon.com, for which we have 6 of our movies on there, our film, A Child's Voice, which has been on there for over a year and a half in the UK, the United States, and now 70 other countries, was suddenly, without notification, removed entirely from their platform. They unpublished it, and they made it not searchable in most of the sites. We've only tested a few outside of the United States, but the one in the United States, if you put in A Child's Voice in Amazon.com, you can't find it on the 1,100 pages that they'll give you back on your searches. The only way that you can get it is through a direct link, and we discovered this because the director's daughter had sent the links out to several of her friends when the Wayfair scandal broke, as well as the Maxwell files being released in the last 48 hours. And Amazon came back to us. They gave us a very standard corporate non-committal response that said, we make a lot of changes, we do this and that and the other, we judge things based on performance. But they couldn't give us a very specific answer, and we all know what the answer is. What our movie did before Epstein was known about in the public, and before Maxwell was known about in the public, is we found a network of pedophiles among a global network of people who were selling kids back and forth to each other, trading them like candy. It goes right in through Hollywood. If you look at the Daily Beast article, you'll see that Jeffrey Epstein had a pipeline right into Hollywood through Harvey Weinstein. That was last year. I've done a lot of deep dives and research into this, and there is a very satanic element to it, for which we incorporated it into our movie. Our movie is a feature film. It deals with 2 teens, one who's a homeless, heroin-addicted teen, hears the voice of a child who had been killed at the beginning of the movie, calls out for his help, and he goes on a mission to rescue a girl from these human traffickers. They come together, and then they stand up to this network in a spirit of love and courage for all of these children. It's a very beautiful film. It's been well reviewed, well received, critically acclaimed by the people that have reviewed it, and also many users, by the thousands, by the tens of thousands, by the millions all over the world have seen this. So when we had all of this come up, we went viral with it on Twitter the other day, and it exploded because we still have one platform left here in the United States, and that's Vimeo.com on demand. What I would like everybody to do is more importantly, I don't need to get back on Amazon. I already know what they're going to do, and they've got a stack of lawyers. But we're looking for alternative platforms where we can release this movie and get it out to as many people as possible. Our movie is not a documentary, it's a feature film. And we did this based on all the evidence and the facts that we had learned and incorporated into a story that you get involved through the character's journey. Their road to redemption is through love. And this issue of human trafficking, which many people are waking up to today for a variety of reasons, is the issue that defines all of us in our time. The media corporations, the most powerful 6 corporations in the land, in the world for that matter, are all implicated in human trafficking of kids. And I would point to anybody who wants to know more about that to look at Project Veritas and the leak disclosure of off-air footage of Amy Robach from ABC News when she found out and was discussing in 2016 that they had everything from Virginia Giuffre, all of it. Everybody who was involved, they had all the evidence. Their own lawyers said that when all is said and done, Jeffrey Epstein will go down as one of the most prolific pedophiles in all of history. And they buried that story to have access to the royal family, for which we now know Prince Andrew was implicated. They did not have any remorse for the victims in that video. This is a bigger problem because most people know in that world, and the world that I come from in Hollywood, that it is a hidden layer that everybody knows is there. When the Me Too movement started in 2017, I reached out to several of my female actress friends who were prominent in LA. You would know them by name. Many of them you would know by just their look, because you go, oh, that was her in that movie or that movie. And I said, well, what about the children? What about the children? And the response was, we know. But they were silent on it. And it destroyed me because it destroyed my illusion of what rights, human rights were, children's rights were. This is a child abuse system that we have been living in for a very long time, and it's been allowed to go on. And I will not be silent about this because it affects every single one of us. The people on television who smile at you, who tell you stories, who give you news, are the ones who hide all of this from us. They are not talking about the real issues. They are distracting you with division issues. This is a unification issue. When the Maxwell files came out 48 hours ago, I went on MSNBC, I went on CNN.com, and I looked at every single one of their headlines, and there was no mention of it whatsoever. They were talking about John Lewis's funeral. They were talking about Obama versus Trump, all of the bullshit that you and I hear every single day. And it doesn't matter what side of the political equation you're on this. This is a child issue. This is a human issue. This is not a political issue. It has nothing to do with left versus right, Democrat versus Republican, liberal versus conservative, or anything you are or you identify with as in between. We are faced with a crisis of consciousness among the leadership of our banking institutions, of our media corporations, of the Hollywood entertainment industry, of the music industry. This is not about a bunch of young women who were having sex with older men and make it about a bunch of perverts. They raped and tortured these girls against their own free will, no matter whether they paid them or not. If you read the articles and you listen to what Ghislaine Maxwell said about the girls that she picked up in West Palm Beach's trailer parks, she was asked, what about the young girls? What are we going to do to them? What's going to happen to them? She said, they are trash. They are nothing. That's a direct quote from the New Yorker. When I went and looked at edge.org, which you can find out was a multi-billionaire club of people that was financed by Jeffrey Epstein, you can go to edge.org today, look up under people, and go to G. You'll see Bill Gates on there as a contributing member of that organization. And you'd have to go back in the Wayback Machine and Internet Archives to look at all the other people. Jeffrey Epstein was right on there. Marina Abramovich is on there. Paul Allen was on there. All the heads of major industries were on there. And if you start reading some of the articles, one of which I have a direct link to that I will share with anybody who DMs me, There was a direct quote on there that said, indeed, human beings are, in our youngest years, among the most useless creatures in all of the animal kingdom. This is how they view children, through science. This is their expression. These are people who have no ground to tell you what to think, what to do. So when they get up there and they start espousing their views on social justice or whatever the hell it is, know that you're hearing a controlled and scripted dialogue that is going through a filter by people who are very powerful, who hold a lot of money, and they are controlling and conditioning all of these people through pedophilia. And there's another layer to it, but it's too unbelievable to believe that they would also sacrifice kids. And I'll give you one statistic that you can look up and verify for yourself. If you go to UNICEF and you look up child sex trafficking or human trafficking, you'll find a statistic globally, worldwide, according to the United Nations, that 40 million people a year are trafficked around this world. 40 million. It's a $150 billion a year industry, for which has very dark and ugly ties. And it goes all the way up into Wall Street and beyond. But I will say this, 5.5 million children every year are trafficked around the world. 5.5 million, most of whom don't live past age 7 or 8, which means they have to replenish that supply chain. They harvest organs of children on a black market. In China right now, there are concentration camps for young Muslims to the tune of 1 million people. Nobody's talking about this as modern day slavery. They are beating these people, they are re-indoctrinating them, and they are raping their wives to start a new bloodline. That's happening right now in China. You can find that on the Washington Post or the New York Times. Nobody else is saying anything about it in our politics, in our mainstream news. Nobody's talking about it. It is slavery of human beings is going on today, and it must stop, and it is a child abuse issue. All of these kids that were preyed upon, many of them came from bad homes. That's not their fault. But these predators, they come after our children because they can offer them things. They can offer them alcohol, they can offer them money, they can offer them drugs to lure them in. And suddenly, as you will find out if you read the Maxwell testimony, you'll find that what they were doing is they asked Ghislaine Maxwell, well, did you ever talk to her about money that she could earn, about giving a hand job or sexual favors to Epstein? And she went through this long explanation. Well, we discussed career advice, and I advised her and possibly, told her that where she could advance her career. That's as far as she would go. And then her lawyer cut her off. These people don't give a shit about anybody, and they get up there and they smile in front of you, and they are infiltrated throughout all of our institutions, including government. They own the politicians, right and left. What we are going to find out very soon is that there aren't Democrats and Republicans in the United States government. There's a unified cabal of controlled people who serve these powers, and they keep the theater going for you and I to run back and forth and vote every 4 years. I have watched horror story after horror story, and I promise you this is true. Go on YouTube and find Anake Lucas, who was a child sex slave at 6 years old for the elite. And she will describe to you, she also gave a TED Talk on this, but this was in 2016. She talked about the block of wood that she saw with the stains of blood of children on it. The predators are not just raping and having sex and torturing and beating these kids. They're murdering them for pleasure. This is not a pedophile. These are psychopaths, and they have no remorse whatsoever in what they're doing. What we need to do in this world is unify together to protect all life on this planet and the sacredness of children. Because if we are going to make it through this time with all the upheavals that are going to come, socioeconomic, racial, however you want to measure it, this is the unifying issue that the establishment will not give you a movement for. You're going to have to do it on your own. They will give you the Me Too movement because they can make it about hatred of men and weaponize it and make it political. They'll give you the Black Lives Matter movement because they can weaponize it and make it political. They can have Colin Kaepernick take a knee, divide the country, and he walks away with a check from Nike at a tens of millions of dollars NFL star level deal. While Nike has concentration camp, slave labor camp workers working in China at their factories, also our kids can have their Air Jordans. And Colin Kaepernick says nothing about that. Where are our Martin Luther King Jr.'s and our Malcolm X's? They're in celebrity culture. All of these people who get up and say that we live in an oppressive system are taking checks from white men who are paying them. And why I'm saying this is I'm so angry because it all ties into this abuse of human rights. We have to stop fighting each other and unite for this country and this world for our children. I don't care that Amazon took my movie down. In fact, it tells me that we're doing better than ever before and that this issue is spreading all over. 80 million impressions last month alone on TikTok for Pizzagate, for which if anybody looks into it, I tell them, go look at the New York Times coverage in 2016 and look at how they covered it, and then go look at James Alefantis' Instagram images. They completely omitted them. This is the family restaurant owner who is posting pictures of children in compromising positions, and all of the friends that James Alefantis has was talking about how delicious those kids looked. Would you send your child and walk into a restaurant for which the owner is publicly doing those kinds of things on social media in a public forum? Look at Pedogate 2020. Watch Out of Shadows to get an idea of how disgusting these people are. And they have the gall to call you a right-winger or a conspiracy theorist or a white supremacist or a neo-Nazi. They'll do it to everybody. Doesn't matter whether you're a Democrat or Republican. They'll do it to everybody. I've been called every name in the book, and I'm telling you this. I woke up because I listened to what other people were saying, and I waited and I sought out the truth for myself. I didn't wait for the mainstream media to tell me. Every single time there is a disclosure in Hollywood, all of these kids, I worked there for 20 years, I saw shit that nobody should see. I didn't partake in things. It was just right in front of me, out in the open. These kids, when you see Britney Spears, when you see Amanda Bynes, when you see any of these young pop stars have meltdowns, that's not because they're famous. That's not because of the pressures of stardom and the money getting to them. It's because they're sexually abused and handed around like candy. You go on Crazy Days and Nights, you can go to Tracy Bean's channel and look up that video which she did at the end of 2019. It'll blow your mind. They have a pipeline of kids going from Haiti all the way to the Vatican on boats. And there are people in Hollywood who facilitate all this, stars who will go and date rich men. You can look up these stories are in the press. They're hidden like they're traveling and they're going over here. They're hanging out with billionaire men in the Middle East. It has nothing to do with the fact that they're Muslim. It's not even that they're Muslim. These are kings. These are princes. These are heads of state, dignitaries, billionaire moguls, all hanging around Khan. And it's legitimate. It's completely legitimate. They call it yachting. And that's just the dating part of it and having sex for money, which they throw hundreds of thousands of dollars at some of these girls, depending on how long they'll stay with them, and accompany them to dinners and have sex with them and do whatever they want in their orgies or whatever sexual perversions they have. This has been going on for decades, forever. Hollywood is just the most publicly visible because it's out in our faces. It's on our airways. It's on our TV all the time. It's in our music industry. You would not believe the level of satanic crap that is in there. And if you had told me this 3 years ago, I would have said, you're crazy. I thought, that's too far. No. This satanic shit that is going on in our music industry and in Hollywood too, but mostly in the music industry, is so out there. Once you look at it and you see the occult symbolism, they use it in everything. Baphomet is everywhere. Pentagram is all over the place, and they sew it into the consciousness of these young kids through witchcraft and all sorts of fun stuff. They make it fun. They make it sound fun. And it's sexy. But I'll give you this, just on the practical level. You look at every pop star over the last 20 years, and especially in the last 10, Ariana Grande, Miley Cyrus, where do they start? Innocence. Miley Cyrus is Hannah Montana. Innocence. She came out with a music video last year for what? Where she had claws and teeth on her vagina. They promote diversity, tolerance, all of this to confuse people, and they don't even see it. Ariana Grande, unfortunately, I feel very bad for these kids because they're children and they have to do horrific things. Kaya Jones, who I know personally, was a former member of the Pussycat Dolls. And she gave her testimony in 2017, right after the Las Vegas shooting, because she was there. And she started talking as far as she could go about what these kids go through. And her moment of clarity was she saw what everybody else around her in the group was starting to do. Sex was nothing. But then taking advantage of people and having no remorse for it, she saw another level to it. And it was the moment she was at the MGM Grand, standing up there singing, and these young girls looking up and idolizing these women. You're the Pussycat Dolls. I want to be like you. She couldn't do it anymore, and she walked away. We can have truthful art in this world. We don't need propaganda. Truthful art begins with a diversity of ideas and truthful information being disclosed. We can have beautiful films. We can have honest expressions that come from within us. The journey of art is to discover what is within you that is the unknown, which you follow a belief to find. But in that discovery, there is the transcendent, which is what did I struggle with and come to confront within myself that I needed to release and share and let you decide what is real, what is true for you in that honest expression. But the other stuff, which is I'm going to tell you what you should think, and these are the bad people, and these are the good people, and this is what you need to think, and this is what you need to do, and everybody just gets all excited about that. That is the same stuff that we've been doing for so very long. And Hollywood, I will tell you this, if you look back why there's reboots, remakes, prequels, and sequels, I've discussed this with many of my writer friends in Hollywood who were deeply embedded trying to help get the truth out through the disclosure in their movies. They all told me what the gatekeepers all know at the very, very top, not the executives, not the agents, not the managers. It's like a banking institution. The person at the teller working with the customer does not have privy to the knowledge of the CEO and the chairman of the board and what they discussed the day before. They're just doing their job, right? So everybody does their job according to what they know. So Hollywood gets the word out through the studios. This is the kind of content we're looking for. But the gatekeepers at the very top are managers to make sure that we don't wake up. They control everything that we see, and it is very important for them to do that because they don't need you and I starting to have new ideas about things that go outside of the orthodoxy of what they want us to know. So the reboots, remakes, prequels, and sequels is like a holding pattern so that we keep retreading through the same ideas, even though as humans, our minds are to expand, to grow, to stretch, to reach out. And we're in a time where we're trapped between everything that we're supposed to do. There's so much cognitive dissonance. It's a reflection of this whole system, which preys on children. That is the number one Achilles heel of this entire time. These people don't want you to know that. They want you to think that we're the problem instead of the 0.1% who control everything and have the gall to turn around and message to all of us and tell us that we're the problem, or white people are the problem, or black people are the problem, or brown people are the problem. I live here out away from the city now, and I'm in a town that is 50-50 black and white, roughly. We had a Black Lives Matter protest about a month and a half ago, good-sized crowd. We had white and black cops there standing while they protest peacefully, serving food to everyone, including the cops, next to a Confederate statue. Nobody was pulling it down. Nobody was yelling. Nobody was arguing. Everybody was getting along. Across the street, we had restaurants filled to the brim with people having fun, children and parents outside eating ice cream together, no masks. And everybody was fine. This division that they're stirring up, I'm telling you this because you need to understand, they're going to do everything they can to tear this country apart at the seams. And they're going to throw everything they have at it to keep this truth from coming out. You all have to do your own work as you want to. Support the things that mean the most to you. If this human trafficking issue moves you and stirs you in such a way that you wish to do something about it, get involved locally. Your sheriff in your local town, that is the number one place to start because that's the person that enforces the law locally. Your local representatives and officials need to not only become aware of it, but make it a priority that it doesn't come into your neighborhood. And ultimately what we need to do is go within. Because this, I said earlier, is not a political issue and it's not a corporate issue. It's a human issue. It's a heart-led movement of love. That's what gives us courage to stand up in the face of such horrors. I know that from my own experience because I went through my own discovery of my abuse and had to come to terms with it. But more importantly, to heal from it was the healing within that gave me the power and the strength to forgive my father and mother, not falsely and move on from it, but love them, because I saw that my suffering was their suffering and their suffering was my suffering. And I could care for them unconditionally in spite of all that I had endured, because I realized that what comes about evil in the world is through darkness, which is unconsciousness, unaware of what they were doing with their best intentions. But let me say the opposite of this. The flip side of that equation is that every single child born in this world is born with love in their heart. Every single one of them. You may want to pick off 1 or 2%, fine. I'm going to give that to you. 99 to 98% of all children, 7.5 to 7.8 billion of us on this planet, are born hardwired to love those two people that are supposed to be good to us. And what happens when you damage a child, when you hurt that child, when you humiliate that child, when you put that child second to your own needs, when you beat that child, when you spank that child and put fear in that child's heart and mind, that child will still love you no matter what, because it can't conceive of the two people that were supposed to love them ever to do something that would hurt them, and they will blame themselves, and they will grow up with that all their life. The frequency and the consistency of that can make it worse. And if there's no adult around that they can trust, they can grow up to become a pedophile if they were sexually abused. That's what happens. There are some that are sexually abused that don't get that, but they had an outlet somewhere. Someone cared for them enough along the way that loved them enough to rescue them and save them and give them love and care. These are the kind of conversations that we need to start having in our own homes, in our own hearts. Because if we're ever to change this time, to never return to a time where our leaders that we elect, people who get appointed to boards and the heads of industries do this shit to children. This is our consciousness doing this, unaware. These people prey upon abused children because they can offer them something that they don't have at home. It's the same thing with gangs. They don't have a family that loves them, so they go and make their own family somewhere else, among a group that is just like them. That's their identification. All of us are seeking love with a veil over us if we were damaged as kids. And we find it in different ways. We find it with our partners. We find it around the people that abuse us. We want to be loved. Every child is born with that love inside of them. It gives them the power to carry on and not kill themselves. But when you damage it to such a point and destroy it, you're going to get terrible outcomes. You're going to get people who beat each other. You're going to get people who bloody each other. You're going to get people who murder each other because they're so angry. And I don't think for a moment that we are prepared to deal with that on a mass scale. This child sex trafficking issue is something that we're going to learn many, many things about over the next several months into years from now. And it's going to horrify a lot of people. It's going to traumatize a lot of people because there's unconscious traumas that are going on inside of each and every one of us at different times and at different levels. This is not a judgment about you or anybody else, because you know you better than anybody else. But I'm going to tell you there's a couple of things that need to go out there and need to be known. Number one, learn about Alice Miller and her work. Drama of the Gifted Child, For Your Own Good, The Body Never Lies. Those three books right there are paramount to understanding the lingering effects of harmful parenting. And we're not just talking about mom saying a bad word to us. I'm talking about systemic abuse that is in the home, that is carried within us for a very long time, and we tell ourselves a story that my mom and dad did the best they could. Half of that is true, because if they had known what they were doing to you at the time, they would have stopped. I hope. The second thing is to learn EFT, Emotion Freedom Technique. It was developed by Carl Dawson, and it has now been integrated into matrix reimprinting. You can go on YouTube and look up the videos there. This is something you can do yourself. There's also a technique called havening by Paul McKenna. These are all on YouTube. But EFT and matrix reimprinting by Carl Dawson, and there's many, many practitioners out there now. And what this thing is, and I've done it myself, is it takes the emotions of the past and the thought associated with them, the anger, the rage, the depression, the sadness, which we often bury or get busy with doing something else, and it breaks the connection permanently. This is a technique that has cured people with PTSD for over 20 years. Manic depression in 60 seconds has been cured permanently, where people have been on every single drug. And there's endless testimonies to this, and there's practices of live demonstrations of this being done on people. It is a beautiful thing. And it is the thing that we need to begin to change our brains, to change the way we think, and to open our minds to a loving heart that each and every one of us is born with, because we have a battle ahead. We are going to have a lot of human carnage that we don't see yet having manifested because of the horrors that have been sown into society, and our children who are being summoned by this energy, this negative energy, this anger. And they are going to be pulled away from themselves even further and given a righteousness to act in the name of violence against their fellow human beings. I cannot tell you the depths of how far this goes. I can only point you in one direction. If you look up Ronald Bernard and his testimony in the International Tribunal of Justice in 2018, it's about a 33-minute video. It will tell you the entire time that we're living through right now. And it is very important. And there is a message of love and hope in there that he gives you. And I have met this man through the internet, and I've been talking with him over the years, and he is writing a tell-all book that he's going to be out with in about 6 months from now. But he is as courageous as anybody that I've ever known, and he went through his own suffering, and he went all the way up through the power structure, through the banks, at the very top, the tippy top, and saw what was going on behind the scenes. And he was horrified, and it broke him to pieces. So just know this: your love and your care for yourself and the people that love you back, most importantly, every single child that you come across, every single one of them, even not your own, that you give an act of love to, is like a deposit of gold in the bank for their future. You don't know what trajectories you are turning them away from by giving them that little smile, that little beauty, that little extra affection. It is magical to watch a kid pop up the moment you give them attention. Very rarely as adults do we do that because we're so busy and we've got so many filters, but children are open. They're very, very open, and they're extremely programmable. The first 7 years of their life, they are 100% programmable in a delta and theta brainwave state. And that means that everything that you speak to them, they take it in. They absorb it into their subconscious mind. The energy, the frequency, and the vibration. So if you put negative energy out there, they're going to absorb that in, and that becomes part of their personality and their habits that they will develop over time. We have to start learning. We cannot be caught in this division anymore. The people that are doing the division know very well how to make you angry, and you have to say that's about enough. And when you do, and when this world comes together against these monsters, they will have no more power, because the only weapon that they have is fear. That's how they get to these kids. They give them fear, and they put fear into them, and they keep them controlled through fear, and they do exactly that with you through the television, through the media, through your politicians, through all the institutions to cause you despair and anger and negativity, where you argue amongst each other. I worked in the banking industry for 14 years in the Bank of the Stars, the 1/10% that catered to Hollywood. And I can tell you very clearly, these people have gotten away with next to murder. So that's all I wanted to say. Amazon banned our film. I don't care. I want you to know that it's on Vimeo.com on demand. You can go to our website, No Restrictions Entertainment. You can find the movie there, rent it. And here's the thing. If you see this movie and it moves you, send it to everyone you know. And I don't even mind at all that you share your account with other people so that they don't have to pay for it. I'm that adamant about this issue. I've studied it so intensely, and I don't recommend people doing that unless you have the strength to endure it, because you'll have many sleepless nights. But I'm going to tell you this. Our love for our kids is greater than all the horrors that these people have ever done in the history of the world. And they know that, and they know what we are. They know that we come from a creator of heaven and earth. That is not a religious belief. That is why they do what they do to kids, because it's the closest thing to God that we have on the face of this earth. And our love for our kids is unbelievably powerful. Unbelievable, the energy that sends out into the world. And our love and care for each other is unbelievably powerful, more than their fear. They have to get you to consent and believe in them to make the whole thing work. So, with that said, thank you all for listening and tuning in. Please share this video everywhere. I love you all. A Child's Voice on Vimeo, No Restrictions Entertainment, Save the Children, End Human Trafficking, and Love Will Win. To a couple of you, my My name is John Paul Rice. For the people watching that may not know who I am, my friends know me.
Okay, so his name is John Paul Rice. Okay. And I thought that that was important to share with you guys. Michelle sent that to me. Which Michelle was that? That was Michelle, because the whole name doesn't come up there. Sipich sent that to me. Thank you very much, Michelle. I appreciate you sending that to me. And I got that out there for everybody to see. It's way too important to make sure that these get out there and that people get to see them. All right, so that's enough of Facebook, because that really drags down my system, makes it very, very difficult to okay, was there anything else on here that I wanted to share today? Oh yeah, I want to share this. Dave did a post yesterday, and it was I want to see where it was at. Where did it go? Let's see. He was talking about Gill again. Actually, let me go back to notifications. That way, there, if I click this, it'll pull it. It should pull up the whole thing. But what was this in reference to? This was dang nabbit. It's got to be on Dave's, because he responded and then I responded to him. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Okay, so Mike Gill has some criticisms and information I agree with. I offered him a platform interview to hear him out. I've called him out on a few posts he's made. He's been very adamant about Trump taking the deal with the deep state. I've replied with, POTUS is 100% insulated straight from Q. His last post, Trump took the deal, I challenged, again with offer to do an interview, which would reach tens of thousands. This was my reward for reaching out to him. You're blocked. So Mike Gill blocked him. Okay. And this was my response. Okay. President Donald John Trump has never and will never capitulate. The fact that Mike Gill represents a thin line of maybe 1% of Republican voters that believes that would be the case tells me he may have proof on others, but has no clue whom DJT is at all, nor has proof of such. I was with you in getting him on for an interview, Dave, but now I see that Mike Gill has no balls at all. Unless you're a female, he can ramrod the conversation with. If he had or has proof, he would have accepted. He won't get further airtime on my platform. So I won't be playing any of Mike Gill's stuff, because to me, that is just telling me that he's basically towing the line. There's a certain point for towing the line, and and this was cool because I liked one person made a comment, why interview? He just uses people trying to get himself somewhere over the rainbow. Dave Snedeker says, because I know enough about what he's saying to ask for the right receipt, which he doesn't have. His speculation is interesting, but holds no roots. Okay. If you're not following Dave on Twitter, I'm going to recommend that you do. Let me, and here is his Twitter or X or whatever the heck you want to call it. Yeah, see, it still comes up as twitter.com. So, but there's his link for those of you that have not been following him. Okay. And I would absolutely recommend that you do. Okay. Those of you that are snedheads that just didn't know where to find him on X, there he is. Okay. And when he comes on, we will be podcasting to X. We just put up a 4-hour hash out that Dave and I had a couple of days ago. That is up there. You know, and yeah, you'll definitely love that. Oh, you're talking about for the teeth thing? Okay, give me a second. I got to go to here to get to that. Okay, and this is an interview with Barbara O'Neill, Miss Mendersu. Okay, and here you go. This is the one that you want to check out. Okay, watch that video there, and you'll learn some things about your teeth that you didn't know. And yeah, okay, so let's go ahead and watch a couple of these little clips and stuff. I'm going to get my coffee cup refilled while you guys watch this little 2-minute video here.
The millennial generation, our generation, has basically lived through like an air fryer worth of events in the last 20 years, right? It wasn't a long stretched 70-year thing where when we're 80 years old, we can talk about all the things that have happened. How about what's just happened in the last 20 years?
Truly the roughest economy I have ever experienced. And I graduated from college and entered the career workforce in 2008, which you can imagine was a very tough job market. And I've been in and out of holes before, but never a hole this deep.
Every single one of us is a bad decision, a bad accident, a mistake, a diagnosis. Every single one of us is one event away from potential financial ruin.
I just feel like our generation is starting to question everything, and we're wondering, why are we doing this?
I don't know what to do anymore. I don't. I just want a job where I go to work, clock out, and that's it. That's all I want to do. I just want to do my job, and I want to go home to my kids.
We have been priced out of buying homes. We have been priced out of having kids. Our kids have been priced out of adulthood. All the reasons on why you were a productive, tax-paying, law-abiding citizen, we've been priced out of.
Everything is expensive. Rent is the most expensive it's ever been. Groceries are the most expensive it's ever been. We cannot afford anything. And capitalism is working in that way.
People are starting to wonder, why bother? Why even bother being complicit? We're not getting any of the shit that was marketed to us, and everyone's living with 6 roommates and barely scraping by. But it seems like even those who've had the promises made to them fulfilled by the system still aren't very fond of it.
There's a whole lot of truth there. Yeah, they've seen a lot, but let me tell you, I look back at the 50 some odd years that I've been on this planet, and I've seen some shit. And you kids think it's tough right now. You don't know nothing. And I'll tell you, there's probably people in this chat that have seen things 10 times worse than what we see it right now. And guess what? We're still standing. We are still standing. You know, you got to choose whether you allow things to knock you down or to get back up. Now, this one here, like I said before, this is Matt Wallace posted this. Man in MAGA hat throws Molotov cocktail into Tulsa donut shop that hosts drag queen art shows. That is not a Trump supporter. I'm telling you that right now. I do not believe that this is a Trump supporter. Okay, he may be wearing a Trump hat, but that's not a tactic that a patriotic American that loves their country would do. Okay, it's just not. So, you know, we're going to start seeing more and more and more of this stuff. You know, we're going to see more and more of it. Okay, let's check this one out.
Scientifically spiritual, and according to you guys, maybe a little schizophrenic, and the power of Christ compels you. I'm just playing. Look at the crazy shit on the wall. You think I'm Christian? What I am, though, is scientifically spiritual. And according to you guys, maybe a little schizophrenic. And arguably, you know what? That's a discussion for another fucking day. Okay? Now, why should you listen to the crazy, slightly schizophrenic 19-year-old? I don't know. You tell me. However, arguably, I do think that some of this stuff is pretty freaking cool. This right here should look familiar to you. This is the trig circle, and within it, you have some perfect triangles. And these perfect triangles are your 30, 60, 90, your 90, 45, 45, and your 60, 60, 60. When you look at 3x3 and 5x5 and 8x8 circles, you can see some fun things start to happen. These triangles start to pop up. Now, to understand that, let's go over dimensions real quick. So 0 dimension is just a blob of freaking chaos. 1 dimension is one singular point. 2 dimension is a series of points that connect and create a line. You need at least 2, and the line between them is then a series of infinite dots. We refer to these as like decimals. Now your 3D is technically a triangle and also a sphere. Not a circle, but a sphere, because a sphere is what? 3D. The reason why it's both is because you can fit this triangular prism within this sphere. This is where in past videos I've talked about this concept, which brings us to 4D. 4D is when these two polars that are a paradox and contradict each other, by the way, they combine and start to flow. This creates time-space for something to exist within. And for that, I'll reference the Veruvian Man. You have 5 fingers, 5 ligaments, 5 main senses. 5 main senses to sense the tangible physical world. You have other senses for the ethereal mind world up here, but we'll get into that in another video. Now, real quick, the Fibonacci sequence is very important to keep in mind here. Because if we want to be able to ascend to this ethereal consciousness, we have to understand these 5 dimensions first. So there's going to be some steps here. 2 steps here. 3 steps here. It's going to get increasingly complex as you ascend. So this means we have 60, 70, and 8D is our goal. And 9D is the result of this goal. We'll learn this later, but these are interconnected as well. 6D is the spiral in. You go inside yourself, you learn to balance these 5 chakras, and you unlock your 6th, which is your 3rd eye. You settle into this state and you learn to meditate. There are 3 states to be aware of when meditating, and mastering all these 3, you get 7 sides and your crown chakra. When you master these 2, they come down to combine into your 8D, which is your flow state. So remember this 4D time-space bubble up here? Now, you understand this vertical space bubble that is your physical body, and then your heart energetic space, which goes outside of you, which is your electromagnetic aura field, which is actually this whole thing. So unlocking your 8 flow state unlocks this little flower of life within yourself. And 9D is arguably the most necessary. It's the spiral back out. Every successful homeostazed species has to release. Remember this video where I said there's an ATP release? If you don't get rid of the energy, it stores up inside of you and you explode. And so this is where I bring up the 2 main energetic imbalances that show up as the personality disorders, borderline, and narcissism. But I have other videos on that, and this video is getting long, so I'm gonna stop.
There's a lot there, isn't there? Am I wrong? There's a lot there. Okay. But in what she's saying, there's a truth. We have to get past this point where this 3D world that we live in, that we find peace and flow. Okay. The thing is that it's not just through meditation, it's also through prayer. It's also through prayer. We got to remember that. We always have to remember that. It's crazy. This one I'm not going to play because of the fact that that's let's see. Okay. Okay. So the tag on this is, well, how did they allow themselves to be recorded? What y'all think? Well, let's give it a thought.
Just get lost. Just get lost. Just get lost.
Okay, we all know who that is. That's Skippy. That's Skippy. John Podesta. started off with, yeah. Oh, for
Power
that
of
girl.
Christ compels you. I'm just playing. Look at the crazy shit on the wall. You think I'm Christian? What I am, though, is scientifically spiritual. And according to you guys, maybe a little schizophrenic. And arguably, you know what? That's a discussion for another fucking day. Okay? Now, why should you listen to the crazy, slightly schizophrenic 19-year-old? I don't know. You tell me. However, arguably, I do think that some of this stuff is pretty freaking cool.
So, yeah, she is. She's a handful, no doubt about that. Let's see. I'm not gonna play that one. Okay. Yeah, we've already seen that one. It's Jack Straw. We've had that list for about 5 years, 6 years now, 7, maybe close to 7 years. Let's see. You've been lied to for so long.
With some of these conspiracy theories have turned out to be true.
Which ones? The Trump-Russia witch hunt, Jeffrey Epstein, JFK assassination, the misuse of the Patriot Act, the Iraq War, the weapons of mass destruction, the war in Ukraine, the bombing of the Nord Stream pipeline, the open border migration caravans, the climate change scam, chemtrails, and HARP, and 9/11 being an inside job, and the Internet of Things surveillance grid, and PFAs, and chemicals in the water turning everyone gay, and the 2020 election being stolen, and January 6th being filled with undercover feds, and Bilderberg and Bohemian Grove, and global government, not to mention gain-of-function research and the threat of China, and collapse and perpetrate and defund the police, and George Soros, and mail-in ballots, and big tech censorship, and disinformation agencies, and Obama's birth certificate, and probably some others I can't think of. I mean, so a few of them. I guess a couple of them have been true.
Some of these conspiracy theories have turned out to be true.
I mean, seriously, guys, it does not break down any better than what you just heard right there. Okay. This is the kind of thing you want to keep on your phone so that when people are like, what the heck is going on? Well, let's talk about conspiracy theories. Let's talk about them. All right. That was actually pretty good music piece there. Tears for Fears. Did a reunion at on Sirius Music, and the audio still they still sound great. Question is, are they involved in that kind of stuff? You never know. Okay, so let's see. Oh my Lord. Married man spends $76,000 to look like the perfect woman. Yeah. I'm scared now. I'm staying out of the dating scene, guys. I'm totally staying out of there because you just never know what you're gonna get. You just never know. What can I say? Okay, so I'm actually going to be playing a video with this guy in it a little bit later. But take a listen to this.
Regarding Isis, Ra, Elohim?
Yeah, Isis, Ra, El.
El, okay.
Isis was a feminine principle of wisdom in Egypt, spelled I-S-I-S, Isis. Then the coming of one of the pharaohs changed the worship of Isis to the worship of Amun-Re, Amen Ra, which is incidentally why Christians still say amen at the end of the prayer, because it's sending the prayer through God's Son, Amen Re, Amun Ra, amen. And consequently, when the Phoenician Canaanites, when the Hebrews went north into Palestine, they encountered a people that were already there for thousands of years. They were called Palestinians, which was very clever. I mean, that's where you would expect to find Palestinians, is in Palestine. And so when they went into Palestine, they had already learned all the wisdom and the religious teachings of Isis, spelled I-S-I-S. Then they learned the new concept of the new religion of Amun-Re, R-A. And now they encountered the Palestinians, and the Palestinians' god was El, the planet Saturn, El, E-L. Consequently, a religion grew out of Isis Ra El, I-S-R-A-E-L. Israel is nothing more than Isis, Ra, and El. Consequently, there's nothing holy about Israel. And why is Jerusalem called the holy city? The holy city is because, yeah, they're full of holes. The holy city is because every kind of licentious, filthy, degenerate religion that can come into the mind of men has been practiced there. Everything from child sacrifice, pornography, violence, human sacrifice. I don't care how filthy it is or how dirty it is, they were doing it in Jerusalem. And that's why symbolically God's Son, the light of the world, would say to Jerusalem, 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 killer of the prophets and stoner of those sent to you. Anything that is truly enlightened and intelligent wouldn't have a damn thing to do with you. All you do is child sacrifice, pornography, violence, money grubbing, money changers. The whole thing was filthy from day one. There ain't nothing holy in Jerusalem. Ain't never been nothing holy in Jerusalem, and there's nothing going to be holy in Jerusalem, Salt Lake City, Rome, or any place else. Religion is nothing more than manipulation of the human mind. There is a powerful spiritual dynamics to the universe, but unhappily, most Americans haven't got into the famous idea about any of that. And I think that that's what's coming. I think there's going to come a time when we're going to start thinking in terms of, wait a minute, let's back up and look at this all over again. Who are we really, and what is astrology, and what is the Bible, and who really wrote it? And that's what I'm hoping to do, to be able to enlighten people that there's something else going on we haven't been told.
This is the thing about truth, is that it is flippin' uncomfortable. Okay? We've been lied to about everything. Everything. And as we learn more, we keep our focus on the Creator. We keep our focus on the Creator of heaven and earth. We keep our focus on the Creator of heaven and earth. Okay? Everything else is just Parmesan cheese on pasta. That's it. That's all it is. Okay? We keep our focus on the Creator. Okay. I wanted to play that one, but again, because of the fact that, yeah, you know what I mean. So I thought that this was pretty cool. Some people went into a Walmart in Kansas City. They started singing a Christmas carol, and guess what happened? Yeah, so some people, I think it was a group of 10 that went in there, but they had over 100 people singing with them. 100 people. Remember what I was saying? If one person can get 10, thousands that listen, if 10 grab on to one, Okay. And then those 10 turn around and grab 10 more each. Then we got hundreds, and then the hundreds become thousands, and the thousands become more. John, that's going to be coming up here pretty soon. That's on my playlist. I got it right here. See it right here? Khazarian Mafia, Hidden History. We're going to hit that. But first, what I want to do is I want to take us away from X, and I want to bring us into this video here. Okay. Now we've had Stephen Walker came up on panel with me a couple of days ago. And what I want to share with you guys, okay, is a video that he did. And look at the date on this, January 11th, 2022. Okay, remember he was talking about his awakening. Well, guess what? I'm going to share with you his awakening. Okay, let me get a banner made real quick for this. So just bear with me for a second while I do this. Okay. And I want people to understand how much this guy has grown. Okay. And how much he has shared. Okay. And how he continues going forward and bringing more and more things forward. Okay. He's become 100% truther who's out there sharing everything that he can learn with everybody. Okay. And I just think that that's totally awesome. Okay. And we're going to share his story with you guys right now. Okay. So let's get into this. All right, here we go.
I'd like to talk about something very controversial, but it may be more important than people think. We live in a world of constant fear, and it's getting worse all the time and crazier by the day. Fear of corona, fear of a virus that does not exist, vaccinations, the whole climate issue hoax, fear of economic crisis, fear of the future, fear of the authorities, fear of fines, fear of each other, fear, fear, fear. One crisis after another is invented. Everything is created to keep us in fear. Divide and conquer has been created since time immemorial. Racial hatred, pitting religions against each other. Islam was created by the forerunner of the Vatican to create division. Nations and countries are pitted against each other. Both sides of wars have been and still are financed by the same body, and that is the Rothschild Bank, the Fed, or the Federal Reserve. During the Napoleonic Wars, both sides were also financed by the Rothschilds. World War I and World War II, both the Allies and the Germans were financed by the same central bank. War is a big business, borrowing money with interest that can never be paid back. Witness all the soaring national debts and the global misery we are now in. Divide and conquer. Vaccinated versus unvaccinated. Man against woman. Gender neutrality is now trending. The rise of feminism. Antifa and BLM. Even the children are pitted against parents. The family, as a cornerstone of society, has been under pressure for decades. Both parents have to work to make ends meet and have no time for their kids. The children are left to their own devices and the state takes care of them, etc., etc. I've just seen a video on social media about what and how they teach children at school about their own sexuality at a very young age in a very bizarre way. It is disgusting and it is sickening. They are polluting the entire society, starting with our kids. They will suffer the most. The first 7 years of a child's development are the most important. During those years, the child is conditioned. Division creates fear, and fear is a lower state of consciousness, a low energy level, a low energy vibe. The cabal, the elite, the globalists, the satanists, or whatever, They want us to abide in this low energy at all time. They will do anything to keep us in this state and will do literally anything to prevent us from reaching a higher state of consciousness. When we all collectively reach a higher state of consciousness, then we are reachable, unreachable, uninfluenced. Then they literally have no power over us, because then we are no longer in a state of fear, in that low energy. One of the, if not the greatest lies that has been perpetrated on humanity is the existence of a globe. We are told we live on a globe. The Cabal and Freemasons have managed in a very devious and diabolical way for hundreds, if not thousands of years, in the case of the Cabal, to deceive us, manipulate our perception, and make us subjects of the devil. You may say now, so what? Is that so important? What in the world does it matter whether we live on a flat earth or a globe? Well, I personally think it might matter a hell of a lot. I myself am now 100% convinced that we do not live on a globe, as we have been told for more than 500 years, but that the earth is actually flat. Elderly people didn't know any better until NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, showed up and then provided so-called substantial proof that the earth is round, apparently by means of a photograph taken from the moon. While ancient civilizations, ancient cultures already described this in ancient writings with or without illustrations. The Mayas, the Incas, Aztecs, ancient Egyptians, Sumerians, ancient Greece, the Celts, the Vikings, etc., all spoke of a flat earth with a firmament above it. The Bible even mentions this in more than 300 quotes. There are more than 200 proofs that show that the earth is not a sphere. Moreover, no one can provide one shred of proof that it is spherical, because we simply cannot penetrate the firmament. We cannot take a photograph from space, which doesn't exist anyway. The firmament is impenetrable. And I can already hear you saying, yes, but what about the moon landing? We've been to the moon, haven't we? Well, actually, the moon landing never took place. It's all fake. It's one big hoax. It was produced in Hollywood, in the Nevada desert, and in the large water basins. Famous film director Stanley Kubrick of 2001: A Space Odyssey has even admitted to directing it. There is footage of the lunar module departing from the moon. Millions of people witnessed it on live television. But who filmed it? Did they leave the cameraman behind, perhaps? The astronauts, known as astronauts, they are all Freemasons, by the way, didn't dare swear with their hand on the Bible that they had been to the moon. Even journalists have been beaten and mistreated by those astronauts for inquiring about this. Buzz Aldrin, one of the 4 known astronauts, even confessed in an interview by an 8-year-old girl that he had not been there at all, and that he would simply love to go there at some time in the future. And at the press conference just after they had returned to Earth, no one wanted to speak out, and there was a deadly mood. With their heads lowered, they hesitantly said that it was quite an achievement and an honor that they were the first man to land on the moon. No festive mood whatsoever, which very clearly indicates that it was all one big lie. NASA even admits that the original video recordings were accidentally deleted. How convenient. Werner von Braun, the famous Nazi rocket scientist, who was transferred to the United States after the war via Operation Paperclip by the OSS, the forerunner of the CIA, like so many German scientists, went to work for NASA. He died in 1977, And on his tombstone is written only the following: Psalms, chapter 19, verse 1. It is a quote from the Bible. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament displays his handiwork. So, even Werner von Braun, after his death, admitted that space travel is absolutely impossible. Seeing is believing. That statement has been hijacked by the Cabal, because it was originally believing is seeing. Seeing is believing is also a form of fear, denying, the faithless Thomas. Whether you believe in God, the creator of all that is, the higher power, or not. Believing is seeing, and not the other way around. So, the question now arises, why are there so many lies? Why is NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, lying? Why are so many billions of tax dollars being wasted? Well, the answer is quite simple. The elite, the Satanists, they don't believe in God. They deny the existence of God. They don't acknowledge God. They worship the devil, Satan, Baal, Baphomet, Lucifer, the fallen angel, Moloch, whatever. They do not want us as humans to start believing in God again, and thereby reach a high collective state of consciousness. Genesis, the story of creation from the Bible, the creation is also mentioned in other religious writings, describes how the earth was created by God, complete with a so-called firmament, a dome. We live in a huge self-sustaining terrarium. God created man. Man is therefore a creation of God. We are God. The Satanists, the elite, the Cabal, deny all of this, including everything related to that creation story. That is why all these jabs, these so-called vaccinations, are distributed to change our DNA by means of experimental mRNA gene therapy, to steal our souls, to keep us out of that higher consciousness. So it is literally to disconnect us from God. Humanity is now rapidly awakening, and we are realizing that things are not always what they seem. Our complete history is one big lie, and so we are now in the middle of that great reset by Klaus Schwab and his goons. By the way, there have been several great resets in the past. The Great Flood was one of them. The most recent Great Reset was around 1820. When Tartaria was largely destroyed by mud floods, humanity was wiped out and completely erased from history. One of the characteristics of Tartaria was the existence of free, unlimited energy from the ether. We would now call this Tesla energy. However, Tesla didn't invent it in the 30s and 40s. No, he rediscovered it. The Cabal doesn't want us to know all of this. They want to enslave us permanently by making us pay heavily for our fossil energy and resources, and then they also blame us for the carbon dioxide problem. This is all total bullshit, of course, because the Earth simply needs carbon dioxide to sustain life. Churches, cathedrals, mosques, and other often religious buildings are remnants of Tartaria. They were all equipped with antennas which plucked the free energy right out of the ether. Many of these buildings were deliberately destroyed after this great reset. David Ewing Jr. has devoted very interesting books on Tartaria. Very worthwhile. We have been living in an illusion all this time. The Matrix is a documentary. We have been deluded and brainwashed for thousands of years. But now back to flat Earth. There is no globe. There is no Earth's rotation. There is no orbit around the Earth or around the Sun, for that matter. There is no Big Bang theory that we arose from nothing with the whole theory of evolution behind it. Charles Darwin, by the way, was also a Freemason, and we do not shoot through the cosmos at a dazzling speed. And we did not come to existence by chance as human beings. We are, in fact, unique. And the cabal doesn't want us to realize this. Our Earth is the center of the universe, and not the sun or anything else for that matter. We are a creation of the Almighty God. Both man and the earth and all of life with its diversity. I will now list the 15 most convincing arguments that I believe prove that the earth is not a sphere roaming around in the deep, dark universe. You don't have to believe me, but I do want you to think about it for yourselves. Be open-minded. Use your own common sense and discernment. And last but not least, do your research. 1. Regarding to dazzling distances and speeds, we are told that the circumference of the Earth is about 42,500 kilometers. Bear with me from here on. During one day, the Earth makes one rotation. This takes 24 hours. So the speed at the equator is 42,500 divided by 24 is 1,700 kilometers an hour. So the Earth moves at the equator at a speed of 1,700 kilometers an hour, they say. This is more than Mach 1, even much faster than a jet fighter. Yet we don't feel a thing. The rivers at the equator should actually flow uphill because of the centrifugal force. Take a tennis ball as an example. Dip it in a bucket of water, hold it upright in front of you, drop it, and at the same time give it in a twisting motion, and you will see that the centrifugal force causes the splashes to shoot outwards. At the equator, there is no such centrifugal force. Take the example of a helicopter. If at the equator the Earth is actually moving at 1,700 kilometers an hour because of the rotation of the Earth, then you would have to float in the air with a helicopter for an hour, and then after an hour it would have to land 1,700 kilometers further away. So you know that is complete bullshit. The whole globe theory is already starting to crumble. The Earth is not moving, it is stationary. 2. We have been told in a heliocentric model, which means that the sun is at the center, the sun is at a distance of 150 million kilometers or 93 million miles. The Earth therefore moves, we are told, around the sun in 1 year at a speed of 66,600 miles an hour. Note that number. And we don't feel a thing. We have been told that our galaxy is moving through the Milky Way at a dazzling speed of 500,000 miles an hour, and that after the Big Bang, the universe is also expanding at a speed of 666,000 miles an hour. Again, note that number. In total, this is a speed of approximately 2,843,666 miles an hour. Again, note the number. That would be a speed at which we all on this earth are shooting through the immense cosmos. And still we don't feel a thing. Even the water surface is not affected. It stays level and reasonably calm. 3. We have been told the Earth has a curvature. There are formulas for this you can find on internet. They say over 1 mile there should be a curvature of 0.66 feet. Over 10 miles, the Earth should sink 66.66 feet because of this so-called curvature. Over 100 miles, a curvature of 6,666 feet. Watch out for the numbers. The number 666, mark of the beast, is very common, isn't it? Very large telephoto cameras without fisheye lens have been used to take pictures of cities on the other side of a lake or sea, where you can still see the beach and the skyline very clearly. It is a matter of perception. So that is proof that there is no curvature whatsoever of the earth at all. It is never been demonstrated. Water looks for the lowest point and is always flat, water level. Water level. The Suez Canal is 193 kilometers long and shows no signs of curvature. It is completely flat. And I hear you say, well, what about the airplane windows? I can see a curve very clearly. Well, they are made that way because of the enormous pressure differences. Almost all cameras have a so-called fisheye lens, which causes a distortion. This is done on purpose to keep us in the whole hoax. 4. We have been told gravity keeps the water mass stuck to our globe. But it is apparently not strong enough because birds and butterflies and aeroplanes can still fly and even a balloon can take off. How can that be? Gravity, also a Freemason's invention, is pure nonsense. It has nothing to do with anything else but density. 5. At any altitude, the Earth appears flat and is completely horizontal. The horizon always remains at eye level and never shows any curvature whatsoever, no matter how high you go. Every pilot will be able to confirm that if he is honest. If you have ever made a hot air balloon flight, you have probably noticed that the horizon remains at eye level. The horizon rises, as it were, with your perception. 6. Flight routes. A route over Antarctica will make perfect sense according to the globe model if you were flying from Buenos Aires to Sydney, for example, or Johannesburg. However, these flight routes over Antarctica do not exist at all. Then they tell us that it is prohibited to fly over Antarctica. A flight from south to south on a globe always passes over the equator, for example, to Dubai or Schiphol, Amsterdam. North to north, however, never crosses the equator and is almost always direct. However, south to south on a flat Earth map, see for example the Gleason map, is very logical and practically always completely in a straight line. The United Nations, the World Health Organization, and many other organizations even have the flat Earth map as their emblem. That flat Earth is also divided into 33 segments. Very coincidental. 33 is the highest rank among the Freemasons. So, on that Gleason map, the real map of our flat Earth, all flight routes depict a straight line. Emergency landings, for instance, always reveal the existence of the flat Earth. Those emergency landings are always on the route that is traveled. When you fly from south to south, there will never be an emergency landing in the Indian, Atlantic, or Pacific Ocean. 7. The pole star, or Polaris, is located at a fixed point in the sky. It is the only star that does not move. It is directly above the North Pole. All stars rotate counterclockwise around that pole star. The position of the stars is always the same. It never changes. Witness the constellations, the zodiac. Hard evidence, therefore, that the Earth does not shoot through the so-called universe at a staggering speed, and that it is therefore stationary. The Earth does not move. 8. The moon landing, as I said, never happened. It was also not a space race with the Russians. That is all nonsense. It was to prove that we live on a globe by means of a photograph from the Earth taken from the moon, which did not really work out. It's all CGI, or computer-generated image, a kind of Photoshop. Once again, we are stuck on this Earth and cannot get through the firmament, despite frantic attempts with Operation Dominic and Operation Fishbowl. Dominic means of the Lord, and fishbowl speaks for itself. They have in fact tried in the early 60s to damage the firmament with nuclear weapons, if not to pierce it or even destroy it. Hillary Clinton, and Obama too, has said in numerous speeches, "We are all standing under a glass ceiling and it has 18 million cracks in it, and the light is shining through like never before." So they were planning to destroy that firmament. That's how diabolical they are. 9. We have been told space is very cold and a vacuum. There is no air, no atmosphere. Then how is it possible that our atmosphere, which consists of gases, oxygen, carbon dioxide, and nitrogen, sticks around our globe? Compare it to a packet of ground coffee, vacuum packed. If you cut it open with scissors, you get then a packet fills with the atmosphere, with the air that surrounds it. So that air, the atmosphere, cannot just be stuck around the globe. That's impossible. It's total bullshit. It's a closed system. It's a giant terrarium. 10. Satellites do not exist as we have been led to believe. They do not orbit the Earth. They are high-altitude balloons that hover no more than a few hundred kilometers above us and are the size of a football field. Satellites have crashed before and they had a giant helium balloon attached to them. NASA, here it comes again, is the biggest consumer of helium in the world. Why would that be? 11. The so-called photographs of the Earth are all fake and are all completely different. None looks like the other. The size of the continents and water masses differ enormously from one photo to another, and the clouds masses have been created with vulgar cut and paste, and have even incorporated bizarre words. It is just downright hilarious. The so-called NASA images of stars and planets are also CGIs. The people who made these behind their computers have even admitted to this. It's all fakery. 12. Antarctica, the South Pole, is not a continent under our globe, but an immense ice wall with heights up to 14,000 feet. There lie the highest mountain masses of our Earth. This ice wall forms a kind of bathtub that encloses the oceans. In, for example, Game of Thrones, this is shown very clearly, and also other movies. It is not science fiction, people. Hollywood always shows what is reality or what is possible. It is science fact. The Satanists in Hollywood always shove it right in our faces. What is reality? What is technically possible? What is going on or what is awaiting? In 1947, Admiral Richard Byrd went on an expedition with a huge battle fleet to Antarctica, so-called Operation High Jump. He described, among other things, a lost civilization, a lot of unexplored areas, much bigger than the US, and an inexhaustible source of resources. In 1959, 2 years after his death, the Antarctic Treaty was signed, initially by 12 countries, prohibiting exploration below the 66th parallel. Again, note the number, 66. It was punishable by imprisonment, a fine, or even worse. There are many secrets kept there in Antarctica, including the firmament, evidence of the existence of lost civilizations, and the existence of regions beyond the known Earth. The Earth known to us is also called by its Latin name, Terra. The areas beyond this Terra are called extra Terra, beyond Earth. So you can guess who and what resides in these outer regions. 13. The sun and moon are not rocks or balls of gas, but plasma caused by the electromagnetic radiation of our Earth, and they move on average at a distance of about 3,000 miles above us. If the sun is 93 million miles away from us, as we are told, then how is it possible that there are such huge temperature differences on Earth? How is it then that, for instance, in the middle of the day, it's 35 degrees Celsius and during sunset, only 20 degrees? 14. There are documents released by NASA that repeatedly mention a flat, non-rotating Earth. How obvious do you want it to be? From the horse's mouth. Conclusion. 15. Earth is one gigantic electromagnet, with the North Pole at its magnetic center that allows unlimited free energy, and the sun, and the planets, and the stars, and all life on Earth. People, this whole awareness is called the Great Awakening. The Great Awakening of humanity, and it indicates the end of the New World Order. That is why they don't want us to find out about flat Earth. Our space organizations, our governments, our scholars and universities, the media, everyone lies. And they all continue to lie. Why is all this censored? Because it's the truth. I would like to recommend 2 documentaries by Iwar Anon. The first is What on Earth Happened, and the second is The Lost History of Flat Earth. I don't know if they have been translated into other languages by now, but they are enormously interesting documentaries that you absolutely must have seen. In it, he deals with our lost history and practically everything that has been withheld from us. People, there is an awful lot that has been withheld from us. Our complete history is one big lie. The people who have studied history can start all over again. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope to see you next time. Goodbye.
So that was one of Stephen's very, very first videos. Okay. And he sent that to me and I watched it, and he did it in multiple languages. Okay. And, you know, his name's not Bitch. He's on BitChute. His name is Stephen Walker. He comes in our chat quite often. Okay. He was one of the first ones to do an interview with Dave when Dave came back, which was great. It was a great interview. He is the Maestro, 1962. Ellen, all you have to do is read the banner that's right there across the bottom of the video, and I give you the name of the individual on BitChute as it is spelled in order to find their channel. Okay. That's a pretty big banner, isn't it? I mean, everybody can see that, or do I need to make them bigger or what? But I'll make it a little bit bigger, but it doesn't really do much difference, you know, no matter how I do it. But it's the Maestro, 1962, also known as Stephen Walker. He comes in our chat. And you know, guys, you guys who've seen the recent videos, look at the difference. Okay. This was in 2022, and look at his face, how exhausted he looks. Okay. He looks like he had a bunch of weight put on. Okay. Unshaven, unkempt. Okay. And you guys have seen recent videos with him where he looks great. You can tell that he found peace. Okay. And, you know, over these last couple of years, and he's still out there, still doing truth. And I commend him 100%. It was a great video. Great video. You know, a great way for us to start today, for people to see where we're at and what's going on. All right. Next up, I got a video here from John yesterday. He wanted me to play this. But because I had a whole bunch of other stuff going on at the time, I wasn't able to do so.
What happened?
This is one of the, you know, this is basically, is from Janet Osbard. Okay. Give me a second to create a banner for this real quick. Okay. And it is on Odyssey. Well, I'm just gonna say that it's from Odyssey. I'm just on Odyssey. Odyssey.com. Save, and let me put that up there. And John will be dropping the link for this probably while it's playing. This is about an hour and 45 minutes long. So buckle your seatbelts, grab a sandwich, whatever, and get a nice refresher course from Janet Ospart. Here we go.
How did we get to this point? Who is the cabal? And what is their exact agenda? Are you ready to go further down the rabbit hole? Well, fasten your seatbelts, for this is going to be one heck of a ride. Those who rule the world, those truly in command, are referred to as the Illuminati or Cabal. Not many people are aware of their presence, let alone their identity. We have grown to believe that our countries are ruled by presidents, by kings and queens and governments. But the truth is, these are mere puppets on a string. Who pull the strings? This small yet mysterious and elusive group that forms shadow governments and who play the world and all of humanity like gods playing chess. Is the cabal for real? Or is it just a myth, blown out of proportion by conspiracy theorists looking for a common enemy? The cabal is very real. The evidence can be found throughout history, abundantly. This story covers thousands of years. It is crucial information to understand the modern-day cabal and the evil we are dealing with. Not only that, it is the only way I can possibly reveal to you the best kept and most shocking secret in the history of mankind. Let's go all the way back in history to the most ancient civilization on Earth, Sumer. Ancient Sumer, 7 millennia ago. What we know stems back from the early writings on clay tablets, written down in cuneiform script. The Sumerian civilization was a highly developed and advanced society with grand cities, temples, and pyramids. Archaeological findings tell us the cities had amazing mosaics, elaborate streets, housing blocks, indoor plumbing, toilets with water flushing systems, and much more.
I'm going to pause this for a second because this was something that was going on in chat the other day, and I don't think people noticed it. One of the reasons that I really hooked on to Stephen's podcast is that you're watching a growth pattern that happening to somebody, right? But what's even more interesting that developed in chat the other day is that Stephen knows Janet and Cynthia. He's from the same country. He knows them, you know. And when everybody was dropping all of these rumors, okay, one of the first things that Stephen did was got a message to me saying, listen, I know them. Okay. That's what these people are saying is not true. Okay. If anybody would hear that something had happened to Janet, okay, believe me, Stephen would be the first one to say this is 100% truth. Okay. And he was in chat the other day and he was stressing to everybody that the rumors are not true. Okay. Stay focused, you know, and if Cynthia has a report to get out, believe me, he will get a message to to us. Okay. That letter that I read earlier today was given to me from Stephen, from Cynthia. Okay. Just to be able to emphasize to everybody that that people are really going way overboard in regards to reports about her. Okay. We are going to wait, and we're going to see. Okay. And and John D, you're right. It's with everything that her and Cynthia have produced and put out, I would go into hiding too. You know what I mean? That's because if I was a woman, okay, reporting this stuff, I don't have the same skills as what a man would have, and being able to fight back and things like that. And I also believe that they live in a country where they don't get to protect themselves with guns in their houses. Like we get to do here in America. All right. We have the right to defend our castle, I guess you would call it. Okay. But I believe in the Netherlands that they don't have that right. Stephen, you can state whether I'm correct or not, but you guys don't get to like carry a pistol or have rifles and stuff like that in your houses, do you? So being able to protect yourself at home, you have to depend on a knife from your kitchen, or have a really, really tough ass dog, would be pretty much it. Or you have to have fighting skills that go beyond. And in most cases with a female, okay, they're not going to be able to defend themselves against, especially where it comes to organizations that are trying to shut people up, so it makes it, a lot, it's crazy, so, all right, back to this, but I just wanted to state, Stephen was in chat the other day, and he put it out there. I know them. Okay. If that was the case, he would tell you, okay, that's what I love about him. He's always been honest in all of his open interviews and everything else. He speaks exactly, he speaks his mind, and he stands by his conviction. And that to me it's just like Dave, they stick to their convictions, be careful who you follow. Okay. Genuine people will show you through their convictions as well as their words, okay, as to what kind of person they are, who they are, and what they're about. And we, it's too often that we find these big fancy dancy podcasts with lots of money or making lots of money that are fluff. They're all fluff, okay, and putting the topics into a narrative for 5 minutes doesn't help. Okay, the topic has to be about the entire cast in order to give people enough information to be able to begin researching on their own and be able to come to their own conclusion, and to be able to build a standpoint in which that you are going to stand on, and how you're going to teach others, so all right, back to this. Sorry.
The temple of Inanna at the ancient city of Uruk still baffles us today with its splendor, its vibrant colors and depictions of strange animal creatures. Inanna was the ancient Sumerian goddess associated with love, beauty, sex, war, and political power. She was later worshipped by the Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians under the name of Ishtar or Asherah. Many researchers now believe she was Isis of the Egyptians, Diana of the Greeks, and Venus of the Romans. She was the consort of Baal, the deity who demanded child sacrifice. We shall later see whether this is true or not. The ancient culture of Sumer and its polytheistic religion expanded towards the northwest into Babylonia, then even further west. It went to what we now know as Canaan and Phoenicia. More about this group later. There was a second group, They went further north, all the way to the region we now call Ukraine and southern Russia, between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea. There they took on the name Khazars and called their new homeland the Kingdom of Khazaria, after their ancestors. Joseph Chagan, king of the Khazars, explained in a letter to the foreign secretary of the Caliph of Cordoba, Hasdai ibn Chaprut, that his people were direct descendants from Japheth, son of Noah. Khazaria was right at the center of the northwestern Silk Road. Merchants who traveled through Khazaria had to pay toll, a lucrative way to swell the coffers of the kingdom. The Khazars were different than the peoples from the surrounding countries. They were described as thieves and spies. They were said to be lawless people who lived a life of sin, of sexual extremities, and of cruelty. They would murder travelers from other countries and adopt their identity. They were masters of deceit. And, last but not least, they were said to worship Baal, also referred to as Moloch, a representation of Lucifer that demanded child sacrifice. In return, Baal was said to reward them with riches, with fame and fortune. The neighboring countries despised them. They hated their sacrificial rituals in which they threw babies into the flames or cut them open to drink their blood and eat their flesh, claiming it gave them incredible power and energy and eternal youth. Urged by these surrounding peoples, the Russian ruler knew he had to do something. In the year 600, he warned their king, Bulan, that their Luciferian practices had to end. He told him they had to convert to either Judaism, Christianity, or Islam. The choice was his. Bulan chose Judaism, but he did not really convert. He merely took elements from Judaism and forged them into his own Luciferian belief. King Bulan and his people lived on and prospered. Nothing much had changed, except for the fact that for outsiders they now called themselves Judeans, which they were not. Mind you, the name Jew wasn't invented until the 18th century. 4 centuries went by. In 965 AD, the Russian ruler, Grand Prince of Kiev, Sviatoslav I, felt they had gone too far with their continued devil-worshipping and child sacrifice. He decided to wipe them out. But the Khazars had their spies everywhere, and the Russian cunning plan was brought to the ears of the Khazarian king, who, just in time, fled the country with his 25 wives and 60 concubines, all of the nobility, plus an enormous amount of gold and silver. The entire exodus of royalty and nobility went via Hungary to Poland, then from Germany southward to France and Spain. Everywhere they went, some were left behind. In order to reveal their true identity, they called themselves Ashkenazi Judeans, knowing very well that their new home countries would not exactly be eagerly awaiting Luciferian Khazars. Ashkenaz, by the way, was the name of a region they inhabited during their migration from Sumer to Babylonia to the Caucasus. Like all regions at that time, this one too was called after the descendants of Noah, Ashkenaz being a grandson of Japheth and great-grandson of Noah. Now don't worry, you don't have to remember any of this. We just need to tell you from a historical point of view. It does explain a lot though, as Japheth, son of Noah, had 2 grandsons, Ashkenaz and Togarma, who became arch enemies according to rabbinic literature. Now the people we are dealing with here descended from Togarma, yet they adopted the name of their arch enemy, Ashkenaz. Why? We will soon find out. Just remember this, it was all by design. The Ashkenazim settled in their new homelands and swore to rebuild their empire. In no time, they built up an empire of wealth and influence. After all, they were the royalty and nobility of the ancient bloodlines of Sumer and Babylonia. They had the startup capital, so to speak. They swore to take revenge on Russia, the country they had been expelled from. Their revenge also stretched out to the Jews, as in the original people from Judea. Why? Because back in the time of Princess Jezebel, during a situation in which two deities were challenged, they chose Yahweh over Baal. That was their death sentence, as the Khazari and Ashkenazim would never forget nor forgive. Within a few years after they had settled in Europe, they formed an absolute master plan. A plan so big, so intelligent, and so evil, it would change the fate of the world forever. One of the Khazarian families that had joined the exodus from Khazaria was the Rothschild family. That's right, the Rothschilds I talked about in part 2 of my previous series. They settled in Frankfurt, Germany, where they became wealthy and powerful through trade and banking. They called southern Germany Ashkenaz, as a tribute to their ancestry. They offered notes to travelers who left behind their gold and silver, safely stored in the vaults of the Rothschilds, banknotes against deposits. This way they collected an unprecedented amount of riches that, combined with the interest they received, were further used to extend their wealth and thus their power. Meyer Amschel Rothschild had 5 sons who became powerful bankers in 5 large cities: Frankfurt, London, Paris, Vienna, and Naples. In no time, they gained financial power over all of Europe. They became the personal bankers of kings and queens. They even became the treasurers of the Vatican. Before we continue with an event in the 18th century that has been deliberately erased from our history books, we have to pause this storyline and go back to the early Middle Ages for a second storyline. The two will meet during this 18th century event. And when they do, things will fall into place, I promise. We'll start in the age of the Crusades. In 1048 AD, an organization was founded that we refer to as the Order of Malta. They were founded in Jerusalem. Their goal was dual. One arm of the order ran a hospital in the Holy Land to tend to Christian pilgrims. The other arm was military, tasked by Rome to protect Christians against the local Muslim population. Their symbol? The equal-armed Maltese cross. During the first 50 years of their existence, Jerusalem was Muslim territory. The amount of Christian pilgrims who went to Jerusalem was limited, even by Islamic law. In 1096 AD, the first of 9 wars broke out. It became known as the First Crusade. The Crusades were religious wars initiated and supported by the Roman Catholic Church. Their goal was to recover the Holy Land from Islamic rule. 3 years after the Crusaders had left for the Holy Land, this goal was achieved. Godfrey de Bouillon and his brother Baldwin, leaders of the First Crusade, became rulers of Jerusalem. The Crusades may have been romanticized in literature and movies, but the truth is, They were insane religious wars focused on nothing but death, destruction, and forced conversion. An estimate of nearly 2 million people died. In 1118, a French knight by the name of Hugh de Payan founded a military order together with 8 relatives and friends. They called the order the Poor Knights of the Temple of King Solomon, later known as the Knights Templar. This order sprang forth from a secret society called the Prieuré de Sion, the Priory of Zion, an order that, by the way, is still alive and active today. With the support of the King of Jerusalem, the Knights Templar set up headquarters on the sacred Temple Mount. Their official goal was to protect pilgrims on their way from Europe to Jerusalem. In and of itself, this is fascinating. 9 knights were officially appointed to protect Christian pilgrims over a distance of 4,000 to 5,000 kilometers. God only knows how they did it. Their not-so-official goal was to rebuild the Temple of Solomon that had been destroyed in 586 BC by the king of Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar. Why this was so important to them, we will show later on. In 1129, the Order of the Knights Templar received the official support of the Roman Catholic Church. The order grew abundantly, and donations came pouring in from all over Europe. The Knights adopted a code of conduct in which they swore unfailing obedience to the Master. According to researchers, the principle of obedience made the Knights Templar lethal. They acted swiftly and with certainty to do as they had been commanded. A force of Templars became an extension of the will of its commander, the Grand Master. At the height of their power, the Order of the Knights Templar comprised of almost 20,000 members. Only 10% were armed knights. The other 90% took care of infrastructure and logistics. Even though the knights had sworn to a life of poverty, the order was excessively rich, owning large plots of lands, farms, vineyards, mills, horses, arms, equipment, the island of Cyprus, and an impressive fleet of ships. All the way from Europe to Jerusalem, in every city, they had monasteries, castles, churches, universities. They were so powerful, they did not need to obey local laws. They could pass freely across all borders. They didn't have to pay taxes, and they were exempt from all authority except that of the Pope. Furthermore, everything they took from the Muslim population that they subjugated and murdered on their way was given to the order. Did they have these privileges in writing? Oh yes, Pope Innocent II took care of everything by signing the papal bull Omne Datum Optimum in 1139. All the order had to do was swear obedience and allegiance to the Pope. There was one area, though, in which the Templars truly excelled: banking. They had a network of banks in many countries that enabled pilgrims to deposit assets in their home countries and withdraw funds in the Holy Land. By the 13th century, the Templars had become such competent and trusted bankers that European kings and nobles who embarked on crusades to the Holy Land often forwarded large cash sums to the Templars that could be withdrawn later so they could pay their armies. The Templars even gave out loans to rulers. They excelled in everything they did, for which they were overloaded with donations, gifts, fame, and fortune. However, in the early 14th century, the Knights Templar met their final destiny. King Philip IV of France. This man was heavily indebted by the order. When he asked for even more loans, the order refused.
Okay, so in that time period, Philip had acquired 40 million in gold from the Templars. Okay, 40 million today would come to somewhere around $137 trillion. And the Knights Templar during that period of time were the most successful established bankers, especially in Paris. Okay, in Paris, they had a fortress there in Paris, and that fortress provided the wealth for 7 surrounding countries. That's a lot, and well, not just their armies, but and the thing was that papal bull that she was talking about, whatever they conquered and all the wealth that they gathered, none of it ever went to the Catholic Church. All of it stayed with the Templars. So today, if King Philip had paid them back, okay, their total net value today would be in the quadrillions. That would be their existence capital, would be in the quadrillions. BlackRock had nothing on these guys. It's, all right, back to it.
Refused. King Philip decided it was time for the Knights Templar to meet their maker. On Friday the 13th of October 1307, a multitude of knights were arrested, including their Grand Master, Jacques de Molay. After years of imprisonment, he and many others were burned at the stake. Medieval documents state that Molay called out a curse over the king and the Pope, Clement V, who had failed to protect them against the wrath of the king, and who had even dissolved the order through his papal bull, Vox in Excelsis. Although the Pope dissolved the order, he did not formally condemn it, which would have been normal in those days. 1 month later, Pope Clement died. 8 months later, King Philip died. Ironically, the Pope's body was burned to ashes by a fire that was caused by lightning that struck the church where he was lying in state. The king died of a stroke he suffered during a hunt. But, contrary to what our history teachers have told us, the Order of the Knights Templar did not end here. New orders were founded with new names that were basically the continuation of the Knights Templar. Think Military Order of Christ in Portugal, Supreme Order of Christ in Italy, and so on and so forth. In every European country, the Knights Templar simply lived on the way they had, as if nothing much had changed. Only the order names had. The Order of the Rosicrucians appeared, founded by Christian Rosenkreuz, a German aristocrat. Was it connected to the Knights Templar? Absolutely. The sign of the equal-armed cross of the Knights Templar was combined with a rose. It can be found in medieval churches across France, Spain, and Portugal. Yet another secret order was founded in 1534. 2 centuries, 2 decades, and 2 years after the official dissolution of the Order of the Knights Templar, the Jesuit Order. The Jesuit Order was a Catholic religious order founded in Paris. Make no mistake, though, the Jesuit order was not an order of pious monks worshipping Jesus from within the walls of their safe monasteries. It was a military order of extremists who had sworn an oath of absolute submission and obedience to the Pope and to their superior general. Let's have a look at their initiation oath. I declare that I have no opinion or will of myself, but without hesitation I will obey every command I receive from my superiors in the Pope's and Jesus Christ's militia. I promise further and declare that when the opportunity arises, I will conduct a ruthless war, secretly or publicly, against all heretics, Protestants and liberals, as I am to do, to exterminate and destroy them of the whole earth, and that I will not spare age, sex, or class, and that I will hang up, burn, boil, cook, peel, strangle, and bury these shameful heretics, rip the stomachs and wombs of their wives, and crush their heads against the wall for the purpose to destroy their horrible race forever. If this cannot be done openly, I will secretly administer the cup with poison, the strangling rope, the steel of the dagger, or the leaden bullet, regardless of the honor, rank, dignity, or authority of the person or persons, as I will at any time be instructed by an agent of the Pope or superior of the Brotherhood of the Holy Faith of the Order of Jesuits. In confirmation of which I hereby dedicate my life, my soul, and all of my corporal powers, and with this dagger which I now receive, I will subscribe my name written in my own blood, in testimony thereof. And should I prove false or weaken in my determination, may my brethren and fellow soldiers of the militia of the Pope cut off my hands and my feet, and my throat from ear to ear, my belly opened, and sulphur burned therein, with all the punishment that can be inflicted upon me on earth, and my soul be tortured by demons in an eternal hell forever. Not exactly what you would expect from an order of Jesus, right? Mind you, when we refer to the Jesuit order in relationship to the Cabal, we are not talking about the lower segments of the order. I personally know of Jesuit priests who are wonderful human beings and who've brought a lot of beauty and wisdom into this world. What we're referring to here is the top of the pyramid, the absolute elite of the order, better known as the Jesuit Council. Documents from the Golden Age show us that the Jesuit order grew into an extremely powerful group of men. Their influence went far beyond the religious world. It stretched all the way into the secular. They infiltrated the old Masonic lodges. The Masons were skilled tradesmen in the construction trade. They worked with their hands. They worked hard, physical labor. The infiltrated Jesuits were allowed to join because of their contributions in the area of architecture, science, and arts. They were called the Free and Accepted Masons, hence the name Freemasons. The Freemasons were wealthy men with a special knowledge of architecture. It is known that they were especially interested in the Temple of Solomon, just like the Knights Templar. Furthermore, they were focused on the preservation of esoteric knowledge, for instance, about the Kabbalah. The fascination with the Temple of Solomon is not the only link between the Freemasons and the Knights Templar. Even today, the York Rite administers 3 orders of Masonry, one of which is the Knights Templar. The Knights Templar of the York Rite is a military branch of the Freemasons, just like the medieval order of the Knights Templar. They both have the symbol of the equal-armed Red Cross. So, in short, The Freemasons were a highly secretive group of powerful Jesuits who had infiltrated the countless Masonic lodges across the world. They founded their own umbrella lodge in 1717, the Premier Grand Lodge of England, and that would turn out to be their salvation. What happened? The Jesuits had become way too powerful to the liking of 80 heads of states worldwide who obviously felt threatened by the powerful order. They banned the order and put pressure on the Pope, Clement XIV, to do the same. In 1773, the Pope succumbed to their demand. He promulgated the Dominus Hac Redemptor, the Bull of Extinction, that put an end to the Jesuit order. It seems indeed history repeated itself. But guess what? It didn't end there. Just like the Knights Templar before them, they continued using another name. In this case, the Freemasons. 1 year after his betrayal of the Jesuits, Pope Clement was murdered by poisoning. Just like the Luciferian Hussars, the Jesuits too, and their predecessors, like the Knights Templar, had a taste for revenge. Now, we promised that our two storylines would come together at an historical event that would massively impact the world. We have finally reached that point. Do you want to know what happened? You might ask yourself why the orders we showed in part 1 are so important for our fall of the Cabal. Well, you know the expression, know thy enemy? In order to understand the magnificence of their elite plan and the magnitude of their evil intent, we must first identify whom we are dealing with here. There is so much misinformation going around, not only on the internet, but also in our history books. That, by the way, were never written by neutral observers, but always by the winners. If you don't understand where the Cabal comes from, how far back they go in history, if you don't know how we were led to believe that all of these orders and movements were separate entities that came and went in history, independently and rather harmlessly, then you will most certainly not understand nor believe the true identity of the Cabal. You will miss the fact that we find ourselves at the final stage of their master plan. And if you don't fully comprehend in which danger we find ourselves, you will not know what to do at the moment suprême. That is why we make this documentary, so you can wake up, see through all the lies, and take action to claim your sovereignty back. That's when you'll understand what we said in the previous series. History books will have to be rewritten. Okay, let's see where and when our two storylines meet, shall we? It was in 1748 in southern Germany, Bavaria, in a small town called Ingolstadt. A boy was born. His name was Johann Adam Weishaupt. At the age of 5, his father died. The Jesuits took him under their wings and groomed Adam, who turned out to be a highly intelligent and strong-minded individual, to become a professor in canon law at the Jesuit University of Ingolstadt. He rewrote ancient historical documents in which the ideology of Lucifer would eventually lead to the complete control of the world. In 1773, a secret meeting took place between Meyer Amschel Rothschild and a select group of 12 elite Khazarian bankers and businessmen. Remember Rothschild, key player in our first storyline? The excessively wealthy and powerful Ashkenazi Khazarian banker from Frankfurt? Well, Rothschild proposed to join forces and riches with the purpose of world dominance. He had set his eye on Adam Weishaupt, who would be perfect to implement their plans in practice and run their organization. And so, on May the 1st, 1776, Adam Weishaupt founded the Bund der Perfektibilisten, the Order of the Perfectionists, later to be called the Order of the Illuminati. It was the fusion of the financial empire of the Rothschilds and the wealth and power of the military order of the Jesuits. Their goal? The creation of a world government and world dominance. Although Weishaupt's name is commonly known among those who study this material, not many people are aware of the fact that he based his Order of the Illuminati on ancient documents, one of which was a letter that was given to him by Rothschild. This letter, referred to as the Constantinople letter, was old and of extreme value to the Ashkenazim. It was 287 years old, written in 1489 by the Nazi, the chairman of the Jewish High Council in Constantinople, as a response to an outcry for help by the head of the Ashkenazi Jews in France. Remember the Khazarians who had fled Russia and who had changed their name to Ashkenazi Jews? They now felt threatened by the other ethnic groups in France. The king had even told them they had to convert to Christianity. The reply of the Nazi in the Constantinople letter was as follows. As for what you say that the King of France obliges you to become Christians, do it, since you cannot do otherwise, but let the law of Moses be kept in your hearts. As for what you say about the demand to despoil you of your goods, make your sons merchants, that little by little they may despoil the Christians of theirs. As for what you say about their making attempts on your lives, make your sons doctors and apothecaries, that they may take away Christian lives. As for what you say about their destroying your synagogues, make your sons canons and clerics, in order that they may destroy their churches. As for the many other vexations you complain of, arrange that your sons become advocates and lawyers, and see that they always mix themselves up with the affairs of state, in order that by putting Christians under your yoke, you may dominate the world and be avenged on them. Do not swerve from this order we give you, for you will find by experience that, humiliated as you are now, you will reach the actuality of power. In other words, they were told to fake a make-believe conversion and to infiltrate every aspect of society, commerce, medicine, religion, and legislation, with the sole purpose of revenge and destruction. How Khazarian. Adam Weishaupt founded the Order of the Illuminati in 1776, financed by the Rothschilds, based on this letter, that, by the way, was based on an even older document, more about which in part 4. 1 year later, in 1777, Weishaupt joined the Grand Orient Masonic Lodge. He made over 2,000 Jesuits head of the many lodges across the world, thus establishing a massive empire of power, in which the Jesuit order was the spider in the web. Weishaupt then officially left the Jesuit order, so that no suspicion would ever be drawn to the involvement of the Roman Catholic Church and the Jesuit Council in the illustrious plans of the Illuminati. The Rothschilds used their riches to finance wars, as they had found out that by financing both sides of each and every war, they would always win financially. They knew no scruples, no mercy. The alliance of the Luciferian Khazars and the Jesuit order had only just begun. Their goals? Personal gain, wealth, and power. The submission of the royal families. The annihilation of the infidels. Protestants, Calvinists, atheists, Muslims, Jews, in other words, the destruction of all religions except the Roman Catholic faith. The destruction of all governments, world dominance of the Pope, and revenge. Revenge on each and every one who had ever betrayed them. Revenge on Russia, first and foremost, the country that had expelled the Khazars. But not only that. Remember the vengeance of the Jesuits on the Pope who had betrayed them? Well, they weren't done just yet. For the European kings of France, Spain, England, Austria, and so on, who had banned the Jesuit order, were about to have a taste of their wrath. The first pawn the Illuminati alliance put forward was Napoleon Bonaparte. The fact that the French Revolution was indeed orchestrated by elite secret societies was documented and proven by the French Jesuit Augustin Baruel. He wrote an influential account in which he focused in particular on Adam Weishaupt, founder of the Order of the Illuminati. According to Baruel, the French Revolution was orchestrated by Freemasons and philosophers like Voltaire and Montesquieu. We'll get back to Baruel in a later stage, so remember his name. Napoleon's advisor was a Jesuit, Emmanuel Sillet. He advised Napoleon on where to go and what to do. In today's language, we would call Sillet his handler. According to many historians and researchers, the Jesuits were the ones who orchestrated and directed the French Revolution and the outcome. Napoleon was a Masonic Grand Master. He was chosen and initiated by the order to play a key role in their planned revolution. Napoleon's brother, Louis Bonaparte, was made Grand Master of the Grand Orient of France. His wife Josephine was a member of the Mason Rite of Adoption. Under Napoleon's rule, the number of lodges in France grew from 300 to 1,220. Napoleon was a puppet of the cabal. We were led to believe he was the front man, but he was not. The hidden hand that some historians believe was to cover an ulcer, seriously, was actually a common Masonic gesture called the sign of the Master of the Second Veil. Many world leaders have shown this sign throughout the ages. The French Revolution started in 1789 and lasted for 10 long and bloody years of absolute terror. It was the master plan of the Jesuit Council to take revenge on France, to destabilize the country through war, and to destroy the French crown. Their tool? The Jacobins, an extremist political movement founded by none other than Napoleon's advisor, the Jesuit Sillet. The Jacobins caused mayhem across France, rioting, plundering, murdering everyone who stood in their way. They left behind a trail of death and destruction wherever they went. The Jesuit plan worked. The guillotines worked overtime. The Jesuit order is the most dangerous of all orders. It has caused more harm than all other orders. The doctrine of the Jesuits entails that their supreme general is the sovereign of sovereigns and master of the world. After the French Revolution had ended, the Napoleonic Wars started. They caused even more instability and destruction, not only to France, but to the many countries Napoleon invaded: Austria, Russia, England, Prussia, Portugal, and Spain, where the royal family was kicked out and Napoleon's older brother was put on the throne. Each and every country that had once banned the Jesuit order and the Khazarian Ashkenazi Jews was now in ruins. This was one of the order's most dominant passions: revenge. During the Napoleonic Wars, the Illuminati alliance deployed their most successful strategy. They financed both the French and the English army. It simply didn't matter who won. War was an absolute revenue model. It was the Duke of Wellington who fought Napoleon and who defeated him at the Battle of Waterloo in 1815. Nathan Rothschild, a brilliant and ruthless businessman, had his spies at Waterloo, and he had a private courier system, as he knew that fast communication was vital in business. When it was clear that Napoleon had been defeated, the message was immediately sent to Rothschild, who received the news 2 days prior to anyone else. He then made a brilliant move at the London Stock Exchange. Instead of buying English bonds, the gilts, he sold those he had. The other traders noticed and drew the erroneous conclusion that Napoleon must have won the war. They immediately sold their bonds as well, causing the gilt price to drop dramatically. That was the moment Rothschild made his move. He bought all the gilts he could lay his hands on at a very low price. By the time the others had noticed and frantically started buying again, Nathan Rothschild was excessively rich. The King of England, George III, was now heavily indebted to Nathan Rothschild, who had financed his wars. Not only had the king to pay back his debts, he had to pay interest on top of it. He was now in the pocket of the Rothschilds. I care not what puppet is placed on the throne of England to rule the empire. The man who controls Britain's money supply controls the British Empire, and I control the money supply. Next, 1914. The Illuminati alliance, that we shall refer to as the Cabal from now on, simply because it's short and to the point, caused World War I, a war initially solely between Austro-Hungary, a dual empire of Austria and Hungary on the one side, and Serbia on the other. What happened? The ruler of Austro-Hungary, Emperor Franz Joseph I, had no successor to the throne, as his only son had committed suicide. His nephew, Franz Ferdinand, became heir to the throne. But his ideas about politics were very different from his uncle's. Franz Ferdinand wanted to decentralize. He wanted autonomy for the various ethnic groups. He wanted to incorporate Serbia into the dual empire as a political entity equal to Hungary and Austria. He was a thorn in the eye of his uncle, the emperor. Although raised in the Jesuit image of his father and uncle, he had a mind of his own. He refused to adopt his uncle's political vision, and he married the woman he loved, which was so not done within the elite. At the time of extreme internal unrest, the emperor sent his nephew to the border with Serbia, where he and his wife Sophie were murdered. According to the official narrative, it was the Serbian Gavrilo Princip who pulled the trigger, and so Austro-Hungary declared war on Serbia. Germany joined forces with Austro-Hungary. England, France, Russia, and later Italy, Romania, Bulgaria, and former Turkey, the Ottoman Empire, came to the aid of Serbia. We all know the results. 4 horror years in trenches, 9 million killed. Germany was in ruins, and that was precisely what the Jesuits had aimed for, as Germany was mostly Protestant. You may remember what it said in the Jesuit oath about Protestants. They would do absolutely anything to destroy their horrible race forever. Some historians may question or even deny the Jesuit background of the rulers of Austro-Hungary, which is odd, as they were prominent members of several Jesuit suborders, such as the Supreme Order of Christ. Emperor Franz Joseph was so high up in the Jesuit council that he was authorized to grant titles such as Prince and Grand Master. In 1880, for instance, he granted this title of Prince of the Holy Roman Empire to the Grand Masters of the Order of Malta. He even founded his own order, the Imperial Austrian Order of Franz Joseph. I promise to go deeper into these orders, plus the evidence of their Jesuit connection, in a later episode. For now, we'll leave it here, as we don't want to get lost in history. After all, we still have to cover the Russian Revolution and World War II in a way it wasn't brought to you in school, I promise. Next, or rather simultaneously, it was time for the cabal to take revenge on Russia, once again. Financed by their partner in crime, the Rothschilds, they started the Russian Revolution. Their pawn and frontman, Lenin. His real name, Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov. Every historian will agree on the fact that Lenin was heavily influenced by Karl Marx, the founder of communism. But Marx wasn't Russian, he was German. Lenin was Russian, but as he spent many years in exile in Finland, Switzerland, England and Germany, he had become almost a stranger to Russia at the time the first part of the Russian Revolution broke out in February 1917. He was completely westernized. Marx had inspired him massively with his 1848 pamphlet, The Communist Manifesto. Lenin wasn't just inspired by Marxist communism, but also by his Jesuit background. Marx was trained in Germany at a Jesuit school, and after that, he was tutored by Jesuits in the British Museum on the tenets of communism, as confirmed by ex-Jesuit priest Alberto Rivera. Another source of Marx being a Jesuit coadjutor, an assistant bishop, is Otto von Bismarck, who wrote in the North German Gazette that Marx was under control of the Jesuit priest Peter Becks, then Superior General of the Society of Jesus. And there was more Jesuit influence on Lenin. His right-hand man, Felix Dzerzhinsky, who was the head of the Soviet secret police, was a great admirer of the Jesuits. Furthermore, Lenin formally readmitted the Jesuits into Russia in 1922, which is rather strange, as religion was prohibited at that time within communism. But then again, was it strange? The origin of communism lies in the Jesuit ideology, as confirmed by many historians. The Jesuits in the 17th and 18th centuries perfected the first system of communist governance in their reductions in Paraguay. In the New Advent Catholic Encyclopedia, it reads, on the conditions of property, the economic basis was a sort of communism. The land and all that stood upon it was the property of the community. The land was apportioned among the caciques, who allotted it to the families under them. Agricultural instruments and cattle were loaned from the common supply. No one was permitted to sell his plot of land or his house. Very communist indeed. We will see later on in this documentary that even the term social justice was invented by the Jesuits. The first man to name it and write about it was the Jesuit Luigi Tabarelli d'Azeglio. Lenin was a Jesuit puppet who was pushed forward by the cabal to destabilize and destroy the country. He hated Russia and the Russians. Some of his most famous quotes are, "I spit on Russia. While the state exists, there can be no freedom. When there is freedom, there will be no state." And, "May 90% of the Russians die and let the other 10% live under communism." The Russian Revolution was a Jesuit attack on the country. Their motive? Revenge. Their pawn? Lenin. Their tool? The Bolshevists. They were the equivalent of the Jacobins during the French Revolution. Millions of people died in Russia between 1917 and 1923, the year in which the Russian Revolution ended with the Bolshevist founding of the Soviet Union. Now, before we move on to World War II, where we will share with you a discovery that, quite frankly, knocked us off our feet, so keep watching, we will first take a look at a chain of events in the US. Maybe you remember from part 2 of the previous series that in 1913, the US Federal Reserve Bank was founded, the mother of all banks, owned by several cabal families, among which the Rothschilds. Remember what happened to the 3 wealthiest and most influential opponents of the Fed? They conveniently died when the Titanic sank. Less than a year later, the Fed was a done deal. In the US at that time, about 21,000 banks did not yet fall under the jurisdiction of the Fed. That was, and still is, an absolute lethal thing to do. One might as well commit suicide, as history has proven over and over again, worldwide. In 1914, World War I started, 1 year after the establishment of the Federal Reserve. Between 1914 and 1919, the Fed doubled the money supply, causing a nationwide increase in lending. In 1920, it shrank the money supply, and 5,500 competitor banks went bankrupt. They were bought by the Fed for next to nothing. Between 1921 and 1929, the Fed increased the money supply again. Loans were everywhere. But on October 23, 1929, 2.6 million shares were sold in a frenzy. By whom? Not that hard to guess. The next day, on October 24 at 9 a.m., Wall Street was closed, and the moneymakers who had gathered outside slowly started to realize in a state of shock what had happened. Loans were called in. Investors were forced to sell their shares. This event became known in history as the Wall Street crash. The Wall Street crash brought the rest of the world on its knees too. 16,000 competitive non-Fed banks went bankrupt. They too were bought for next to nothing. It was called the greatest robbery in history. But it wasn't enough. The Fed reduced the money supply even further by 30%, causing starvation throughout the US. The Rothschilds had done what they had successfully been doing since the French Revolution, manipulating the stock market at the expense of the people to further increase their wealth and power. Congressman McFadden was so horrified he began impeachment proceedings against the bankers who owned the Federal Reserve. Like I said, he might as well have committed suicide straight away. He was poisoned at a banquet, and the impeachment was abandoned. One simply does not get in the way of the Khazarian cabal. 4 years after the Wall Street crash in 1933, on the pretext of getting out of the Depression, the banks persuaded the government to carry out a national gold seizure on penalty of imprisonment for 10 years. That's right. Under pressure of the Fed, President Roosevelt signed Executive Order 6102 to make the impoverished American people give up their gold. They had nothing left. With the gold standard gone, the cabal had no more limitations on how they could manipulate the money supply. This meant absolute dominance. On top of everything else, income tax was created in 1913 to cover the huge amounts of money the government was paying the Federal Reserve. Like we said in part 2 of the previous series, income tax is illegal. We were just never told. One of the dire consequences of the Wall Street crash was that the Fed called in all international loans. The country that was the worst affected was Germany. After World War I, the country had to pay reparations to the victims, for which it desperately needed the loans, as well as for rebuilding the country and the economy. When the Fed called in their loans, the German economy collapsed. The country dived into a deep depression. That same winter, about 2 million people were unemployed. Less than 3 years later, that number had tripled, meaning a staggering unemployment rate of 40%. The government's expenses to support these people went through the roof. The Chancellor cancelled unemployment support in a desperate move, which made things even worse. More chancellors came and went. Nobody knew what to do with this mess. People were losing faith in democracy, music to the ears of the cabal, and sought help from extreme left, the communists, or extreme right, the Nazis. In January 1933, Hitler became Chancellor of Germany. Although he had a majority of seats in Parliament, he did not have the absolute power he desired. Conveniently, only 4 weeks later, the Reichstag, home of the German Parliament in Berlin, was set on fire, allegedly by communists. Hitler used the event to persuade President Hindenburg to pass an emergency act restricting personal liberty. The act abolished freedom of speech, assembly, privacy, and the press. It abolished the right to own property and the right to trial before imprisonment. It legalized phone tapping and interception of correspondence. The decree was used as the legal basis for the imprisonment of anyone considered to be opponents of the Nazis. People could be imprisoned for any or no reason. That night, around 4,000 people were arrested, imprisoned, and tortured by the SA. Hitler was now able to imprison communist leaders, so his main opponent during the elections, the Communist Party, fell apart. Hitler's SA intimidated the rest of the opposition, after which he pushed through the Enabling Act that enabled him to make laws without the parliament's consent for the next 4 years. This gave Hitler absolute power. He then banned all political parties. Only the Nazi Party was allowed to exist. The final obstruction to absolute dictatorship was dealt with on June 30, 1934, called the Night of the Long Knives, when 400 SA members who were making demands were slaughtered by Hitler's SS. 1.5 months later, Hitler was in absolute control of Germany. He had become the Führer, meaning he was president, chancellor, and head of the army. Members of the armed forces had to swear a personal oath of allegiance, not to Germany, but to Hitler, which is so Jesuit. Remember the oath of absolute subservience and obedience to the Supreme General? Who was Hitler, really? Hitler came from an interesting family. His mother was Clara Pölzl. His father was Alois Hitler. Alois's mother is where things get really interesting. Her name was Maria Anna Schiggelgruber. She was a simple peasant girl from a village called Strons near Dollersheim. At the age of 42, still being single, she gave birth to Alois. At the time she conceived, September 1846, Maria lived in Vienna, where she worked as a servant for none other than Anselm Salomon von Rothschild. As soon as the family discovered her pregnancy, she was sent back home, where Alois was born. Maria refused to tell who the father was. It must have been someone with power, for she kept it a secret for the rest of her life, and the father did not feel the need to marry her. When Alois was 5 years of age, Maria married Johann Georg Hitler. Even though many researchers believe he must have been Alois's biological father, he never acknowledged the boy as his own. It wasn't until Alois was 40 years old when he suddenly changed his surname from Schiggelgruber to Hitler. Why wait so long if he was truly Hitler's son? That doesn't make sense at all. Alois married Clara Pölzl. It was his third marriage. They had 6 children, 4 of which died at a very young age. The only 2 surviving children were Adolf and his sister Paula. Nobody knows for sure who the biological father of Alois Hitler was. Several names have come forward: Leopold Frankenberger, Johann Nepomuk Hitler, Johann Georg Hitler's brother. But we found no real evidence for any of the above. They all seem to have been used as a decoy to take our attention away from Anselm Salomon von Rothschild. So, why do we believe it was Rothschild who impregnated Maria? Because of several indicators. First of all, 9 months before Alois's birth takes us to September 1836. According to the Rothschild archives in London, Maria worked as a maid for Anselm Salomon von Rothschild. Now, there are 2 possible suspects of the rape of Maria. 1, Anselm, who was 33 years old at the time. 2, his father, Salomon Meyer von Rothschild, who was 72 at that time. Now, the Rothschild archives contain handwritten correspondence between the son, Anselm, and the London Rothschild Bank, which proves he was in Vienna at the time of the conceived pregnancy. His father, on the other hand, was in Paris. That narrows it down, don't you think? Secondly, in 1876, when Alois was 40 years old, he suddenly inherited a large sum of money. From whom? There wasn't any money in the family. Anselm Salomon von Rothschild died a year and a half prior, the time needed to pass an estate through the probate court. It was the same time Alois suddenly changed his name to Hitler, remember? Was that just a coincidence, or was it a demand by the Rothschilds in order to receive the inheritance, so that he would not be traced back to the Rothschild bloodline? Now, please bear in mind that officially the Rothschilds were Jewish. They were the Babylonian Khazars who converted to the Jewish faith under pressure of the Russian king. Call them fake Jews if you like, but to the outside world, Adolf Hitler's father was half Jewish. If this ever came to light, it would be one hell of a scandal. And so, all traces of the Führer Adolf Hitler leading to the Rothschilds had to be erased. In 1921, the Munich Post intercepted a pamphlet that circulated among the early members of Hitler's Nazi party, the NSDAP. The pamphlet's title was Adolf Hitler, Traitor. It dealt with the alleged Jewish blood in Hitler's veins. It accused Hitler of fronting for Jewish finances and for acting like a Jew himself. The Munich Post decided to publish the pamphlet. On the very day that Hitler became Chancellor, the Munich Post was ransacked and its editors and writers were sent off to concentration camps, where they were never heard from again. The Austrian Chancellor Dollfuss investigated Hitler's family origins on 2 occasions. The first investigation, published in 1932, determined that Hitler's father was illegitimate, born to a 42-year-old unmarried woman and an unknown father. The second investigation determined that Hitler's mother was employed as a domestic servant in the residence of Baron Rothschild of Vienna. Shortly after, Hitler ordered the assassination of Dollfuss in 1934. Adolf Hitler once told his nephew, William Patrick Hitler, "These people must not know who I am. You must not know where I come from and which family I'm from." In an effort to erase any evidence that would lead Hitler back to the Rothschilds, not only were people murdered, but the entire village of Dollersheim, where Hitler's grandmother had come from, was completely destroyed on Hitler's orders. Adolf Hitler, the Führer, did not come out of nowhere. We believe he was a Rothschild, maybe an illegitimate one, but still. We saw in the previous series, in part 5, how the illegitimate James Alefantis Rothschild was pushed forward by the family to play a very important part in the US elite under Pizzagate. Well, Adolf Hitler too was pushed forward the same way to influence the outcome of yet another cabal war. Hitler was a great admirer of the founder of the Jesuits, Ignatius of Loyola. He said, "I learned much from the order of the Jesuits. Until now, there has never been anything more grandiose on the earth than the hierarchical organization of the Catholic Church. I transferred much of this organization into my own party." Hitler called Heinrich Himmler, the inventor and organizer of the Holocaust, the Reichsführer of the SS, and compared him to Ignatius of Loyola. The SS organization has been constituted by Himmler according to the principles of the Jesuit order. The regulations and the spiritual exercises prescribed by Ignatius of Loyola were the model Himmler tried to copy exactly. Himmler's title as Supreme Chief of the SS was to be the equivalent to the Jesuit general, and the whole structure and direction was a close imitation of the Catholic Church's hierarchical order. Absolute obedience was the supreme rule. Every order had to be executed without comment. Hitler presented himself as the solution to all problems. He offered jobs in the war and weapon industry. He got rid of everyone he blamed for Germany's problems: the Jews, the gypsies, the communists, the disabled, the homosexuals, and he confiscated all of their money. Hitler was supported by a highly efficient propaganda machine led by SSer Joseph Goebbels, who brainwashed the German people into believing that Hitler was some sort of a messiah and that the Jews were the cause of all evil. Well, we all know what happened. 85 million people died in World War II. But the cabal wasn't done just yet. As you might know, in the aftermath of World War II, hundreds of thousands of Jews emigrated to the promised land of Israel. But did you know that this migration had already been planned by the cabal in 1917? 22 years before World War II even started, Palestine was given away, literally, by Arthur James Balfour, Foreign Secretary of the United Kingdom, on behalf of the British government. As if nothing more but a chess piece, a country with inhabitants was given away to, guess who? Lord Lionel Walter Rothschild. But wait a minute, 1917? The First World War hadn't even ended yet. So how on earth could they be talking about a home for the Jews? The Jewish genocide hadn't even started yet. We're talking about the Balfour Declaration, signed by Balfour himself on the 2nd of November, 1917. Dear Lord Rothschild, I have much pleasure in conveying to you, on behalf of His Majesty's government, the following declaration of sympathy with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the Cabinet. His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavours to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. I should be grateful if you would bring this declaration to the knowledge of the Zionist Federation. Arthur James Balfour. Neither the Jews nor the Palestinians knew about this. It was yet another brilliant move of nothing but chess pieces by the cabal. What was presented as a benign action in favor of the Jews was, once again, a divide and conquer strategy. It could only end in yet another war, this time between Jews and Palestinians. The Jewish people were willingly and knowingly murdered 22 years after the Balfour Declaration was signed. Why? Because the Rothschilds and the other cabal families had but one focus: Jerusalem. It's not by chance that so many family members have Solomon in their name. The Temple of Solomon, Temple Mount, and therefore the land of Israel was their main priority. We will soon tell you why and expose their deepest and darkest secret. For now, millions of Jewish people were sacrificed in order to get there. There were many more wars to follow, like the Vietnam War, the Cold War. All were instigated and financed on both sides by the cabal. That's how people across the world were kept in fear, paralyzed and poor, divided and subservient. Once you understand and see their strategy, you cannot unsee it. But the worst was yet to come, for times were changing and the cabal adapted their strategy as time went on. Key words in their everlasting plan to conquer the world: hatred, revenge, disdain. These three words were perfectly combined in one document, the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. The Protocols of Zion, dismissed as a hoax, but we can assure you, after months of in-depth research, that they are not. They were slightly altered, yes, but they are not a hoax. In 24 protocols, the elders of Zion described their vision of the world, its population, and their ultimate goal: absolute world dominance and a one-world government. A new world order in which their king, the King of Kings, will be crowned on the throne of Zion to rule the world forevermore. Some people believe the protocols were copied from a 19th century book, The Dialogue in Hell between Machiavelli and Montesquieu by Maurice Joly, in which Napoleon was altered to Jew and France was altered to the world. Others believe the Protocols of Zion were copied from Machiavelli, Montesquieu, and Rousseau, written by Jacob Venedey. Then there was the theory of our friend Baruel. Remember him? He believed that the original culprits were not the Jews, nor Napoleon, but the Masons. Baruel wrote a series of 4 books about the French Revolution, in which he presented evidence of the involvement of secret societies. So that's yet another theory. And then there was a court case in which the judge ruled the Protocols of Zion a forgery. Like we said, we studied the Protocols of Zion for months. We compared them with the original French version of Dialogue in Hell between Machiavelli and Montesquieu by Joly. And yes, we did indeed find a lot of similarities. Some parts were even identical. Does that mean the protocols were copied? Stolen, if you like, from Joly's work? No, not necessarily. It only means they are connected. It only means the protocols were not new when they were published in Russia in 1905. They were not the minutes of a recent meeting between Zionists, as is claimed. But apart from that, one cannot draw any other conclusion. It would be a literary blunder to simply state that the Protocols of Zion were based on the work of Maurice Joly or Venedey or any other 19th century author. As a linguist with a degree in paleography, the study of ancient documents, I can assure you that most statements about the Protocols of Zion are incorrect, like the verdict of the court case, which was based on a highly unprofessional approach. The problem with the Protocols of Zion is that they are surrounded by emotions, that people who study them are confronted with their own belief system, meaning, if you blame the Jews of the wrongs in the world, you will tend to believe the protocols are genuine. You will use the protocols as proof of the evil of the Jewish people. However, if you are Jewish, or if you lost your Jewish friends in the war, you will tend to believe the protocols are a fraud made only in Russia in 1905 to make the Jewish people look really, really bad. We believe the Protocols of Zion to be very old. It seems to us that they were the source text from which the other books arose, not the other way around. Remember Adam Weishaupt, founder of the Order of the Illuminati? In 1776, he put together a document that gave a clear overview of the aims, convictions, and protocols of the Illuminati, or the Cabal. The do's and the don'ts. That was his assignment, as given to him by Rothschild. Did he put those protocols together from scratch? We think that's highly unlikely. What if the original protocols were given to him by Rothschild? Remember the Constantinople letter given to Adam Weishaupt by Rothschild? Make no mistake, the Rothschild family was incredibly powerful. They were direct descendants from the Khazarian nobility that had fled Russia in around 1000 AD. You bet they had many original documents and protocols in their possession. Could those protocols be the original source text for the 20th century Protocols of Zion as published in Russia? If that is the case, you can rest assured that Khazar was altered in Jew, Khazarian in Jewish, etc. The perfect text that would come in very handy as a trigger for anti-Semitism in the Russian Revolution and both world wars to turn the Jews into the ultimate scapegoats. The more we studied this subject, the more we came to realize how the Jews have been used by the Khazars throughout the ages to receive the blame of everything. Everything that went wrong, everything the high-ranked Khazars did to suppress the people, everything was blamed on the Jews. After all, for the outside world, the Khazars were Jews, remember? Ashkenazi, Nazi. Do you still believe that's a coincidence? So, what exactly is in those protocols? Precisely what we see in our modern-day world. The protocols are a description of all the possible ways the cabal used to control, manipulate, brainwash and dominate the Goyim, the ordinary people, the non-Khazars. Here they come, and you better hold on to your seat. Mind you, we narrowed it down for you, as there are not only 24 protocols, but also 293 paragraphs. We filtered them all down to the most essential ones, and in some cases, slightly altered the syntax of the sentences, so that the old use of words became more understandable. Each paragraph number will be shown on screen, in case you wish to do your own research, which we highly recommend. We advise you to listen carefully. This might be boring to some, but it's crucial information. If you skip this part, you will not understand part 15, for instance. And we can assure you, if you don't have the shivers from top to toe by the end of this part, you didn't fully get it. And we advise you to watch again. Here we go. First of all, their disdain, their contempt is shocking. The mob is savage and displays its savagery at every opportunity. The moment the mob seizes freedom in its hands, it turns to anarchy, which is the highest degree of savagery. We are interested in killing out the Goyim. Our power is in the chronic shortness of food and physical weakness of the worker, because that implies he is made the slave of our will. We shall move the mobs by want, envy, and hatred, and with their hands we shall wipe out all those who hinder us on our way. The Goyim are a flock of sheep, and we are their wolves. If we have been able to bring them to such a pitch of stupid blindness, is that not amazingly clear proof of the degree to which the mind of the Goyim is undeveloped in comparison with our mind? This is mainly which guarantees our success. The presidents are mere puppets on their strings. We replace the ruler of the republics by a caricature of a government, by a president taken from the mob, from the midst of our puppet creatures, our slaves. We shall arrange elections in favor of such presidents who have in their past some dark, undiscovered secret. This will make them trustworthy agents for the accomplishment of our plans out of fear of exposure and from the natural desire of everyone who has attained power, namely the privileges, advantages, and honor connected with the office of president. We shall take the right to propose new laws or make changes in existing laws, as the president is only a puppet in our hands. Liberals and Masons are relentlessly used. The part played by the liberals, utopian dreamers, will be finally played out when our government is acknowledged. Till such time, they will continue to do us good service. Therefore, we shall continue to direct their minds to all sorts of vain conceptions of fantastic theories, new and progressive. Until we come into our kingdom, we shall create and multiply Masonic lodges in all the countries of the world, absorb into them all who are prominent in public activity. For these lodges are our principal intelligence office and means of influence. All these lodges we shall bring under one central administration, known to us alone, and to all others absolutely unknown, which will be composed of our learned elders. The most secret political plots will be known to us and fall under our guiding hands on the very day of their conception. Among the members of these lodges will be almost all the agents of international and national police, since their service is irreplaceable to us, as they have their own measures with the insubordinate. The class of people who willingly enter into secret societies are those who live by their reason, careerists, mostly light-minded people, with whom we shall have no difficulty in dealing and in using. But if there should arise in its midst a plot, then at the head of that plot will be no other than one of our most trusted servants. The goyim enter the lodges out of curiosity or in the hope to get a nibble at the public pie, and some of them in order to obtain a hearing before the public for their impracticable and groundless fantasies. They thirst for success and applause, of which we are remarkably generous. You cannot imagine to what extent the wisest of the goyim can be brought to a state of unconscious naivete in their arrogance, and how easy it is to take the heart out of them by the slightest of success, though it be nothing more than the stoppage of the applause they had, and to reduce them to slavish sake of windlocks. The tigers in appearance have the souls of sheep, and the wind blows freely through their heads. We execute Masons in ways that none but the Brotherhood can ever have a suspicion of, not even the victims themselves of our death sentence. They all die when required, as if from a normal kind of illness. Knowing this, even the Brotherhood dare not protest. By such we have plucked out of the midst of Masonry the very root of protest against us. The press will be their golden tool to steer the mob. Through the press we have gained the power to influence while remaining ourselves in the shade. Not a single announcement will reach the public without our control. All news items are received by a few agencies. These agencies will be entirely ours and will give publicity only to what we dictate to them. All our newspapers will be of all possible complexions: aristocratic, republican, revolutionary, even anarchical. Those fools who will think they are repeating the opinion of a newspaper of their own camp will be repeating our opinion, or any opinion that seems desirable for us. The people shall be distracted with empty words and broken promises. We shall raise the rate of wages, which, however, will not bring any advantage to the workers, for at the same time we shall produce a rise in prices of the basic necessities of life, claiming that it arises from the decline of agriculture and cattle breeding. There is another reason why they will close their eyes, for we shall keep promising them to give back all the liberties we've taken away as soon as we have quelled the enemies of peace and tamed all parties. We shall distract them with amusements, games, pastimes, fashions, people's palaces. Through the press we shall propose competitions in art, in sport, in all kinds. These interests will finally distract their minds. All layers of society will be infiltrated. It is from us that the all-engulfing terror proceeds. We have in our service persons of all opinions, of all doctrines, restorating monarchists, demagogues, socialists, communists, and utopian dreamers. We have harnessed them all to the task of drilling away the last remnants of authority. By these acts, all states are in torture and ready to sacrifice everything for peace and tranquility. But we will not give them peace until they openly acknowledge our international supergovernment and with submissiveness. We have got our hands into the administration of the law, into the conduct of elections, into the press, into liberty of the person, but principally into education and training as being the cornerstones of a free existence. The administrators whom we shall choose from among the public with strict regard to their capacity for obedience will not be persons trained in the arts of government and will therefore easily become pawns in our game, in the hands of men of learning and genius who will be their advisors, specialists bred and reared from early childhood to rule the affairs of the whole world. We shall surround our government with a whole world of economists. Around us will be a constellation of bankers, industrialists, capitalists, and the main thing, millionaires, because everything will be settled by the question of figures. Who will ever suspect that all these people were stage managed by us according to a political plan which no one has so much as guessed at in the course of many centuries? The ultimate threat. You may say that the Goyim will rise upon us, arms in hand, if they guess what is going on before the time comes. But in the West we have against this a maneuver of such appalling terror that the very stoutest hearts quail. The undergrounds, metropolitans, those subterranean corridors, which, before the time comes, will be driven under all the capitals, and from where the capitals will be blown into the air with all their organizations and archives. They will cause mayhem. We have stirred up every form of enterprise. We have armed all parties. We have set up authority as a target for every ambition. Of states, we have made gladiatorial arenas where a lot of confused issues contend. A little more, and disorders and bankruptcy will be universal. This hatred will be further magnified by the effects of economic crises, which will stop dealing on the exchanges and bring industry to a standstill. Universal economic crises whereby we shall throw upon the streets whole mobs of workers simultaneously in all the countries of Europe. These mobs will rush to shed the blood of those whom they have envied from their cradles in the simplicity of their ignorance, and whose property they will then be able to loot. Remember the French Revolution? The secrets of its preparations are well known to us, for it was wholly the work of our hands. There will be a transition period. In order to put public opinion into our hands, we must bring it into a state of bewilderment by giving so many contradictory opinions that the Goyim will lose their heads in the labyrinth and come to see that the best thing is to have no opinion of any kind in political matters. In order for the people to become accustomed to obedience, it is necessary to give lessons of humility and therefore to reduce the production of articles of luxury. We shall re-establish small master production, which will mean laying a mine under the private capital of manufacturers. In the resulting chaos, people will fail to understand one another. It will discourage any kind of personal initiative, which might hinder our affair in any degree. There is nothing more dangerous than personal initiative. If it has genius behind it, such initiative can do more harm to us than can be done by millions of people among whom we have sown discord. We must so direct the education of the Goyim communities that whenever they come upon a matter requiring initiative, they may drop their hands in despairing impotence. We shall so wear down the Goyim that they will offer us international power that will enable us without any violence gradually to absorb all the state forces of the world and to form a super government. In place of the rulers of today, we shall set up a super government administration. Its hands will reach out in all directions, and its organization will be of such colossal dimensions that it cannot fail to subdue all the nations of the world. The moment of the recognition of our despot will come when the peoples, utterly wearied by the incompetence of their rulers, a matter which we shall arrange for, will cry out, "Away with them, and give us one king over all the earth who will unite us and annihilate the causes of disorders, who will give us peace and quiet, which we cannot find under our rulers and representatives." Then will the mob exalt us and bear us up in their hands in a unanimous triumph of hopes and expectations. Voting, which we have made the instrument which will set us on the throne of the world, will then have served its purpose and will play its part for the last time. The new kingdom will be blood-curdling. We shall create an intensified centralization of government in order to grip in our hands all the forces of the community. We shall regulate all the actions of the political life of our subjects by new laws. These laws will withdraw one by one all liberties of the Goyim, and our kingdom will be distinguished by a despotism of such magnificent proportions that we can wipe out any Goyim who oppose us by deed or word. The word freedom brings out the communities of men to fight against every kind of force, every kind of authority, even against God and the laws of nature. For this reason, when we come into our kingdom, we shall have to erase this word, freedom, from the lexicon of life, as implying a principle of brute force which turns mobs into bloodthirsty beasts. Freedom is the right to do that which the law allows. All freedom will thus be in our hands. In our programs, 1/3 of our subjects will keep the rest under observation from a sense of duty on the principle of volunteer service to the state. It will then be no disgrace to be a spy and an informer, but a merit. When we at last definitely come into our kingdom by the aid of coup d'etat prepared everywhere for one and the same day, we shall make it our task to see that plots against us shall no longer exist. With this purpose, we shall slay without mercy all who take arms to oppose our coming into our kingdom. Every kind of new institution of anything like a secret society will be punished with death. Those now in existence are known to us, serve us, and have served us. But we shall disband them and send them into exile to continents far removed from Europe. In this way, we shall proceed with those Goy Masons who know too much. Those we may spare will be kept in constant fear of exile from Europe as the center of our rule. One authority will be glorious because it will be all-powerful. Our authority will be the crown of order, and in that is included the whole happiness of man. We, the lawgivers, shall execute judgment and sentence. We shall slay and we shall spare. We rule by force of will, and the weapons in our hands are limitless ambitions, burning greediness, merciless vengeance, hatred and malice. Resolutions of our government will be final, without appeal. Judges decide as we dictate them. When the time of our overt rule comes, all our laws will be brief, plain, stable, without any kind of interpretations, so that anyone will be in a position to know them perfectly. The main feature is submission to orders, and this principle will be carried to a grandiose height. Criminals will be arrested at the first, more or less, well-grounded suspicion. It cannot be allowed that out of fear of a possible mistake, an opportunity should be given to escape to persons suspected of a crime, for in these matters we shall be literally merciless. We shall re-educate the universities in a new direction. Their officials and professors will be prepared by detailed secret programs of action and will be so placed as to be wholly dependent upon the government. We shall replace the study of ancient history with a study of the program of the future. We shall erase from the memory of men all facts of previous centuries which are undesirable to us, and leave only those which depict all the errors of the government of the Goyim. We shall abolish every kind of freedom of instruction. It is indispensable for us to undermine all faith, to tear out of the mind of the Goyim the very principle of God and spirit, and to replace them with arithmetical calculations and material needs. When we come into our kingdom, it will be undesirable for us that there should exist any other religion than ours of the one God with whom our destiny is bound up by our position as the chosen. We must therefore sweep away all other forms of belief. Our preaching of the religion of Moses has brought all the peoples of the world into subjection to us. Our philosophers will discuss all the shortcomings of the various beliefs of the Goyim, but no one will ever bring under discussion our faith from its true point of view, since this will be fully learned by none save ours, who will never dare to betray its secrets. Freedom of the press, the right of association, freedom of conscience, the voting principle must disappear forever from the memory of man and undergo a radical alteration the day after the promulgation of the new constitution. What we want is that from the first moment of its promulgation, while the peoples of the world are still stunned by the accomplished fact of the revolution, still in a condition of terror and uncertainty, they should recognize once and for all that we are so strong, so superabundantly filled with power, that in no case shall we take any account of them. And so far from paying any attention to their opinions or wishes, we are ready and able to crush with irresistible power all expression or manifestation thereof at every moment and in every place, that we have seized at once everything we wanted and shall in no case divide our power with them. Then in fear and trembling they will close their eyes to everything and be content to await what will be the end of it all. We've been leading the peoples from one disenchantment to another, so that in the end they will turn also from us in favor of that King Despot of the blood of Zion, whom we are preparing for the world. The new king, the chosen one. This chosen one of God is chosen from above to demolish the senseless forces moved by instinct and not reason, by brutishness and not humaneness. These forces now triumph in manifestations of robbery and every kind of violence under the mask of principles of freedom and rights. They have overthrown all forms of social order to erect on the ruins the throne of the King of the Jews. But their part will be played out the moment he enters into his kingdom. Then it will be necessary to sweep them away from his path. When the King of Israel sets upon his sacred head the crown offered to him by Europe, he will become patriarch of the world. This king will be the real Pope of the universe, the patriarch of the international church. The protocols of Zion portray the world as it is today. Well, almost. The Khazarian King of Kings is not on the throne in Jerusalem just yet. The world population has not begged the cabal to bring order out of chaos just yet.
Okay, so again, that was the first 4 parts of Fall Cabal, the sequel. Okay, so the original series had 10 episodes. Okay, and I will drop a link for that for you guys. Give me a second here. And so if you go to BitChute, okay, and this is the thing, you don't have to have an account with them. However, it is a good idea to just sign up for one. It doesn't cost anything. Okay, what you do is type in Fall Cabal, okay, and then go then you click the thing. But as soon as it loads the page, okay, what you want to do is you want to go to, instead of searching for videos, change that to channels. Okay, then click search again. Oh, I spelled it wrong. I put a G in there. I don't know where that came from. Fall Cabal. Okay, search channels. Okay, and what the hell? Is it all one? It might be all one word. Let's try that again. There we go. Okay, and then what you do is click on Fall Cabal underneath the title of the first one that comes up. Okay, once you do that, then that channel will be available to you. Okay, and then subscribe to it. Okay, and I'm resubscribing now because of the fact that I just wanted to show you guys how to do that, and it's got everything on there. So the 28 episodes of the sequel of the Fall Cabal are there. Okay, and also the original Fall Cabal series. Okay, now I'm going to type in just dang nabbit. Yeah, it's I recommend just doing that. So what I'll do is I'll drop the link for the channel. Okay, and then just and then you can kind of go through the whole thing. Okay, here's the channel there, and subscribe to it. Okay, and then you'll see where on the right hand side there, you'll see where it's got the very first episode that I played of it today for the sequel. Okay, and it's the first 4 episodes that we just watched, kind of as a compilation. You can also find this on Odyssey and a few other and a few other places as well. But if you have not seen any of the Fall Cabals other than what I showed you today, I recommend going back to the start. Okay, and let me see if I can get to the point where I can get to the start. Come on now, finish loading. Okay, so this is okay, and this is the very first episode. Okay, part 1 of series the series of 10. Okay, and then the sequel is the next one. So this is the first episode of Fall Cabal. Okay, and then just continue to watch all the episodes. Okay, so if you have not seen them and you're trying to play catch up with a lot of what a lot of us people who've been around for a while have been up to, that will help catch you up to us. Okay, now I know that Stephen sent me another video link, so give me a second to let's see. Thanks, Hawk, for showing the videos and your comments, by the way. I've grown within a year. I appreciate that, dear friend. I'm in direct contact with Cynthia Cotier. I hope I just pronounced her name right. She is not the partner of Janet. She is her best friend, and they together have been trying to find the truth for years. Oh, okay. Well, that's why when I say partner, I don't necessarily mean like sexual partner. I mean partner as in partners on a project. So when I hear anything of importance, you will be the first to hear it, I promise. And that came from Stephen. But I believe he dropped another link here as well. And I want to pull this up real quick and see if this is another interview. Okay, so yeah, so the Maestro meets one and only legend on Flat Earth, David Weiss. I want to play this right now, but we still have more. We still have more stuff to look at. So I want to make sure that that I'm covering as much as possible. I wanted to share this video with you. It's a short one from James O'Keefe from this morning. O'Keefe
outside Phoenix Sky Harbor. The migrant buses are pulling up here. We're going to take a look at what's going on right now. Outside door 21, Phoenix Airport. Running towards the bus right now. We're at the migrants bus. This is the migrants coming in right now. You see here, sir, are you a migrant? Are you coming in from the country illegally? Here we are at Phoenix Sky Harbor. We're dropping off the buses, sir. Sir? Sir? This is James O'Keefe with OMG. Are you dropping off migrants at the airport?
Am I?
Yes.
Why?
Because I'm a journalist, I'm an investigative reporter, and a lot of the airline people here are talking about buses pulling up to the airport. Are those migrants from the border you just dropped off?
That's correct.
And who do you work for? This is for James O'Keefe, video investigation. Who do you work for?
What are you investigating?
I'm investigating why buses are pulling up to Phoenix Sky Harbor and they're dropping off illegal immigrants, migrants, and a lot of the people at the front desks are upset about it. People working for the airlines. Why are they upset about it? They're upset because of the hygiene on the airplanes, and there's some concerns and health concerns.
I'll take that up with the city or the state.
Let's take that up with the city or
the state.
Who do you work for?
What does it matter?
Do you work for the government or the airlines?
I don't work for neither.
Well, it matters because the public has a right to know.
And we can take that up with the city or the state.
Can you tell me who you work for? I can find out.
I mean, I work for Jet Limousine.
You work for Jet Limousine. And who hired you?
I don't know who contracted us.
You don't know who contracted you? And what's your name? I mean, I can find out.
We can find out what
all right. And
I mean, there's nothing nefarious going on here at all whatsoever.
How many trips do you take a day? What time? Have you heard of James O'Keefe and OMG before?
I've heard of the name James O'Keefe.
Oh, yeah. I mean, does it concern you that dropping off all these migrants at the airport?
Does it concern me?
Yes.
As far as what?
Just, I mean, where do you pick them up?
That I cannot.
You can't disclose where you pick them up?
No, because I don't tell anybody where I pick up any of my clients.
Okay. And your name is, it's Jet Limousine?
We're a limousine company.
Limousine company. Okay, you pick them up at the border, I assume.
I don't pick up anybody at the border.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. All right, there it is. The buses are pulling up. The buses are pulling up at the airport here, and they let people off the bus. I'm at Terminal 3, Phoenix Sky Harbor, and there you have it, pulling up. A lot of the people at the airport are upset. The migrants then come into the airport and go to the desk to work with American Airlines here. Come right off the bus into the airport and go right to the front desk. There they are right there, being served by the airline.
So that's just a little update that James O'Keefe put out in regards to people being transported, across the country. You know, we were watching things in regards to trafficking yesterday. Well, there's a little bit more for you to add to it. Okay. Now we're going to jump into our programming, and we'll probably end up. We're going to go for quite a few hours. We have a lot of, we just have a lot of stuff to go through. Lots of interviews and things like that. So we're going to start off with X22. Then we're going to jump into an interview with Ian Clark. Then an interview with Louis Hermes. And then SGT report, then John Baxter, and then we will get to then we'll get to Stephen's second video that he sent. So let's go ahead and jump into this. Here we go.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 3240B, and today's date is December 20th, 2023, and the title of the episode is, Did You See What Colorado Supreme Court Did? Do you see the real dictator's enemy of the people? Let's talk about protecting ourselves online. Drug makers have paid a popular DNA ancestry app millions to access consumer DNA. A pharmaceutical company has gained a vast collection of consumer DNA information for the price tag of $20 million. This data includes the genetic information of 80% of users who opted in to let their DNA be used for research purposes. This is why tens of thousands use Virtual Shield 1 to protect their data. Virtual 1 is an all-in-one security suite with an industry-leading VPN, the ability to help erase your online data from data mining sites, and identity protection that includes a $1 million identity theft insurance policy. Enjoy unmatched privacy with military-grade encryption and a strict no-log policy. Plus, Virtual Shield 1 also comes with malware and ad blocking to browse the internet fast and safely. Now is the best time ever to get Virtual Shield 1 because every new sign-up gets a 60-day risk-free trial, no cap on data across unlimited devices, access to Virtual Shield 1's 24/7 customer support, and much more. Sign up with a free trial before this offer ends by going to virtualshield.com/x22. Once again, that's virtualshield.com/x22, or simply click the link in the description. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, big tech fake news, the puppet masters, they are now panicking like we've never seen before. And yes, every single attack against Trump is exposing them. Think about what Trump wants to show the people, and think about what you've been seeing. I know it looks scary. I know a lot of people saying, holy crap, they're going to win. They're getting Trump off the ballot. No, that's not what is happening. Trump right now, the Patriots, they're showing the people who the true dictators are. Really think about this and just go back a little bit in time. Remember, the deep state players, Biden, they've been spouting out that, hey, look at the MAGA extremists, white supremacists. Trump is acting like Hitler. Trump is going to be a dictator. Remember, this is all propaganda that they're spewing out there. Is there any substance behind it? Has Trump have done anything to look like he's a dictator? This is all of them trying to convince the people that he is the dictator. You see, what's happening is the deep state players, they are saying one thing. What Trump is doing, he's not going to tell you. He's going to show you. And he's showing the country who the true dictators really are, who the enemy of the people really are. Because in the end, you need to know who these people are. And while he's doing this, he's showing the people, if they can interfere in this election at this level, and it's going to get a lot worse, in 2024, if they could do this, you don't think they would have cheated in the 2020 election? You don't think they would have switched votes? I mean, think about what they're doing right now. And what you saw happen in Colorado is not exactly what you think happened, which is very interesting. Because once again, Trump and the Patriots, I do believe they're in control. And remember, this is not about a 4-year election. Oh, let's get our candidates in there. Let's win for 4 years and we'll just go back as business as usual. No, this is about taking back the system. This is about exposing that system. This is about the people understanding what the system is and who these people are. See, before, what was the system? What did you see? You saw Republican, Democrat. They were part of the same group. You thought you had a choice, but it was an illusion. You didn't have a choice because you were getting the same exact thing over and over and over. And they were able to keep their cover. They were able to stay in the shadows without the people knowing. Trump, he came into the picture. He wasn't part of their system. This is a problem to those people running the system. And if he's outside the system and he's prepared to expose the system, you have to stop him at all costs. Why do you think they're attacking him and they're not attacking Chris Christie? Why aren't they attacking DeSantis? Why aren't they attacking Nikki Haley? Why aren't they attacking any other Republican? Why are they only attacking Trump? Think about it. Because he's outside the system. This is about exposing it all and showing you who these people are, who the enemy really is. And every step of the way, like we said, these people are going to do things out of fear, panic, which means they're going to be exposed every step of the way. And it has already started. And it's going to continue. And the people are going to see more and more. And the people are going to go, holy crap, I could see this election interference. I could see what they're doing in 2024. Well, it's not that far of a jump to say, well, wait a minute. If they're doing that now, what did they do back in 2020? Yeah, they could have cheated. And I think Trump is going to let and show the people pretty much what they've done. Now, we're going to be talking a lot more about this a little bit later. But first, we could see that their narrative, I'm talking about the deep state players, it is going to completely and utterly fall apart because the people are going to learn that Biden is treasonous, that they have a pedophilia network, that they have a 16-year plan, that they are trying to get us into war, and they're trying to destroy this country. That's what people are going to start to learn. And I think they're already starting to learn all about this. And it's just going to get worse and worse for them. But what's very interesting is that Ketanji Brown Jackson, she was slapped with an ethics complaint over a husband's income. Now, the group says that the Supreme Court justice omitted portions of her husband's income on disclosure forms for years. And this conservative policy group, they filed an ethics complaint against this Supreme Court justice. They're saying that she willfully omitted required income disclosures for years while serving on the federal bench. And the Center for Renewing America, a think tank led by former senior Trump White House official Russ Vought, sent a letter to the Judicial Conference with allegations that Jackson willfully failed to disclose required information about her husband's malpractice consulting income for more than a decade. The letter suggests that the Judicial Conference should refer Jackson's possible ethics violation to Attorney General Merrick Garland for investigation and possible civil enforcement. The letter notes that the federal judges are legally required to disclose the source of items and earn income earned by a spouse from any person which exceeds $1,000, except if the spouse is self-employed in business or profession. Only the nature of such business or profession needs to be reported. As part of her nomination to the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia, Jackson disclosed the names of 2 legal medical malpractice consulting clients who paid her husband, Dr. Patrick Jackson, more than $1,000 for the year 2011. In subsequent filings, however, Jackson repeatedly failed to disclose that her husband received income from medical malpractice consulting fees. So right now, she's being brought up on ethics violations. And let's see how this plays out. Remember, this was a judge that was appointed by Biden because they wanted a black person in the Supreme Court. So let's see how this all plays out. This is going to be very, very interesting. Now, the other thing that's very, very interesting is that Trump continually tells everyone that the fake news is the enemy of the people. And I think the people have now woke up enough that they realize that, yes, the fake news is the enemy of the people. And how do we know this? Well, it looks like Rasmussen, they did a poll asking the people, and the question was about Biden. And Paul Bedard put this out and said, media biased worst ever, Biden coverage condemned. Likely voters tell Rasmussen poll that the media is keeping them in the dark about Hunter Biden's scandals. And he points to the poll. And this is what the question says. Is the problem of bias in the news media getting better or worse? Better 6%, worse 60%, about the same 30%. So the people are starting to realize, hey, you're keeping us in the dark. You're not reporting on certain things. What's going on here? Now, this is the way the news gets away with it. If they leave it out, well, you're just not hearing about it. They're not lying about it. They're just not telling you. And this is what the news has been doing for a very, very long time because they don't want you to know about anything. And now the people are starting to realize this because why? Because they're getting their information from so many different areas right now that they can start to put 2 and 2 together, and they start to realize, how come they didn't never mention this? How come I don't hear about Biden when I'm watching MSNBC? What is going on here? This doesn't make any sense. And this is how people start to break it all down, and this is how people start to learn the truth. And the fake news, they're not going to be able to survive this in the end because the people, they're waking up. The people are starting to do their own research. The people are starting to realize what's really going on here. Just like they're realizing what's happening on the border. The border is a complete and utter disaster. They understand that the Biden administration is allowing this to happen. And they also understand that the Biden administration can shut down the border at any time. How do they know this? Trump did it. You see, In the past, when you had the Uniparty in charge and the fake news was covering for them, you really didn't know what was going on. And they would just pass the ball back and forth, and you would get the same thing. Maybe they would do a little bit here, a little bit there, but pretty much nothing ever got accomplished. And they kept you in this cycle. Trump, when he came into the White House, what did he do? Well, he lowered inflation. He lowered unemployment. He placed tariffs on China. He brought industry back. With those tariffs, he sent that money to farmers. He shut down the border. He built the wall. He secured the border. He ended the endless wars. He needed to do all of these things. Why? To show you that it could be done. So this way, when the Uniparty reverses it all, you can see it as clear as day. And that's why people who are watching the border, they see it as clear as day. And what's very interesting, since Texas went ahead and they said, listen, we're allowing local law enforcement to arrest anyone coming over the border. Well, it seems that the deep state players, they're pulling out all the stops right now to try to stop Texas, which you knew that was coming. They weren't going to let this stand because, remember, they're showing you what they really want here. They want the borders open. Of course, they're going to use the cover story. Well, this is going to be racial profiling. Oh, you're going to just pick out certain individuals. You mean the people that came over illegally? I mean, because that's really what it means. If you came over the border illegally, you broke the law. So who cares if it's racial profiling or whatever? The source is you came over the border illegally and you can't enter the country. Period. The end. But of course, they're making it into a really big deal. They even have Mexico, the Mexican president out there, saying that they're preparing to challenge the new Texas law, allowing the state law enforcement to arrest suspected migrants, which he called inhumane. That is inhumane because these people are coming into your country illegal. First of all, Mexico, they can't tell the U.S. what to do. They have no right to challenge a law in the United States. Think about this for a second. It's absolutely hilarious. But you can see the Biden administration, they are now mulling legal action against Abbott after a civil rights organization sued over a new law that gives the state and local law enforcement the ability to arrest suspected illegal immigrants. So right now they're looking through all the laws, or they're going to make up their own, and they're looking through everything to find something that they can use to go after the state law to try to shut it down. And this should tell you everything you need to know. Why in the world would they try so hard to shut down the law to stop the illegals from coming into the country? Shouldn't they be working to shut down the border and keep the illegals out of the country? Well, I think that tells you everything you need to know. I think everyone's starting to realize who the enemy of the people really is. And even the Democrats right now, they're realizing who the enemy is because they're seeing all these people come into this country. And when they're bused or flown to all different cities, which the Texas is doing right now, they're flying people up to Chicago. And once they see more and more of these people come in, what do you think is happening? Do you think the government installed people in these cities and in these states are going to go, oh, wait a minute, let's turn them away? No, they're going to say, okay, bring them in. The people of these cities, of the state, are going to say, enough is enough. Okay, listen, we thought, yes, open borders, bring the people in, let them have freedom. But now it's getting a little bit ridiculous because now they're in our city, they're in our towns, and it's a mess. It's garbage everywhere. Crime is on the rise. The resources that they're using is astronomical. We don't want to pay for all of this. That's what the people are seeing right now. That's what they're noticing. And think about what happens when there's an event. Think about what happens when it's reported that someone came over the border through Biden's program. It was a terrorist because they didn't catch the terrorist because there's no vetting or anything like that. And this person went ahead and created an event in this country. This is going to wake a lot of people up. But when you really look at it, you can see their plan is to bring in a lot of military-age men. They're going to use them because there's many different agendas associated with this. Number one is to build an army inside the United States. Number two, they're hoping to use these individuals to vote in the election. Number three, they want them to outnumber the Americans. And this is how you change a country. You replace the people in there, you make them the minority, and you make these people the majority. Actually, Biden said it way back. He said eventually what's going to happen, the white people in this country, the Americans in this country, they're going to be the minority, and those illegals that are coming in, they're going to be the majority. And this is what Vivek has been saying all along, to wake people up. He calls it the Great Replacement Theory. Rasmussen Reports put this out and said, the Great Replacement Theory is not some grand right-wing conspiracy theory, but a basic statement of the Democratic Party's platform. How do you know Vivek challenged the narrative? Well, look at all the articles that have been put out, and that's how you know firsthand. As soon as they attack, you know this is exactly what is happening. Here we have one from The Atlantic, the new face of the Great Replacement. Here we have Yahoo News, racist Great Replacement Theory, KKK evoked at Republican presidential debate. And it goes on and on. Politico, Wired, you name it. They're all saying the same exact thing. Why? Because they got the 4 a.m. talking points, which means this is exactly what's happening. Because every time the entire propaganda news outlets do this, the fake news, and they're all coordinated, that tells you this is exactly what is happening. And remember, the people that are coming in here, they're not the best of the best. They're the people that don't want. So if you have individuals you don't want, what do? You get rid of them. And who are these people that they don't want? Oh, no, it's not just people living on the streets. It's their prisoners. It's the people that they kept in jail. They're opening up their jails, and they're sending these individuals here. Radio Genoa put this out and said, when they leave Pakistan, they are 30-year-old men, but when they arrive in Italy, they become 16-year-old boys. Wall Street Silver responded to this and said, Pakistan is emptying their prisons and sending them to Europe. They throw away their documents and pretend to be below the age of 18. Europe just lets them get away with it, gives them hotel rooms, food, benefits, plus some pocket money for spending. And that's exactly what's happening. We are receiving those individuals that have been in prison in other countries, who they are drug traffickers, human traffickers, terrorists, you name it. These are not the best of the best. And this is what they have being pushed into all these different countries. And this is why when you look at Europe and you look at Germany and you look at France, and you look at all these different countries, this is why these people are doing these crazy things, because these are the criminals. It's the same thing that's happening here in the United States. They have the criminals coming into this country. Think about it. Think about what the blue states have done. They set up no cash bail. They're releasing the criminals back onto the streets. So if these illegals come into this country and they're caught doing something, do they re-release them very easily? Of course they do. Why do you think these laws have been put in place? It wasn't put in place for the American citizen. It was put in place for the criminals that were coming into this country, because they knew they were criminals. So they knew exactly what they were going to do. And this is what the people now are seeing. The people see it clearly. The people are getting afraid. This is why gun sales are way, way up. People now are frightened, and the people want something done. Look at the black community in Chicago. You think they're screaming and yelling now? Wait until more illegals are being dropped off in Chicago from Texas. These people are going to be out in the streets protesting, and they're going to demand that the mayor and the governor do something in the state. And when they don't pay attention, what do you think is going to happen? You think they're going to get the vote? Or are they going to go to Trump saying, listen, we're going to send all these people back. We're going to deport all these people. That's what this is all about. It's about waking up every single person in this country. And the only way to really wake them up is to keep slapping them in the face. Look what they're doing. Do you see the enemy? Do you see? They're looking at you, laughing at you. Do you see them now? And the people are saying, yes, I do. The black community now is saying, yes, I see what they're doing. That's why you see all these individuals in Chicago and other cities coming out and saying, listen, we're not going to be voting for these people. You know how you'll get our vote? Shut down the border, send these people back. But they're not going to do it. I mean, just look at Mayor Adams. When did he say shut the border down? When did he say secure the border? No, he complains about what's happening. That's all they do. But he hasn't really said the words. Why not? That's interesting. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we know that names are going to be released come the new year. And this has to do with Jeffrey Epstein and all the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. But again, lower the expectations. They're not going to bring out all the different politicians and things like that in this drop. Remember, it's drip, drip, drip. So you need to bring people into the fold. And this is just the beginning phase of it. And I do believe this will increase as time goes on. So Technofog explains what is about to happen here. Back in February of 2023, the federal district court judge overseeing Virginia Giuffre and Ghislaine Maxwell considered whether to publicly disclose the names of certain John Does that came up during the course of the litigation. The attorneys for Giuffre and Maxwell put together a list of 167 John Does and provided descriptive reference for each, which would allow the judge to determine which John Does should be unsealed and which ones should remain sealed. Now, the judge has ordered the unsealing of names and materials relating to some, but not all, of the 167 John Does. Not 177 has been reported, identified in the list submitted to the court. The John Does who will be unsealed aren't Epstein's list. This is not the Black Book list. This is nothing like that. Their names were referenced in any number of ways during the civil case, whether through depositions, medical records, the names of doctors or witnesses, lists exchanged between the parties. To that, we add a note of caution. Witness lists can be very broad, and not all witnesses are material or have even basic information. And again, many of the John Does were not alleged by the parties to have committed any wrongdoing. For example, John Doe 14 is referred in one seal court filing related to an effort by Maxwell to oppose answering deposition questions under seal. The seal material as to John Doe 14 is not salacious. He isn't, as others have promised, a key figure in the Epstein-Maxwell crimes. There are approximately 100 John Does who were previously identified. Some had been interviewed by the media. The names of the others, including victims, have been discussed in Maxwell's criminal trial. This includes victims and perpetrators. Approximately 67 remain unidentified. For 33 of the unknown John Does, the sealed material relating to them is not salacious, or their name was in search term, or they were mentioned in a deposition. In the case of John Doe 88, the only reference of John Doe 88 is a deposition question in answer to which the deponent denied knowledge of the individual. 6 of the unidentified John Does are victims whose names will not be released. 6 of the unidentified John Does were identified as either victim affiliates or alleged witnesses with the connections to the victims. Their names and materials concerning them will be released. The names and materials relating to a number of Epstein affiliates or former Epstein employees will be released. Records indicate, but do not guarantee, that the majority of these do not include salacious information. The name and materials concerning John Doe 29, a former Epstein employee, will be unsealed. The judge described them as a staff member possibly present at a time and place. This might be an Epstein employee who was theorized by a witness perhaps to be present in a home when a victim was abused. There are, however, John Does who may be significant, but that is a small number compared to the 167 John Does subject to the judge's orders. So this is just dripping of information. This is information so people could see what's really going on, who's involved. Some are victims, some others aren't. But again, this is to put pressure on the deep state players to make them feel pain, that eventually what will happen is that the client list will be produced. And I do believe we're going to hear more and more of this as time goes on, because Marsha Blackburn, she is not backing off. She is still pushing to get the flight logs, to get the video footage and everything else, which I find very, very interesting. And you will know who's involved, because all you got to do is look at the people that are pushing back on this, because why would they care? Green Lives Matter put this out and said, Marsha Blackburn continues to push for Jeffrey Epstein's blackmail video footage, and the names of the FBI is hiding after being blocked twice. She could subpoena the records. Keep going, Marsha. We want the video footage. This is what she says. When you talk about transnational crime and international organizations, we've got one of the biggest, most well-known, most high-profile sex trafficking rings in this Jeffrey Epstein case. Director Ray didn't give me a complete answer when I asked about transparency, about releasing those flight logs and who else was involved in this. Why would you not release these flight logs? Why would there be a protection of this information? Why would you not make public all of the video from Jeffrey Epstein's Palm Beach townhouse that the FBI has? The chairman ended up adjourning twice before could request a subpoena. Here you have a group and we can't get the information. It is just ridiculous that we're sitting here. We have laws on the books. We have a need for the information. Well, why don't they want this information out there? Well, I think we know why. Because this will implicate them and their masters. And they know this. Remember, those people who scream the loudest have the most to lose. But let's go back a little bit in time, because Trump, he did mention Jeffrey Epstein. He did mention that these people might be in a little bit of hot water during 2015 at CPAC. Patriots Are Control put this out. Take a listen.
Clinton. Nice guy. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island with Jeffrey Epstein. A lot of problems.
Epstein in your remarks about in the Q&A.
Well, I think he's got a problem. I mean,
what do you think the problem will be?
I don't know, but that island was really a cesspool. There's no question about it. Just ask Prince Andrew. He'll tell you about it. The island was an absolute cesspool. So,
the Clintons are friends
and he's
of
been
yours,
there
right?
for many times.
The Clintons are friends
Well,
of
I
yours.
can't say friends, but I know
You're
them.
friendly. You know them.
They play at my clubs a lot. I have clubs, and everybody likes to play
Are you
at my
saying
clubs.
there's a political problem for her if she runs for president?
It could be a political problem. Look, he could be a political problem. Right now, he's Teflon, and right now, maybe not. But he could end up being.
So just from this conversation, Trump knows, he has always known, and he can use this against them, which I do believe it is actually happening. And yes, we're going to see more and more information drip out. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is we could see that the people of many different countries right now, they're experiencing censorship. They're realizing, wait a minute, my ability to speak freely, well, I'm losing it every single day. When you look out in Germany, only 40% of Germans believe they can express their opinions freely. In Poland, since Klaus Schwab has taken over, the Polish public media chiefs dismissed news channel, stopped broadcasting as the new pro-European government takes control, which means they are now taking control of the narrative, and the people are going to get propaganda. That's pretty much what they're going to get. They're not going to get the truth, and they're going to hide the truth from them. So we can see that here in this country, because remember, with the Smith-Mundt Act, the fake news, they are allowed to use propaganda on the people, which means they can lie to you. And we could see the fake news, they run cover for the criminal syndicate. This was all put into place to control what you were thinking. But now, since we have social media, now since Elon owns X, we have True Social, we have Rumble and many other platforms, the people are finding a way to learn about what's really going on. And this is a major, major problem for the deep state players, which I do believe they will try to shut it all down by censoring. But eventually what's going to happen, they will not be able to control the flood of information, and they will have to use other tactics like a communication blackout. And I do believe we are getting closer and closer to that point. Why? Because we're coming up to the 2024 election, and they will have to control the narrative every step of the way. And we can see that now war, well, that's being pushed as hard as they possibly can. The Houthis, well, they are now threatening ships that are sailing in the Red Sea, and they vowed no end to the attacks unless Israel lets Hamas thrive. So Iran, who actually is funding the Houthis, they are now threatening Israel, threatening other countries. And what's very interesting is that Biden, he went ahead and removed the designation of terrorists from the Houthis. I mean, it was in place when Trump was in the White House. He removed that designation, and now he's putting it back on the Houthis. So basically, they allowed the Houthis, Iran, to do whatever they needed to do. Now they're designated the Houthis as terrorists once again, which means they can now go after them. Are they trying to start a war? Starting to look like this. And look what's happening out in Taiwan. Taiwan right now, well, they will handle Chinese balloons flying nearby based on threat assessment. So the potential for China to use balloons for spying became a global issue in February when the U.S. shot it down, not over the country, but over the sea. But by the way, that wasn't a Chinese balloon. Taiwan right now is on high alert for Chinese activities, both military and political. So they're looking to shoot down the Chinese balloon. Do you think the Chinese are going to get pissed off? Do you think the Chinese then are going to push their rhetoric? Do you think the Chinese eventually is going to go into Taiwan? I do believe we are going to see that happen, and it's getting closer and closer as we approach the 2024 election. Remember, Trump has let us know that we are headed towards war. We know that war is coming. China most likely is going to go into Taiwan. Talk about protecting ourselves online. Drug makers have paid a popular DNA ancestry app millions to access consumer DNA. A pharmaceutical company has gained a vast collection of consumer DNA information for the price tag of $20 million. This data includes the genetic information of 80% of users who opted in to let their DNA be used for research purposes. This is why tens of thousands use Virtual Shield 1 to protect their data. Virtual 1 is an all-in-one security suite with an industry-leading VPN, the ability to help erase your online data from data mining sites, and identity protection that includes a $1 million identity theft insurance policy. Enjoy unmatched privacy with military-grade encryption and a strict no-log policy. Plus, Virtual Shield 1 also comes with malware and ad blocking to browse the internet fast and safely. Now is the best time ever to get Virtual Shield 1 because every new sign-up gets a 60-day risk-free trial, no cap on data across unlimited devices, access to Virtual Shield 1's 24/7 customer support, and much more. Sign up with a free trial before this offer ends by going to virtualshield.com/x22. Once again, that's virtualshield.com/x22. Or simply click the link in the description. I wouldn't be surprised, and I think we all realize this now, that all of this is going to happen during this year, 2024. The economy is going to break down. We're going to approach war, and we're going to see all these things happen. Now, what's very interesting is we could see the deep state players, they do not want Zelensky to surrender. They do not want peace talks. They do not want any of this. So now Zelensky, he's looking to mobilize 500,000 new soldiers. Where is he going to get all of these soldiers? Is he going to raise the age of those people that can serve in the military? Well, it's starting to look like this. David Goldman put this out and said, every player in U.S. foreign policy is positioning for a Ukraine disaster, trying to minimize career damage. That produces utter paralysis because the first person to break a murder will be the scapegoat. It's a bit like the fall of France. J.D. Vance responded to this and said, you're already seeing this play out. Whatever happens, there'll be an immediate effort to blame Ukraine funding skeptics for the outcome. The average age of soldier in their military is 43. They're now drafting old men. The disaster isn't coming. It's already here. It existed 6 months ago during the very well-funded counterinsurgency. It will exist 6 months from now, regardless of whether we write another check. The fundamental problem with the Ukraine war is not inadequate funding or too few weapons. It was the Western conceit that Ukraine could throw Russia back to 1991 borders. That was a fantasy 18 months ago. It is a fantasy today. The only question is how much further destruction we foist on Ukraine before advocating for peace. In today's Wall Street Journal, we learn of a 47-year-old who was arrested and detained until he signed up for the army. Physically, I can't handle this, the man says. Ukraine is turning into a rump state, unable to provide basic services, arresting 50-year-old men for conscription. And he's absolutely right. Ukraine is struggling right now. The people, in the end, I do believe they're going to turn on all their leaders. I mean, how much more can the people of this country take? And I think in the end, they will demand peace, but the deep state will not give it to them. They'll keep pushing back and they'll keep pushing towards war. I think Trump and the Patriots know this. And they know in the end, when the deep state realizes that all they have left is to use nuclear weapons, that's what they're going to do. And this is why Trump says we're heading towards a nuclear war. And I do believe it's going to be the scare event. It's going to be like the Cuban Missile Crisis, probably times 1,000. And this is going to wake a lot of people up, just like what's happening to this country right now when they're removing the statues. It is waking a lot of people up. And the statue out in Arlington Cemetery, where there was an injunction where the judge stopped the statue from being removed, well, it looks like they're allowing it to happen once again. Once again, the people have to see it with their own two eyes. Remember, Trump let everyone know they're not just going to stop at these Confederate statues. They're going to take out Jefferson. They're going to continue to do this. And remember, their plan, if you know their plan, the 16-year plan, it's to remove the history of this country. Because if you're bringing all the illegals in and you're trying to have a replacement and bring this country to a third world status, do you need the history of this country? No, you don't. You rewrite everything. And that's exactly what they're trying to do. I mean, look, New York right now, they're following in the footsteps of California. New York State is one step closer to giving reparation to descendants of slaves. So the governor of New York is doing the same thing as California. Why do you think they're pushing this right now as we approach the 2024 election? They're trying to get the black people back on board. Remember, they're losing the black people. The black people now are now shifting over to Trump. Do you think the black people can be bought off? Because that's what this is. They're trying to buy their vote. And that's what they're trying to push. Now, are they actually going to do this? Will the state be able to afford this? In the end, they will not. Will they beg the federal government for more money? Yes, they will. But once again, this is going to be a huge problem in the states, and the people of the states, they understand this and realize this. And this will not turn out well. And I do believe Trump knows in the end, once the damage has been done, he needs to clean it up. And I do believe he has all of this in place. He's been telling everyone how he's going to do it. Yes, he can go ahead and deputize all local law enforcement to go around and round up these people. Yes, he knows that these individuals, they're going to cause chaos when we approach the election, which means they're going to bring these people out into the streets, and there's going to be millions of them all around the country in all different cities. Does that make it a lot easier to round them up? And he's also telling you that he's going to indemnify the police. This is what he put out on Truth. I'm going to indemnify all police officers and law enforcement officials throughout the United States for being destroyed by the radical left for taking strong action on crime. So yes, he's going to support the police. The Border Patrol, they're going to deputize a lot of people. Yes, we're going to have the military involved. And yes, can all this be cleaned up? Absolutely. I do believe everything that we're witnessing, everything that we're seeing was to wake up the people. And the only way to do it was to show the people. But if you're going to show the people, you have to have ways of reversing all of it. And I do believe Trump, he will be able to reverse all of this with absolutely no problem. Now, we can see that Kamala, she is now ready to go across the country and start her election campaign. Yes, she is going to start her election campaign. She announced a nationwide reproductive freedom tour that will kick off in Wisconsin, which means she's getting around pushing this narrative because they know in the end that she will be the acting president. Biden will be dropping out and she'll be running in the race in 2024. Now, or Biden will just drop out and she'll say she's running for president, which means they're going to have to swap Kamala out with another black woman because her poll numbers are going to take a huge dive. Nobody believes in her. Nobody trusts her. When she tried to be the president during the 2020 election, the Democrats were paying no attention to her. She had I think she got like 1%. So do you really think with everything that she's done today, she can pull this off? No, the people are going to say, we don't want her. We know that she's next in line, but she's awful. So they're going to sneak one in and they're going to swap her out. And I do believe they're going to bring in not a white man, but a black woman. And we're going to see this play out. Now you can see that the deep state players, they have tried everything to get Trump. They got the indictments going. They realized that this is not having the effect that they thought it was going to have. The people aren't buying what they're trying to sell them. Actually, the people now are siding with Trump, and they're actually going against all these other individuals. But you see, they're going to continually try this and push this until the very, very end because they can't let up. They can't say we were wrong. Oh, by the way, these were fake. No, they're going to have to push everything and add on to what they're doing. And I do believe this is part of the plan to expose the true dictators, to expose the true tyrannical government, to expose the enemy of the people. And it's not just the fake news. But Trump, he put out a truth, and he's now discussing what is happening with his indictments. And this is what he says. It's a sad day for America when a low-life prosecutor like deranged Jack Smith, who was put into the position of special prosecutor by Melissa Monaco and the other thugs that surround our incompetent president, crooked Joe Biden, to sully my reputation for the purposes of election interference and ideally put me in jail. In that regard, they're doing poorly, so they snuck a wired DC swamp lawyer like Michael Dreeben, who I've beaten 3 times in the midst, hoping that he can turn things around because of his judicial connections. Dreeben, Monaco, Smith, Weissman, and all the rest suffer massively from Trump derangement syndrome, TDS. In other words, and for the reasons unknown, they hate me. Then he said this. So now we have reached a point when a president of the United States has weaponized the Department of Justice as though we were a third world country. They don't want to run against me and never have. I'm leading in the polls by a lot, and based on the results of the failed Biden administration, this will continue. But justice weaponization is a very dirty game to play, and it can have repercussions far greater than anything that Biden or his thugs could understand. They ought to withdraw all of their fake political indictments against their Republican opponent, me, immediately. This is a Pandora's box that works 2 ways, and it should be closed and tightly sealed right now. Withdraw your political indictments and lawsuits, Joe, before it's too late. Is he warning Joe? Is he threatening Joe? If you don't stop, this is all going to be used against you, Obama, and the rest. Because the gloves are off. You already set the precedent, and I have all the evidence. He just gave them a warning. And then he put this out on Truth. It's all caps. Biden should drop all of these fake political indictments against me, both criminal and civil. Every case I am fighting is the work of the DOJ and White House. No such thing has ever happened in our country before. Banana Republic, election interference. So do you think they're just going to drop it? No, he knows this, which allows him to do what needs to be done. You see, whatever they're doing to him, he's going to turn it around because it works both 2 ways, and he's going to do it to them. And what you want to do is you want to say, you better stop. You better stop. You let them come after you. Set the precedent so there is no question whatsoever. You've been warned. We told you not to do it, but you didn't listen. And now the gloves are off, and we're going to be throwing things at you. Now, do I believe they're going to be hitting Biden? I think they'll get Biden a little bit later. I think they're going to be hitting Obama. You see, Biden is setting the precedent. He's telling them to stop because this could be used against all of you guys. And once the player that I do believe Trump wants is center stage, well, I think this is when the games begin. And we can see that there are now elections across the world that are being overturned and redone. And yes, here in the United States, I do believe when people figure out that, yes, the elections were rigged and there's proof, which we already have, and we get those people that are following the rule of law, well, what happens? What happens when people find out that they overthrew the United States government in 2020? Is there a do-over then? How do we fix this problem? Because look at Germany right now. The Federal Constitutional Court in Germany has ruled that the 2021 federal election in Berlin must be partially repeated because there's been fraud and other things that have happened there. So right now, you can see Trump is continually telling everyone there's election fraud, there's election rigging. They overthrew the United States government. What you're doing is interfering in the election. All of this is going to be brought out into the forefront, and people are going to see the truth. And you can see why Biden is so panicked right now. Look, the fake news is out there saying, listen, we can't hide this anymore. Yes, I know we manipulate the polls. Yes, I know we fake the polls. But at this point, it's completely impossible. And CNBC, they're out there. They're saying the polls spell bad news for Biden on all fronts. Why do you think Biden is becoming desperate? Why do you think they're going after Trump? Because Biden realizes, holy crap, I'm screwed here. I got to get him out any way I possibly can. Now, I do believe Trump, the Patriots, they knew they were going to do this. They knew they were going to come after Trump to set all these precedents. And that's exactly what they're doing. But you can see the fake news, some other D's, they're pushing the idea that Biden, well, his age, it's up there, and he might not be able to handle the next presidential election. And according to Axios, the president frequently tells friends and aides some rendition of, I feel so much younger than my age. But senior White House officials and the First Lady herself are reportedly concerned that Biden may be overexerting himself. And actually, Joe Biden has actually made his schedule where he could rest. So this means that this is going to get worse and worse as time goes on. And this is why they're using this distraction. This is why they're playing the game. This is why they're trying to stop Trump. But every time they do something like this, they're destroying themselves. And what am I talking about? I'm talking about the Colorado Supreme Court. They have now removed Trump from the state ballot, but it's not what you think. Listen, we had many, many states try to do this, and they ruled that it can't be done. Remember, the FBI, they found no evidence that Trump was involved in an insurrection. And the Cambridge Dictionary defines insurrection as an organized attempt by a group of people to defeat their government and take control of their country, usually by violence. By that definition, there was no insurrection at the United States Capitol on January 6th, according to the FBI. The FBI confirmed that there was no organized effort on January 6, 2021 to overturn the election. So why do so many media outlets and other Democrats continue to claim there was? Remember, Trump has never been convicted. They dropped the case. There was nothing there. Think about what's happening right now. And think about the Colorado Supreme Court. Who makes up the Supreme Court? Well, all 7 Colorado Supreme Court justices were appointed by Democrats. 3 of them dissented with the ruling to bar Trump. So they're Democrats. That's who they are. Why do you think they went ahead and ruled like this? Why? Because they know the game. They know, look, this is going to make the headlines. Let's see if we can get other states to follow along. And if you really look at what the Colorado Supreme Court did, they actually gave themselves an out because they know that this is completely unconstitutional. And there's only one president that actually, from another country, I should say, that came out and actually said something about this. It was the president of El Salvador. And he said the United States has lost its ability to lecture any other country about democracy. Rick Grinnell responded to this and said, the El Salvador president is the first world leader to condemn Joe Biden's fascist moves to keep his opponent off the ballot. Isn't that interesting? And remember, we have Biden, we have the fake news and other talk show hosts. They're continually talking about Trump, how he's a dictator, he's Hitler. And what are people seeing right now? Every move the deep state makes, it shows who the true dictator is. It shows who is acting like Hitler. They're going after the person that's running after them, and they're using all these tactics. Remember when Biden gave the speech with the red walls behind him and called out the MAGA extremists and all of this? Who's the real Hitler? Who's the real dictator? Who's the real fascist? And Biden was out there, and a reporter asked him, do you think Trump supported an insurrection? And he said, absolutely no question about it. Do you see what's happening here? The fake news, are using propaganda to tell you that Trump is a dictator. He is like Hitler. Trump is allowing them to show you who the true dictators are and who's really acting like Hitler. Sometimes you need to show the people. Remember, the deep state players, Biden and the rest, they use propaganda. They're interfering in the election. They have foreign conflicts right now. They're caught up in money laundering. They weaponize the DOJ and the FBI. They open the borders. They're flooding the country with young men who are military aged. They released a virus on this country and the world to cheat in the 2020 election. They force people to take the vaccine, the bioweapon. Who are the real dictators? Who's acting like Hitler? It's starting to look like they are. So look at this. Out in Ukraine, What did Zelensky do? Didn't he cancel the election, say there's no elections? What do you think Biden, the deep state players, Obama, what do you think they're going to do in the end? Most likely, they're going to do the same thing Zelensky's doing. They're going to cancel or make it seem like, oh, no, this is just postponed temporarily because of a cyber attack. Yes, they're going to try to cancel the elections. Right now, Biden is interfering in the elections, and people are seeing this. Now they're trying to get all the other states to do the same exact thing. Already, the lieutenant governor of California is pushing the secretary of state, find something in the California law where we can go ahead and get Trump off the ballot. This has been their plan. Remember, it's a show that they're doing right now. And really think about this. Trump wasn't convicted. And the Supreme Court of Colorado decided, oh, yeah, there was no charges, nothing here, but we're going to remove you. But again, it's a show. Justin Amash put this out and said, the opinion of the Colorado Supreme Court is shameful and runs completely counter to our constitutional system. Donald Trump was not removed from office by Congress for engaging in insurrection. Donald Trump has not been criminally convicted in a court of law of engaging in insurrection. Whatever you believe about whether Trump engaged in insurrection has no bearing on whether he's eligible to run for president. No legislative, executive, or judicial body of a state should engage in extra constitutional decision-making to disqualify a federal candidate from the ballot. This isn't accountability. It's an assault on due process of law. It undermines our electoral system and threatens every federal candidate for office. And think about what else they're doing. They're showing the people by saying, look, if you were involved in the insurrection, you cannot run for office. So think about all the people that actually were involved in the insurrection. Think about that for a second. This is going to be used against them later on. Glenn Greenwald put this out and said, as Biden collapses in the polls and Trump rises, Democrats are going to resort to increasingly desperate and anti-democratic means to ensure Trump can't run, all while they insist that only they are the guardians of democracy. This is playing with real fire. And that's exactly what's happening. And Wokeness put this out and said, one side is jailing their political rivals and removing them from the ballot. The other side is a threat to democracy. And that reminds me of post 4235. This is May 26, 2020. Down below, it says the following. And actually, when you look what's happening today, this fits in perfectly. These, in coordination with domestic and foreign assets, have launched, as known, a full-scale insurgency attack against the people of the United States in an effort to regain power by any means necessary. All assets deployed, current landscape, coordinated, and deliberate events to impact, rig presidential election, war. The future of our republic is at stake. Survival as a nation. We rise or we die. We the people. Then Trump put this out on True Social. Tonight, America is seeing the ultimate in election interference. And he's absolutely right. Now, since this happened, Vivek, he came out and said, listen, all Republicans should say, you know something? We're going to withdraw from the Colorado GOP primary ballot until Trump is also allowed to be on the ballot. And he's going to DeSantis, Chris Christie, Nikki. We must unite. You think these people are going to unite? It's funny how they didn't go after any of these people to take them off the ballot, isn't it? But the Colorado Republican Party is considering a significant shift in its presidential primary process. In a bold move, the party officials have threatened to abandon the primary system altogether, opting for a pure caucus system. This drastic consideration comes in response to a recent ruling by the Colorado Supreme Court. Actually, Dan Scavino did a little microphone drop when he heard this, and he put that on X. Now, we know that the Colorado Supreme Court, they completely overreached. They did this on purpose because they're trying to get other states to do the same exact thing. Plus, it's a distraction. We know a lot of information's coming out about Biden, about Epstein, and things like that. And you can see that the people now, they're trying to use the headlines and everything to convince the people that Trump is guilty of something that he's not, and he shouldn't be on the ballot. Scott Adams put this out and said, I'm loving the Colorado overreach. The decision will be reversed. Trump's poll numbers will go up. But the best of all, this gives you permission to assume the 2020 elections was rigged without proof, because stop Trump at any cost is evident in this decision. And he's absolutely right. Wall Street Silver put this out and said, this is going to be tossed out of a court by the first federal judge that reviews it. Several other states, including liberal judges, have already disagreed with similar lawsuits. Remember, they brought this up in many other states and they said, no, it can't be used, except for Colorado. Isn't that interesting? Well, Trump, his team, they put out a statement and it says, unsurprisingly, the all-Democrat appointed Colorado Supreme Court has ruled against Trump supporting a Soros-funded left-wing group's scheme to interfere in an election on behalf of crooked Joe Biden by removing President Trump's name from the ballot and eliminating the rights of Colorado voters to vote for the candidate for their choice. Democrat Party leaders are in a state of paranoia over the growing dominant lead President Trump has amassed in the polls. They have lost faith in the failed Biden presidency and now doing everything they can to stop the American voters from throwing them out of office next November. The Colorado Supreme Court issued a completely flawed decision tonight, and we will swiftly file an appeal to the United States Supreme Court and a concurrent request for a stay of this deeply undemocratic decision. We have full confidence that the U.S. Supreme Court will quickly rule in our favor and finally put an end to these un-American lawsuits. Absolutely. And even Trump's former lawyer, Ty Cobb, he said, listen, I think this case will be handled quickly. I think it could be 9-0 in the Supreme Court for Trump. And he's absolutely right. But when you look closer at what the Colorado Supreme Court really did, they actually gave themselves an out. And the conservative treehouse pointed this out and says, and this is what it says in their ruling, if review is sought in the Supreme Court before the stay expires on January 4th, 2024, then the stay shall remain in place, and the secretary will continue to be required to include Trump's name on the 2024 presidential primary ballot. Yes, you heard that correctly. As long as Trump appeals the decision to the Supreme Court, which he's going to do, the appeal court will stay the motion and his name will be on the ballot. Think about this for a second. Why did they give themselves an out? What do you think is going to happen now? Is everyone seeing who the dictators are? Has this been planned to show the people who the enemy of the people really are? Because this is what this is all about. It's about the people waking up. It's about showing the people who the true enemy of this country really is. And the only way to actually show the people is to actually show them. Yes, I know the fake news and the D's are all saying, look, extremists, white supremacists, look, Trump's Hitler. But you know what Trump's doing? He's showing you. And if people see the election interference and what lengths they're going to do to try to stop Trump, is it that far of a jump to say, hey, maybe they switched the votes. Maybe they used a printing press to bring the ballots in to pump up Biden's numbers. You think it's that hard? No, the people are going to get it. And when Trump says Joe Biden is a threat to democracy, he is a threat to democracy. And the people now are seeing it. Trump, he put this out on Truth. He said, sad day in America. It is a sad day. Let me go back to post 381 and 387. 381, December 19, 2017, it says, we won't telegraph our moves to the enemy. We will, however, light a fire to flush them out. Think about that for a sec. Post 387, December 19, 2017, it says, the end is near, and the end is near. And Trump, he's letting everyone know. And I do believe by this statement in Iowa that he's planning to bring the people together. He says, under my leadership, we'll have a great rebirth of loyalty to the American farmer and loyalty to the American flag. And this is what he said out in Iowa. And I do believe Trump, he sent a message to all the people of this country who follow Q. And it looks like he's letting everyone know that, yes, everything is going to be okay. Joe Rambo put this out, and it's Trump out in Iowa. And he says, tippy top. Take a listen.
Have no choice. I hated doing it, but it's all tippy top. It's all really in the best of condition now. We had stuff that we had no idea it even worked. It was 40 years old, and the wires to the phones didn't even work. Nothing worked. And everything's been rebuilt. We've done a great job.
So since Trump said tippy top, let me go back to post 991. This is April 2nd, 2018. And Anon on the board said tippy top shape. Down below, Q says it was requested. Did you listen today? So back then, Trump actually said tippy top in Iowa. So I do believe he's giving us a hat tip like, yes, everything's going to be fine. The plan is working. Because remember, this is not just about another 4 election. It's not business as usual. And let me just go back to post 2628, December 19, 2018. It's very interesting that this has come up today, which is a 5-year delta. It says, this is not another 4-year election. Listen very carefully. Power returned to the people. Long-term solutions. Panic. And the deep state is panicking. Why? Because the patriots are in control. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
All right, that was the X22 report. Now, that was yesterday afternoon's X22. So we'll just have to go with that for now because the new one was not released yet today. So that's why I didn't play it. Here we go. Ian Clark with Nicholas Benyamin.
Hello and welcome. Today we've got Ian Clark, and today we are going to be discussing how the globalists are using, they're using fear to manipulate us. This is their biggest agenda. They want to suck the life and blood out of us so they could profit. We could be distracted. They could control us. And we're going to find out just a way on how to have control over that so we could, alleviate, so we could stand on our own 2 feet and so that they cannot do this to us. Now, just before we begin, you can subscribe to my Instagram channel at nicholas.veniamin, where you can follow all my daily news reels. Ian, thank you so much for joining me. How are you and what have you been up to?
Hey, Nicholas. A lot of cool things happening lately. I was down in the Turks and Caicos about a week and a half ago at a business mastermind, learned a lot down there. And just in California right now, heading home for the holidays on Thursday. So things are cooking.
Absolutely. I'm glad that things are going really well. I've been following you on your Instagram, and there's a lot of activities going on there and a lot of education. And thank you for that. Why don't you tell us what your Instagram username is?
It's Ian Clark Activated.
And that's where you can find him. Yeah, absolutely. Well, great. I follow you. It's great what you're doing. Now, of course, you want to talk about today, the fear that the globalists use on us to manipulate us via poverty, illness, failure, death, and much more. What's your message today? And, to do with this, what's your message?
Well, the message is to have everyone become aware of how we are being manipulated without realizing how we're being manipulated. So, my discovery on my journey has been that I was super manipulated. And there's still areas of my life that I suspect strongly that I'm still being manipulated in, but they're being uncovered and discovered by the education of the physical body. Because in our physical world, we have to rely on things like the infrastructure, to travel around, the money system. It's very difficult to escape that thing. We have to make sure that our bodies stay super healthy. And we have to always remember that anytime we have a setback or a failure, that's to our advantage, not to our disadvantage. That's happening for us. And we are not to fear death, because the fear of death is the biggest problem of all. And the whole thing, all of the propaganda that goes out is always about the fear of death. There's this thing in the air you might breathe. There's this thing you might get. It might be transmitted to you. It might kill you, And so all the fear of death. And I had a situation, Nicholas, when I was 46 years old, where I had a huge tumor growing in the bottom of my abdomen. I had all these heart disease symptoms, and my liver readings were off the charts in a bad way. And at that point, I had about 36 months to live. So in order to change the script, I had to go, well, okay, I'm going to live for 36 months. And during that time, I'm going to find out how to extend that, because my physical body, I cannot have it expiring in 36 months. And there were so many fear factors that were being put on me. You have to have surgery. If you don't have surgery, you could be dead within a year. If you don't take these drugs, you're going to be in worse shape than you could possibly ever be. And if you do everything we say, you got about 3 years. And I thought, well, my uncles died in 1978, 51 and 54 years old of cancer. They both did exactly what the doctors told them. They were totally afraid the whole time. They followed every command that we were given, and they died right on time. And I was like, that doesn't work. That didn't work for them. I don't want to go down that same road. But there was tons of fear because, you got all this stuff going on. I didn't know how to fix it. So if I could go back to myself in 2004 right now and tell myself what I've learned in the last 20 years, and I got to survive, and not only survive, but thrive, because I was able to get rid of all that stuff naturally without having any surgery or drugs, I would be only like 4 to 5 months, maybe 6 months, I would have everything corrected. Instead of, at that time, it cost $1.5 million and 7 years to learn all these different protocols along the way to dissolve all that stuff out of my system, because of my lack of knowledge.
So what is the benefit of the deep state globalists wanting to fear, the people? What type of things do they benefit from this?
Well, they benefit from enslaving the population. 98% of the world, as we saw, 98% of the people in the world, ran around, put on masks, went and got vaccinated, did all those things that they were based on fear, the fear of death. Or the fear of not being able to travel, or the fear. And so it was a massive, massive money grab, a massive control grab. Money, the control is more valuable than money. If people can be mind controlled or put into a state where they are fearful of their neighbors because all their neighbors have done the same thing that they don't want to do, right? And the neighbors are putting pressure on them to do that, or their family's putting pressure. It's just an ultra manipulative thing. And we witnessed a global event in 2020 of that magnitude. And when that happened, I was like, I don't know what you guys are doing, but I'm not a participant because I have nothing to do with this stuff. I don't fear anything like that. Are you kidding? I'm going to be afraid there's something in the air I'm breathing. I'm not going to walk around. I breathe 11,000 liters of air a day, guys. I'm not going to be afraid of what I'm breathing. Are you joking? You think I'm going to stifle what I'm going to be breathing with a stupid mask? I can't have a mask on. A mask is inhibiting I've got to breathe as much, good oxygen as I can. I'm not getting enough as it is. I'm not going to deprive myself more. Like, what a bunch of idiocy that was. So when you have that kind of idiocy coming up, then that got to tell you that there's something dramatically wrong with people's thinking. And now they don't wear masks. So put the mask on and then take the mask off. And like, okay, what is it, guys? You either, did God forget to install a mask on our bodies? I don't think so.
So why is it that some people, they're aware, of the things that they're afraid of the fear, they're aware of it to a certain point, but they still allow it to control them? Why do you think that is?
The main reason I found out, and this is the thing that got me out of that whole funk, was when my elements were low, when I had not enough sea mineral elements in my body, I was in that state. When I started consuming sea minerals, and I didn't even know this at the time, it was just by default, because I ran into the marine phytoplankton and the 100 times strength ocean water that it was bathed in back 17 years ago. And the more that I consumed that, the more brave I became, the more courage I got. And I'm like, why? It was like my battery was getting charged up. Like when you feel like you're charged up and you're ready to go and super enthusiastic and you got a lot of joyful mental energy. It doesn't matter what's going on around you. It's not going to get you down. There could be crashes all around you, but it's not messing with you. So what I found out is that you are the person who has to be completely responsible for your own thinking. And if you are going to be in fear, that's your problem. You don't have to be in fear at all. But you need the fuel in your system, and that fuel comes from the ocean. It's amazing. Like we get, 71% of the earth is ocean water. Yeah. We're surrounded by this stuff. And when you consume just small amounts every single day, it totally improves your mental, emotional, and physical state. They're all tied together. So if you're low on fuel, and one of the most important fuels come from the ocean, which is the concentrated sea minerals and the marine phytoplankton. Plus, I found out about the transdermal magnesium that comes from the ocean in its concentrated form. You spray it on your skin, it goes right into your skin, into your system. That calms your autonomic nervous system down. Your autonomic nervous system has two systems. One is sympathetic stress and one is parasympathetic. Sympathetic stress is essential because that's how you go out and get your stuff done during the day. Parasympathetic is when you come back and rest and digest and you get recentered. If you get off on any of those elements, you can get into anxiety, depression. Those are all fear-based, right? The fear of poverty, the fear of illness, the fear of failure, and the fear of death, ultimately. All those fears have to be eliminated. And people ask me, like, how did you not be super afraid when you had that great big tumor for 7 years growing between your legs and it was this pulsing thing? Why weren't you afraid? I said, because fear wasn't going to help me. But I didn't realize my courage was coming from the elements. I was able to stand up and go, this has to be fixed naturally. I can't give in to the doctors and let them cut me open, especially where the tumor was located, which was right around the male plumbing. I didn't want anybody going with knives down there. So it was one of those things that the fear was eliminated physically, because we physically fear things. You could feel it in your heart when you're afraid or when you're anxious. And putting those elements in my system every single day just made me stronger and stronger and stronger. And that's actually what founded our company, was the Oceans Alive and the Ease, which were profound, and they're still the top products today.
What is it about it that helps with the nervous system, remove fear? How does that work? Because obviously the nervous system in our body is almost like an electrical, they're like wires. If they're working properly, this is how I understand, we're wired up properly. We've got all the electricity working, flowing through the body and the brain working properly. So is that how it works?
It's 100% how it works. So the sea minerals themselves are the communication crystals that are in your body. Just like you have to have the crystals in a phone to communicate to the cell towers. Your body communication is far more intense. You've got literally massive streams of data coming from every cell of your body to your brain. Just like they measured 80,000 thoughts to touch your index finger to your thumb. This is streams of data. When your elemental levels are low, your electrical system cannot run properly, and your biophotons. That's why they call it electrolytes, electric and lit up, right? So your brain power, your nervous system, your whole body intelligence is based upon having enough of those fuels. And what we found out was, and these are our 25-year to 30-year studies, is that the body is using those elements. If you're under more stress or you have more things to do, or you're a more intelligent person, the more intelligent you are, the more of these fuels you're going to be burning, because you're a high bandwidth individual. And every one of you on this, watching this video, are high level, high bandwidth individuals because you're dialed in. Now, you're unique. You're in the 2% of the world.
But you know what happens when the deep state, is constantly showing us adverts on television, on the Matrix box, of fast food, processed potato chips, all of these things, pizzas, and they never advertise how to make the healthiest salad during the pandemic on television. There was no commercials. It was all about get vaccinated. And it's all about destroying the immune system, synthetic material in the body that's not really working for us. What does that do when you don't have your diet right to the nervous system? Does it do the opposite?
Yeah, well, your diet is super important. Like if you're eating synthetic foods, genetically modified garbage, fast foods, packaged foods, and what we'll call them is hyper palatable foods. People are going to look this up online. Hyper palatable foods. That means stuff that you really love eating. When you taste it, it's like, wow, this stuff is amazing. And it's all packaged in that way to get you hooked on it, to get you into a habit pattern that has a downward cycle to it. So if your gut health is off, which is going to go off if you're eating garbage, you are not going to have the intuition. Your passions are going to get screwed up. Your mission is going to get messed up. Your calculator is not going to be thinking clearly. You're not going to have critical thinking. So having these elements, that's why when we first started, it was really funny. We called our company The Best Food Ever. That was the name of our company. Eventually it became Activation because we saw these things activating people so much to get healthier that we changed it to Activation. But thebestfoodever.com, we used to own that domain. And it was all based upon the marine phytoplankton that was from the ocean that had every nutritional molecule known to all historical data in it, all natural, all heirloom, never modified, never changed, just grown in a special photobioreactor. And it took 40 years of research to find out which marine phytoplankton strains were good for the human body. And there's only 2 of them that really work deeply. And that was the Oceans Alive. So that gave me this massive streams of data, like what I call total mental joy, like a joyful mental energy, to be able to see through stuff. Because I could see through all these things that I could never see through before.
Yeah.
By just simply putting these elements in my system, it corrected all my gut health problems, because the hydrochloric acid in your stomach is made from the sea minerals, because they're all chloride minerals. So my gut health perfected. My brain power went way up. My emotional state stabilized, because when you're off, like we had people that were on depression medication because of anxiety attacks, like really bad ones. And I would tell them, you're going to they have to stay on the drugs because they'll be completely freaking out if they don't. But I said, all you got to do is add ease in through your skin twice a day. So when you wake up in the morning, you put it on 30 sprays. When you go to bed at night, you put it on 30 sprays. Now, there's 2 things that are going to happen. Number 1 is you're going to have much deeper, higher quality sleep. Number 2, you're going to have a more calm energy during the day. And I told them, just watch yourself. As you don't need your drugs, you're going to feel like, just try taking a little bit less, a little bit less. And a lot of people within 30 days of doing that were completely off their meds. They didn't need the meds to start with. They weren't deficient in their medication, their anti-anxiety and antidepressant medication. They were simply deficient in magnesium, which is the fuel that you burn all day. So that concentrated form of magnesium chloride hexahydrate goes into the skin. Your body monitors how much you need, and it stores in your tissue. It's not like a magnesium pill you eat that kind of goes through your digestive system and you grab a little bit of it and pee or poop the rest of it out. This is going in, not using your digestive system. And it calms your whole body down from your neck down, because you put it on large areas of the skin, and it goes in right away. And people would feel like, they would say, am I supposed to feel this? I go, like, after a minute and a half, they're like totally calming down, and even their aches and pains were going away because they were overcalcified. So that's what allows you to then put your mind on things that you need to be thinking about. Because if you're depressed or anxious, you're not thinking about the most important things you used to think about, which is, who are you? Like, what are you doing here? What is life all about? What's your mission? What's your passion? Where are you going? What's your direction? What's the whole purpose of this? This is a major important, amount of information to learn that you should be thinking about instead of all the other stuff.
Absolutely. This is very interesting stuff, because we're not going to find this on the mainstream media. Let's face it. This is the alternative media. This is where we interview people like you and cancelled voices who can't express this information, on the mainstream media, because it just takes money away from Big Pharma. Now, you mentioned earlier that we get hooked on food. Now, there's foods that I get hooked on too. And when I think about them, my mouth waters. How can we get unhooked from this? Can ease and Oceans Alive help us get unhooked? Does it have anything to do with our palates, with our, nervous system, with our brain function? How would you describe that?
Yeah, it dynamically affects it. And here's why. When your body is satiated, and that word ties into sea salt, into you're a walking ocean, you're a salt being, cry a tear, you'll taste it. So when your elements are low, then you're craving something. You're craving things to satisfy the hunger that's in you that should actually not be there. It's an unhealthy type of hunger. So when you're satiated by having every nutritional molecule coming in your body, your brain goes, okay, thank you. I've got everything I need right now, to repair DNA, to produce hormones, to make vitamins. And you're bringing in all the elemental stuff that is powering you. It's like charging up a battery. A battery won't run without salinity. You can't conduct anything. So now all your energies now communicating properly. Your brain is able to monitor everything in your body much clearer. And that keeps you away from these cravings. Like I went through a situation, Nicholas, it was the most crazy thing. When I was dying, and I was literally dying, and I knew that I was dying, and I was dying because of what I was eating. I wasn't into drinking alcohol, doing drugs. I said, stopped smoking cigarettes when I was 21. Wasn't doing any of that kind of stuff, but I was eating fast foods. And in Canada, in the US, they have Wendy's. And Wendy's, I would go to Wendy's around 11:30 to 12 noon every day, like clockwork, because if I didn't, I would go and get a number 4 supersized French fries and a large Pepsi or whatever, Coke, right? And if I didn't do that, my body, I would get these massive pounding headaches. I got that addicted to it. And my guts would be just wrenching me. I was like, what? So I knew I had to stop. So when I tried to stop, I couldn't, because I'm having to work at that time. I was at the computer doing tons of work for a company that had bought my company. This is back in 2004. And when I tried to stop, my gut wrench would be so bad, I would be in so much agony and have such a pounding headache that I have to go over there, eat the food, and it would completely erase my headache and take away my gut pain. And then I'd be good. I could go back to work. But I knew it was killing me. So after about 3 weeks of that, where I was trying not to do that, and I couldn't, I finally told my body, I said, hey, you're no longer in charge. I'm taking over. If you want to fight me, you want to get into a scrap with me, I'm game, because I'm done. And you're killing yourself. I literally talked to my body. It's killing itself from this addiction to this food. And so I said, you want to bring on the gut aches? You want to bring on the headache? Bring it on. I'm done. Just throw a temper tantrum if you want. It was like a little child that was in a temper tantrum. And I said, yeah, come on, bring it on. And so sure enough, my gut was just ripping me up, pounding headaches. I'm like, is that all you got? Is that I could kick your ass and eat any day of the week. Literally, I'm talking to my body like that. Is that all you got? Come on, bring on more. And anyway, it did. It beat me up for a couple of weeks. And after 2 weeks or so of that, it just stopped one day. I never went to Wendy's again, ever since that day. That was a long time ago. And it just stopped. And then I realized, wow, I can actually take control of my body. I had to fight. It was a battle, but I'm tougher than my body. And so that was hyper palatable foods, but they were full of chemicals and terrible poisons that were destroying my body. I had so much candida in my body. It was like white crystal on the entire bottom of my abdomen between my legs.
Ian, if somebody is eating junk food for so many years and has all those chemicals in their body and they feel very overweight, they feel weak, their sleep quality is not great, they just feel helpless and hopeless, and they think there's no reverse here. Is there a reverse? Do you believe that there's a reverse, that you can reverse this? Because when you're too far gone, you've been doing it for so many years, it's very, very easy to fall into that trap. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it is totally reversible. So long as you're still alive and breathing, you can reverse it. And the further down the rabbit hole you've gone, the further up the rabbit hole you got to come out. So, I was way down the rabbit hole. I mean, I was like the stinking tumor, heart disease, and liver malfunction level with candida blowout. That was ridiculous. Almost anyone in that situation would have been dead within 3 years or sooner. So the fact that I was able to be delivered from it shows you it's totally reversible. If you would have met me then, you would have been disgusted with me. Yeah. I looked terrible. I had bad moods. I was not fun to be around. It was not good. I mean, everything was just unwinding on me. So yes, definitely you can pull out of there. If a person is already disabled where they can't move, I think that's a massive problem. But even then, they could still, with help, but they would have to reach out for help to get someone to really assist them to be able to get out of that situation. But you can be healthy, and not only can you be healthy, but you can be extremely healthy. And that's where we're at today. And we're just getting started. This is the beginning of a beautiful journey to get healthier every single day, because that's the key performance indicator. If you're getting worse every day, there's something wrong. You're on the wrong track. And I know exactly how to get on the right track. It's just a few adjustments and iterations, and without very much time going down and very, very little cost, you get your body back in equilibrium.
Absolutely. Well, Ian Clark, I want to thank you for sharing all your views today. And I'm very gladly to share the links in the description so that people can have access to the wonderful benefits below if they click on the links below. Ian, is there anything else that you'd like to say to the viewers before we finish?
Yeah, just keep building your enthusiasm and your joy of being alive, and keep talking about your mission, and find out how to get rid of the fear. There's a way. We'll share more into the future. But start out with the elements and get fear out of your life. Whenever you have any fear at all, you know that is not good. Fear is a complex, and the only thing to fear is fear itself. So get rid of it.
Absolutely. Well, I hope you have a wonderful Christmas, Ian, and we'll speak again very soon. You take care and God bless. Bye-bye.
Yeah, God bless you, Nicholas.
All right. So that was the first interview we had by Nicholas. And here is the second interview we have from Nicholas.
Hello and welcome. Today we've got Lewis Herms, and today we are going to be discussing about the Arizona border that Lewis went to yesterday. He asked the people that were coming in questions, and he thinks that they're coming in for something else. And also we're going to speak about Colorado, about Trump being removed from the ballot paper. It's very important. We need Trump back. The southern border is very important. The safety of the American lives and families, men and women, very, very important. We have to protect your country. Absolutely. Now, just before we begin, you can subscribe to my Instagram channel at nicholas.veniamin, where you can follow all my newsreels. Lewis, thank you for joining me. How are you and what have you been up to?
I'm fantastic. Been really, really busy. I decided to go to a big, huge event here called America Fest in the United States, which is in Arizona. There's a very large team that do phenomenal work in Arizona about taking back this country. So I wanted to meet with those people. And then I also wanted to go down and spend a day at the border, right where people are crossing. So I took care of all three of those things in the last week. And what a phenomenal experience all of them were.
Absolutely. And I want to thank you for coming on, because I know you're very tired. You've been traveling and you've been very, very busy. So I really thank you for coming on to share this with the viewers. So talk to me through what happened at the border. You know, you said you asked questions. What was the highlight of it? And why do you think they're coming in for a different reason? And what do you think that reason is?
Great question. So when we're driving along the border wall, suddenly you'll see that large sections of the border wall literally have been cut down and opened up. And if you question the Border Patrol, they don't want to give you any information, but there's contractors there, and you ask them, and then their excuse is, well, we're doing irrigation. Like on the Mexican side of the border, you're doing irrigation, right? Very odd responses. And then they say, oh, but it's temporary. And then you keep going down, and there's more sections cut out, and they're about approximately 16 feet of wall cut out again and again and again and again. And they're laying on the side of the road. So we have the pictures and all of that. And then we got up to one section, and the wall just disappears. Literally, it's gone. And that's gone for a long, long way. And then we go over another hill, and sure enough, then you see the camps, and you see everything you can possibly imagine. But then there's hundreds and hundreds of people sleeping right next to the border wall on the U.S. side, because they've already crossed over. So we just started to ask questions, and immediately we say, where are you from? And the whole group, even from 200 feet away, screams, Guatemala, Guatemala. I don't think they were all from Guatemala. In fact, I know they weren't. But the fact that they did that tells me that they're being prompted to say that. Then we got down, and we found there were some people from Chad. There was people from Sudan. I met a guy that claimed that he was a U.S. military translator. I believe he was from Sudan or Chad, and he spoke perfect English, but decided to come over here. And that's fair. That was interesting and suspicious. But when we asked the questions, how they came over here, great example. So to get here from Chad, they must have a lot of money, because they're flying a plane into Turkey. From Turkey, they're flying into Colombia. which is interesting because Colombia just announced that they're opening up all their visas to African and Middle Eastern countries. Go figure. And then they go through El Salvador, Nicaragua, and then they end up coming up Mexico and the Darien Gap, and they get into the United States via that way. That costs a lot of money. So we ask more questions, and they're paying anywhere from $4,000 to $5,000 just for the cartel to let them come through the border. That's a lot of money. And if you look at the Sudanese and the country of Chad and how much their income is per year, it would take a long time to raise that type of money.
So yeah, sorry.
No, please ask.
So you're saying that they're being paid to come in the country?
I believe they're being sponsored to come in the country, which is a huge concern for sure. And in addition to that, if you look at something, and there's we went down there with Jonathan Alexander from Live Border News, and he hosted us, we really appreciate him doing that. And we were talking about some things, and he has an interesting theory. So right now in the United States, there's enough fentanyl already here to kill every man and woman probably for over 100 years coming. So that means, if anybody understands business, there's no market for producing new fentanyl, right? Because the supply completely outweighs the demand. I mean, by century, it looks like. Therefore, it has to have another purpose. And the other thing, the dirty secret people don't know, is we produce more fentanyl here in America now than they do in other countries anyways, because it's so easy to produce. So why would we need that much fentanyl? Because the drug dealers and the cartel, they're businessmen. They're disgusting and they're terrorists, but they're business people. So they're not going to outweigh supply to the demand, because they're not going to make any money doing it. Therefore, the theory is that the fentanyl is going to be used to have a massive attack on the people. And that could be in the form of spray, or just you've heard of people touching it and they have a heart attack or they get sick, and some people die from it. So we can see it being sprayed and powder laying all over the place. That's the concern with the fentanyl. That's going to be a massive terrorist attack. Now you connect that with what's going on with the border. By the way, 90% of these, Nick, are fighting age men. We only found a few ladies that were crossing the border. And the Border Patrol is very dodgy in the questions that they ask. And it seems like when we do get somebody to talk to, he's almost positioned to give us these canned answers that divert us. So it's very, very concerning of what's going down there. But it's a massive invasion, massive. We saw hundreds. We had an incident with the cartel themselves. They were bold enough to walk over the border and try to intimidate us. That's how bold they are.
Why does the deep state want to flood the country with illegal immigrants?
Well, could be a couple reasons. So if they can get them the ID that they want to get them, the instant ID, they're trying to make that instant ID be used for voting. So there's one thing. And a lot of these immigrants are getting $5,000 gift cards when they come over. Hey, thank you for coming in the country. Here you go. Here's a $5,000 disc card. In fact, it's so blatant now, Nick. I talked to these people on the border. I said, so how long have you been here? Oh, we've been here about 3 days. I go, wait, you've been sleeping on the American side for 3 days? Yep. What are you doing? We're just waiting for Border Patrol to come pick us up, bring us to the processing center, and then take us to any city that we want to go to from there.
That they want to go to? Like they have a choice?
Well, they will go to, that's a great question. So when they go to the processing center, they will send them wherever they want to. And then for that city, I should rephrase it, they'll transfer to wherever they want to go. So they don't really care where they get sent. All they want to do is get processed. And sometimes they get a cell phone for free. They get clothes for free, so on and so forth. So, and the Red Cross, which is, as we know, controlled by the United Nations, and United Nations is dirty, is supplying everybody blankets down there. There's tons of unfolded Red Cross blankets laying right across the border.
coming out of taxpayers' money, and they're increasing your taxes even more and more.
Well, yes and no. So the Red Cross is supposed to be a charity, but if you know how nefarious they are, you go back and they're connected to the Knights of Malta and the UN. We know is a disgusting organization that pretend to be something else. So ultimately, yeah, we do fund the UN from our taxpayers' money, but we certainly, even worse, we the people naively support these Red Cross movements, and all they're doing is doing everything they can to bring people into the border illegally.
And this is why it's important that we need Trump, especially with what's happened in Colorado about removing Trump from the paper ballot. But my advice to people is when you should vote, on a paper ballot, draw a box, put Donald J. Trump, and tick that box and cross the other names out. That's what I think. That's what I think should happen. What's your advice? What do you think moving forward?
Yeah, I agree. Well, I don't think it's going to get to that. Actually, I believe this is the one opportunity at the Supreme Court for Clarence Thomas to put his foot down and say, okay, this is enough. And that could be the catalyst to good things for us, actually. So this is sometimes these negatives turn out to be positives because they tend to backfire on the deep state. I call it Trump's golden boomerang is what I call it. So they'll do something disgusting and then it'll actually hit them back in the face. This could be one of them. Even Ramsway, which I call the Swami, is saying that if Trump's not on the Colorado ballot, he's going to take himself off the Colorado ballot. Now, I think he's vying for a vice presidential slot, or he's paid by the White Hats. Who knows what's going on with him because he has a checkered past. But it's all very, very interesting. And I think you see this, your viewers see this, I see this. It's all coming to a head right now. The next couple months are going to be extraordinary to watch.
At what point will the government need to act tyrannical like they have with Colorado? Big breach of the Constitution. That the military is called in to make arrests, if it's not happened already.
Well, the question really is it going to be the military, the sheriffs? Because there's a debate within the military whether they can even legally do that, right? Because who's the one that enacts the military? The president of the United States. Now, although Biden could be a faux Biden and he's also part of a corporation, the perception within leaders in the military is he's still the legitimate president. And the perception of other military leaders is he was elected illegitimately. So that's a battle that we hear their conversations are having within the military right now. So that's extraordinary. But you know who has the power to do it this second is the sheriffs. In fact, I had a very spirited conversation with Sheriff Mack, Sheriff Richard Mack he's the head of the CSPOA. Didn't know that it was being secretly filmed. And so I guess before it gets released, we're probably going to release it on. We're going to release it on our news today, on our news program. And it's a very spirited conversation. I wasn't disrespectful, but I put my foot down that we, the people, we are going to be holding these sheriffs accountable, and we're done with it. We're done with them protecting their paychecks. We're done with their so-called hiding under the cloth of I have to take care of my family. But here's why. So here's the question I asked Mac, and I'm going to ask all these sheriffs, and we're coming after them in a good way. If they're doing great, we're going to support them. Also, we're going to raise the roof, but we're also coming after them in this way. So I asked, and I said, so would you rather secure your pension and your paycheck and take care of your family so they're going to be happy, but do that as a coward? Or would you rather have the courage to risk your paycheck by standing out and doing the right thing, and your legacy will live on for generations as a hero that brought our country from its knees to standing? That's the question I'm asking them. And it's interesting the way they dodge this question. They have trouble answering it. I'm asking this of them, Border Patrol, judges, you name it. Anybody that has any power whatsoever, they're going to be held accountable. And I mean big time.
Well, yeah, because there's another motive here. There's lobbying. There's money being paid under the table. And for me, there's nothing like living with a clean conscience and knowing that we're not going to be living on this planet forever. When we die, we don't take anything with us. And the only thing we take with us is our conscience. And we want a clean conscience. That's the best thing to feel, that you've done the right thing.
Yeah.
How can you not want to do that? They're weak people. These are weak-minded people because they cannot see that. They're not true to themselves. You know, I want to speak about New Me. New Me is a thing that we've been talking about lately. It's a thing that releases glutathione in our body, and you've seen a side effect that's made your hair slightly darker. Why don't you tell the viewers about this and why you think it's very important?
Well, I can tell you with the rigorous schedule I've had over the last week, thanks for asking, this swishing it in my mouth just for a minute, once or twice a day, whatever you'd like to do, has really kept me going. I mean, it's helped me with my workouts, and it's helped me keep my energy level up, because my wife and I have been running a schedule that's astronomical. We did 20 hours yesterday, and then I had to drive 7 hours. We're part of that. Anyways, what it is glutathione is by far the most powerful antioxidant we have. In fact, I believe they call it the master antioxidant. So what happens is we need to get that into our body, because it'll speak to our mitochondria and our immune system. And then God's work through the mitochondria and immune system does everything else. It finds the challenges in your body and it targets them directly and takes care of them. It's phenomenal. And they've created it in a way that we could it's nano-sized, which means they use called a hydrostat technology to shrink down the molecule. We can swish it. It's the only product that has that technology.
Mm-hmm.
And it's amazing. So it bypasses the gut, goes right into your system. And I don't know. I've been, as you know, it happens to you too. I've had over 100 products come across my desk, and this is just one of 3 that I will even put my name behind.
And because of that, Lewis, thank you. I've been using it as well every day, and I really, really feel great about using it. I'm going to leave the link below so that people can have access to it. They can get it now. But Lewis, thank you so much for sharing everything with us today. It's been very interesting. The deep state will only, they know they're going to lose, and they have to cheat. That's the only way they can win. And let's see how far they get with cheating. But Lewis, have a wonderful Christmas, and I'll speak to you very soon. You take care, and God bless you. Bye-bye.
God bless. Thank you.
All right. That was the second Nicholas Benyamin. Up next, SGT report. Here we go.
Hey friends, welcome back. Thank you so very much for tuning in. It's Sean from SGT Report here. Guys, we have a very important broadcast today with an eye on the U.S. national debt clock, ticking away at $33.932 trillion. And today, gold was down marginally to $2,042, silver up marginally to $24.32, Bitcoin up big at 43,600, which is very interesting. Bitcoin again decoupling from the broader market averages. The Dow plummeted today 475 points, while the Nasdaq was down 225 points. We've got a lot to talk about today, including lawfare by communists. Google, well, they're going to limit answers to election queries. That's all they do, is limit the truth. Bitcoin rallies as BlackRock, Nasdaq holds second meeting with SEC regarding spot Bitcoin ETF. So much to talk about today. I'm very glad to welcome back to the broadcast the founder of Trade Genius, Bob Kudla. How are you, Bob?
Good, Sean. How you doing?
Well, I'm very good today. The NASDAQ and the Dow decoupling from Bitcoin. We'll talk about it. But I wanted to start here with our buddy Jimmy Dore. You're familiar with Jimmy Dore. He's a classical Democrat, but you know what? He's sounding more and more like you and me and every right-thinking person on planet Earth. He wrote this regarding lawfare from communists. Banning Trump from the ballot is designed to spark riots and civil war so the establishment can take away more rights and change the way we are governed. We already live in a surveillance state because of 9/11, and now they want us scared, on edge, and begging for the government to completely control us in the name of safety. You cannot overstate how serious this is and how everything the establishment says Trump is doing is projection and actually a confession of what they themselves are doing. What's he talking about? Well, he's talking about this, dear listener. The Colorado Supreme Court has ruled that they can remove Trump from the primary ballot, and Vivek is pledging to remove himself from that same ballot. And of course, get this, Bob. So the group who sued to keep Donald Trump off the ballot in Colorado received over $1.35 million from George Soros organizations, and they share employees with Media Matters, the same Media Matters that had SGT Report deplatformed from YouTube and Patreon. So this is foreign interference in our election. Not only should Soros be arrested, the group, crew, and Media Matters should be fully investigated and shut down. I mean, how much longer will we allow our elections to be rigged by foreign billionaires who want to destroy America and your family, dear listener? We've got a lot to talk about, but lawfare from communists. What do you make of it, Bob?
Yeah, this will actually impact economics too, because when people start not trusting the system completely, people don't invest, and you're going to end up with an acceleration to economic deterioration as well. Look, the Democrats are always probing to see what they can get away with, and this is just another probe. The U.S. Supreme Court likely to back this away, but they never stop. And I wish the Republicans would notice that the Democrats play for keep, and I don't know what the Republicans are playing with, but the Democrats are just nonstop on this action. Now, maybe it's the Uniparty. Maybe that's why the Republicans don't do anything, because they hate and fear Trump so much. Trump is Teddy Roosevelt, 2.0. I was just telling a friend the other day, I said, when they busted all the trusts up, this reminds me of all this collusion and oligarchy stuff, is Teddy Roosevelt came in and just blew everything up. And, Trump's kind of like the reincarnation of Teddy Roosevelt in that sense. And they're doing everything they possibly can to keep a larger-than-life figure from getting back into power again.
Well, isn't it interesting to watch tyrants behave like tyrants? And it's not just the demon rats. It's not just the communists and the Marxists. It's the rhinos like Nikki Haley. And I got to say, to some extent, DeSantis, who is not showing courage the way Vivek is. And by the way, when I mention Vivek, we'll play this clip from Vivek Ramaswamy. But it's interesting to note, Bob, not only do they not want Trump on the ballot, well, the demon rats, the Democrats don't want RFK Jr. on the ballot. So he has to run third party. The oligarchy, the controlling party, the uniparty of this country, the Rockefeller Rothschild cabal, they've never operated to this extent out in the open the way they are right now, with such an authoritarian bent. We've always known they're authoritarians and totalitarians, but we've never seen them act so openly and brazenly criminal. Now, here's Vivek's response to what Colorado is trying to do to President Trump.
They have just tried to bar President Trump from the Colorado ballot using an unconstitutional maneuver that is a bastardization of the 14th Amendment to our U.S. Constitution. This was a provision, Section 3, that was designed to bar Confederate members, people who switched to the Confederacy, from actually being able to serve. That's very different than what's at issue here, to say the least. This is a hollowed out husk of what the country was built on. The basic principle that we, the people, select our leadership, not the unelected elite class in the back of palace halls. That's old world Europe, not the United States. That's why I'm making a pledge today that I will withdraw. I pledge to withdraw from the Colorado GOP primary ballot unless and until Trump's name is restored. And I demand that Ron DeSantis and Chris Christie and Nikki Haley do the same thing.
Okay, and so the tepid response from Ron DeSantis is what I was talking about earlier. But when somebody has courage, like Vivek, right, to just speak the truth, it does help to sway the bigger picture. Listen to this. Colorado GOP unveils caucus loophole after state Supremes boot Trump from ballot. Quote, "We will withdraw from the primary as a party and convert to a pure caucus system," end quote. The point being, there's always remedies for tyranny, aren't there, Bob?
I agreed, and it's just a primary too. So it's just, all it is them just, another temper tantrum on the part of the Democrats. Look, their point is that they're trying to paint Trump out as a dictator. That's the only reason why they're doing these things. They're doing it for us, to protect us. That kind of nonsense. So this will blow over. And again, I agree with your first segment with Jimmy Dore about they're definitely trying to create a riot situation, kind of like January 6th, so they have an excuse. But I just think either people are just too shocked or they're not going to fall for it anymore, and that's just not going to happen. I was watching a comic. Actually, he's an Indian guy, and he just said, he goes, what white privilege. I can name one thing that a white man can't do, white Christian man can't do. He said, have an opinion. He said they shut up the white guy, and all they do is march into the polling booth every 4 years, and everybody comes out like, what the heck? How did that happen? And the joke was funny to me because that's exactly, I think, a lot of people are now. They're not going to give their opinions out anymore. They're just going to keep their mouth shut and vote. And I think they're losing. The reason why they're so agitated is that their caucus is shrinking down to just the urban poor black, and they're going to lose a lot of the suburban people too with the inflation and everything else. So they're doing everything they can to agitate their base to make sure that they get a turnout, and I think this is just part of that process.
Well, it's interesting too. I saw a graph yesterday of Latinos and Biden's approval rating. It's absolutely plummeting amongst Latinos, and I would say plummeting among anybody who can think. But what's interesting about what Colorado's trying to do, and what's interesting about the Jan 6th committee, and what's interesting about election integrity and all the gaslighting, is that these people continue to cross the Rubicon. I mean, this is the point of no return.
It was not a Trump-led insurrection. The crowd had no guns. They had no plan to overthrow the government. Nothing like that has ever emerged. And above all, Trump was not leading it. He was miles away at the White House at the time, where he issued a public statement calling for calm and nonviolence. So why were the people on television telling us that Trump led an insurrection? This was, of course, a lie, but a very obvious lie. So clearly we were watching the rollout of a talking point, words crafted for a specific purpose. But what was the purpose? We got an answer to that question yesterday when the Colorado Supreme Court ruled that because he led an insurrection, Donald Trump's name cannot appear on the state's ballot next fall. The 4 liberal judges who concluded this cited as their justification Article 3 of the 14th Amendment, which was written in 1868 to keep former Confederate officials from holding office. That was the sum total of their reasoning. Despite the fact Donald Trump has never been convicted by any court of insurrection, and although the 14th Amendment specifically does not apply to the presidency, Donald Trump cannot run for president because he's an insurrectionist. This seemed like lunacy because it was lunacy.
They've already targeted Trump with lawfare in New York State, etc. But now removing him from the ballot, making it so we the people are unable to vote for whom we want to vote for, is crossing the Rubicon. And by the way, this entire thing is posited on the idea that Trump was behind the quote unquote insurrection of January 6th, more gaslighting. It's as though the videos now showing that it was a government op haven't been released to the public.
There's a video that has police officers on the west side by the fountain yelling at each other, and one of them says, "We're hurting innocent people." And they say, for every one we're pulling out, we're making 10 angrier.
A lot of pain applied when you hit innocent people. And not only that, we're taking out one and 10 of them are getting angrier. We're multiplying them by hitting them.
You know, when you listen to that, you have the sense that the officers were set up for failure as much as the protesters.
Yeah. And we've got a video of officers saying we were set up.
They set us the fuck up. That's what they did. They set us up. They set us forward. Oh, absolutely. And then the answer to come 2 hours later. They set us up. They needed everybody right away. No, right away. They set us the fuck up. So now,
the stuff the Jan 6 committee and Liz Cheney ignored and obfuscated the truth about and pretended didn't exist. Now the video's all out there. So the whole insurrection fable has fallen apart, but that doesn't stop the Colorado Supreme Court from crossing the Rubicon, Bob. It's just pure insanity. These people are absolutely out of their minds.
No, it's game theory. So what could possibly happen to the Colorado Supreme Court members? Absolutely nothing. So it's nothing for them to do this. Remember, all the marbles at this next election. If Trump wins the next election, he's going to do kind of like what the Argentine president is doing right now, dismantling the deep state. And if the Democrats win, they're going to dismantle the country because they're going to try to pack the court. So this election is for all the marbles. So we're just seeing the beginning of the silly season here. It's going to get absolutely mind-bogglingly demonic by the time this thing's over in November.
Well, I want to talk to you about the performance you guys have been seeing over there at Trade Genius since the last time we talked. But don't you find it interesting that amongst all this news, Trump being kicked off the ballot in Colorado, et cetera, Google to limit answers to election queries on Bard AI tool in generative search. That's all Google does, is limit answers to any queries at all. They are Big Brother, and they're doing a heck of a job just cleansing away everything I used to be able to find. I do a lot of research for the videos and things I do, and I remember what I used to be able to yield with search results using Google back in 2015, 16, 17. That's all gone away, Bob. It's a modern day book burning.
Yeah, well, Elon Musk, his AI tool is coming out, and it'll get interesting to see how that competition will impact information flow too. So,
well, it's interesting. Twitter is actually a go-to tool for me now for finding truth in sound bites. It is actually, even though I'm totally throttled on Twitter, but I do use it to search for truth, and it works far and away better, 1,000 times better than using Google to find any subject matter you care about, guys. All right, I want to do a screen share here and talk about some of these attaboys. You guys have been hitting it out of the park, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, we've had at least the last couple of weeks, the market's been definitely favorable to our algorithms. We like this kind of price action, and I was telling people that the way this market is operating now is because there's so much leverage. You can start fading what they call extreme movements. And so, they've been shorting oil desperately here over the last couple months. And from that, we told people to get prepared to get into some oil trades. And one of my subscribers took it, wrote a thank you to me on that, and so that's what we've been doing. And it's just been working out really, really well. Natural gas is at its absolute lowest level ever. It's going to be an absolute trade of 2024. And the market's going to have a massive reversal here in the first part of 2024 to the downside. And I know you and I were talking pre-market about Bitcoin, is that'll be the true test. If Bitcoin and silver and gold, start separating from the market itself. They've been enjoying this liquidity wave. And Bitcoin has been enjoying the front running these potential ETFs. And so now we have to see whether or not they could survive a full on market assault, a liquidity assault. And if they do, then I think it's game over. And you're going to see inflation with lower economic output, but you're going to have your safety valves in place. And that's going to be gold, silver, Bitcoin finally. And also, I think energy is going to maintain its strength too. So that's what we've been focusing on. And so far, so good. And if people want to trade with us, Sean, they can just go to tradelikeagenius.com. We give them access to our algorithm. We give them access to how to work the algorithm. It's so simple. It's really a buy and sell. It has a high win rate, and it has a high profit factor, so that you win more when you win than you lose when you lose money on a trade. And you eventually can just keep grinding your way to higher and higher portfolio values if you consistently use our system. And we got the holiday specials running this Saturday, and you use promo code HOLIDAY, or you can just go and pick one of the bundles that we have running right now. We have 7 of them running. And, we have one bundle for crypto, one bundle for stocks. We have a bundle for training. We got a bundle for both, and a bundle for people want to, do option trading and things like that, or be in the futures, or get access to me personally all during the trading day. Myself and my other partner were in these rooms, and it's like you can communicate with us like you and I are talking, and that's the VIP room. And what we charge is nothing compared to what you get out of the system. And I think people will like what we do. The system works. It works off supply and demand. It works off momentum. It works off levels. It works off trend. And it just puts you in the best possible position to take trades. And like today, the market started rolling over, and the system caught it, and we got people out of the oil long trade early before he dumped it. So we do things like that, and also to prepare people for people that are day trading to get short the market, and the market went down 60 points on SPY. So people were pretty happy. In fact, if people took one trade from that today, basically we paid the whole year of the service. So that's how inexpensive it is to what you get out of it.
Yeah, the markets were down heavy today, but there's still money to be made on both sides of the trade. I find it interesting that Bitcoin and the market is decoupling. We've been waiting for this for a long time. Bitcoin rallies as BlackRock, NASDAQ holds second meeting with SEC regarding the spot ETF. I have a couple questions about that for you, but while we're on Trade Genius and things that you guys trade, I know in the past you've made a lot of money trading the Bitcoin miners, Mara, Riot Blockchain, etc. Let me ask you, why have the miners been underperforming? And I'll provide a little quantifiable data here. So the Bitcoin miners have had a muted performance over the past month. Riot was at around 17 per share when Bitcoin was at 36,000. Then Bitcoin went down a bit. Riot sold off to like $6, $7, $8. Now Bitcoin is back at 43,000. But Riot is only back at 17. Why the muted performance from the Bitcoin miners? I have a theory. I'll share it with you, but you go first.
Yeah, well, I think it has a lot to do with the halving coming up and the cost of production and their balance sheets, and also with the hash rates too. So it's getting more and more difficult for all of these guys to make enough money or to procure enough Bitcoin. So we actually will see a purge in this environment after the halving. So not everybody that you see that's a publicly traded miner is going to survive the end of 2024.
Well, the other thing, though, too, is that what people need to understand about the halving is the block reward gets cut in half. It's what, 6.5 right now? 6.5 Bitcoin per block. It's going to go down to what, 3.75? Do I have that right? So I just read the other day that Riot, for instance, mines around 19.1 Bitcoin per day. That's about $550,000 at today's prices. So when that block reward gets halved, one would think, yes, the miner's revenue will be cut in half. But no, what typically happens is the Bitcoin price adjusts much higher after a halving. So if Bitcoin goes to 80, 100,000 per coin, you can see that a 3.75 Bitcoin block reward is still going to be a lot of money if the Bitcoin price goes higher. But my theory here was that maybe BlackRock has been tapping these Bitcoin miners to get Bitcoin off book. I mean, not buying it through exchanges. What do you think of that possibility? BlackRock has to buy a lot of Bitcoin, Bob. How are they going to get it?
Yeah, for sure. But there was also a big whale that's been selling too. I think so. But at some point, these public companies will have to disclose that they're selling their assets, right? So they just can't. You can't be a public company and cut these one-off deals, without that will materially affect the value of the company without disclosing it. I mean, if you told people that, hey, let's say Riot had 10,000 Bitcoin, and then tomorrow they have 5,000 Bitcoin, they just receive cash for it, I think that's material to the business. They would have to disclose that. So I'm sure some of that's happening. But Bitcoin BlackRock's absolutely front running the price. That's why I'm a little worried that, once they announce this thing and it goes active, just like what they did with the futures, we're going to get a short-term pullback, and we're going to get that pullback right into the halving. And then we're going to have to see what kind of liquidity the market's giving before, I jump up and down on miners I think are going to win. But, Clean Spark and Cypher are the ones that, at least the research that we've been doing, seems to be in pretty good shape. I own a lot of Wolf. I'll probably be, it's had a great run. We just had another double on it from its lows. I may pare back some into the halving and just to kind of evaluate. But my partner Phil lives and breathes this stuff. He was a former miner of Bitcoin back in the day when nobody even knew what Bitcoin was, and he's pretty nervous that the cost of production, the having of the reward, and just basically the difficulty in solving the puzzle is going to it's going to hamstring some of these miners. Now they're playing catch up right now. I mean, Mars went from $9 to $24 here in the last week, so we're getting some catch up on it right now, though, Sean.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I want to. Yeah. Okay.
And if I want to say something real quick too.
Sure.
And our system, I really don't care what Mara does. So I buy when my system tells me to buy it, and I sell it when my system tells me to sell it.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't get hung up on it because there was a lot of negative news out there, but the market was buying Mara. And so sometimes what we do as traders, and I'm guilty of it too sometimes, is that sometimes you're too smart for your own good, and you let all your rationalizations get in the way of just see trade, take trade.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what our system is: see trade, take trade. I can't trade everything out there. That's why we give people access to the algorithm. You can set alerts on these things. You can set alert for Mara any time frame you want, and you can trade it to your heart's content. And that goes for anything that's publicly traded. And our algorithms sit on top of a trading view platform.
I want to play a soundbite here from Gary Gensler, which I find extremely fascinating. It's a tell. All right, at a poker table, the nonverbal version of this would be a tell. So I want to play this, and then I'm going to ask you a follow-up question about the Bitcoin ETFs in this seismic event that appears to be coming, whether Gensler likes it or not. Listen to this.
The commission and the staff of the commission is still hard at work on a number of issues, one of them dealing with a number of filings of spot Bitcoin ETFs. Mr. Chair, I have to ask you this question. There has been a lot.
We did something very significant about the $26 trillion Treasury market, which is really the base of our entire capital markets. It's how we fund our government. It's how our Federal Reserve does monetary policy. It's how we maintain the dollar dominance around the globe. And you want to ask me about crypto?
In my defense, Commissioner Ueda also brought up crypto in this open meeting.
Priorities. I mean, the U.S. Treasury market is a very consequential, very important market. Crypto securities are not only much smaller, it's not how we fund our government.
I'll pause it there. Isn't that an incredible tell?
Well, yeah, they're scared to death. That's why. They're scared to death.
It's my take. He's offended to be asked about Bitcoin, and he's excited to talk about the $26 trillion treasury market because that's how we fund our broken government, with debt.
That's all that matters. That's why it's going to cause issues in the equity markets too. At the end of the day, the only thing that's going to matter to these people is if the bond market is funded. So they'll sacrifice crypto, they'll sacrifice stocks, they'll sacrifice real estate, they'll sacrifice everything on the altar of running a Keynesian-based, a debt-based system. But the problem with Bitcoin is they don't control it to the extent they think they do. And I think it's going to blow up in their face.
Well, I want to ask you, here's the follow-up question regarding Bitcoin ETF approvals. A couple of things now. If it was truly a spot Bitcoin ETF from BlackRock, from who else? Fidelity, ARK, Van Eck, there's a bunch of them, 9 or 10 of them awaiting approval. The Grayscale conversion from their Bitcoin trust to an ETF product. All of this stuff is being readied, and we're hearing that this all may be approved before January 10th. If somehow the SEC punts, then the next time for approval will be in March, just ahead of the Bitcoin halving. So 2 questions here, and I'm not sure which one to ask first. I guess the one I'll ask first is, assuming that these are all legitimate Bitcoin ETFs that literally make these companies go out and buy the actual Bitcoin and store it, and I'm a little worried about cash settlement, so that's actually the second part of my question. But what does this mean for Bitcoin as an asset class? Because it's going to open the doors for family offices. It's going to open the doors for corporations to put it on their balance sheets. It's going to open the doors for tens of trillions of dollars around the world that previously were looking at bonds and treasuries, as Gary is so excited to talk about. What does it mean for the Bitcoin asset?
Yeah, we'll have a short-term sell the news event. And then if you just have to look at the ETF for GLD, and then you're going to have a 10-year run higher in Bitcoin. The amount, I have no idea. Okay, so I have no idea what the price could be at that point, but there'll be a short term pullback, just because that's how it always works. This is the most anticipated move ever. But I think Gary Gensler is going to punt. So he just told you in that interview that he could care less about approving anything, and I don't know why the Security Exchange Commission is worried about, do we have a liquid, treasury market? Well, we have a treasury, we have a Federal Reserve. He needs to keep his nose out of it, and he needs to disapprove securities. So that's how I show you how scared they are, because I think if it does get approved, this is what's going to happen. Okay, money's going to move into Bitcoin, money's going to move into gold, money's going to move into silver, money's going to move out of the bond market. The bond yields are going to go up. It's going to crash the stock market, and it's going to cause economic deterioration in the United States going into an election year. I don't see how Gary Gensler, activist for the Biden administration, is going to allow such a loose cannon on the deck during the election season. That's my personal opinion.
Well, see, here's the other thing I keep talking about with guests, and it's this hypocrisy. It's hypocrisy on every level from all of these talking heads. And a great example of that hypocrisy is Elizabeth Warren and Jamie Dimon talking about Bitcoin being used and crypto being used to launder money and fund terrorism. It's preposterous. Look no further than the dollar and all the fines JP Morgan and the big criminal banks have paid for laundering cartel money and drug money. It's absolutely preposterous for these people to say Bitcoin and crypto are evil, but trust us when we roll out a central bank digital currency, Bob.
These people are entirely consistent. Their only goal is for the government, by the government. We serve the government. And so this is where they make their money. This is how they gain their power. This is how they grow their wealth. And they're not going to give up on this system. This system has treated them all too well. And they're not going to give up the gravy train without a fight. But at the end of the day, it's going to pick your poison. Either Bitcoin will do it to them, or their own policies will create a crisis. So a crisis is coming, and it is going to come sooner versus later, because we're running out of places and fingers for the dike, and they're going to have to let one or the other go, and either one of them is going to cause a dislocation in the market. Now, the good news is that dislocation can be very profitable. You just have to know what asset class is going to be the biggest beneficiary of it. And so we just have to wait and see and let the market tell us. But yeah, if he approves it, money will definitely go into Bitcoin after probably 30 or 60 days of some sort of sell-off, just to catch the late longs, if you will. And then you'll see Bitcoin just grind higher and higher and higher, unless the government somehow, some way, decides to curtail inflation. But I will tell you this: you may have higher prices, but you may not have inflation. Okay, and that may affect the price of Bitcoin and gold and silver. And let me explain: bank lending is collapsing; it's gone negative again, and the M2 money supply is collapsing, and velocity is collapsing. So the government may not be able to even spend enough deficit money to overwhelm a collapsing debt system, in the short term. So you can have higher costs of living, but you can have a economic, I hate the word collapse and crash, I'll call it deterioration, okay, until they can actually pump money, hot money, into people's hands again. And that's where we're at, because everywhere you look, it's economic activity, velocity's down, lending's down, money supply is down, and it's overwhelming. The government's only growing their money supply 5%. If all those in aggregate fall more than that with a factor of velocity, we go into a recession/depression. Mm-hmm. And so that will affect all asset classes, Bitcoin included, because it's still a liquidity play. And when it will revive is when they decide to let all hell break loose and throw money at the system to save it. And then that's when you're going to see Bitcoin, gold, and silver really, really rip. But people need to bear that in mind, because you can have higher costs. And we're seeing it now. Where I live, housing prices have hardly fallen, Sean, but nobody's selling anything. So it doesn't matter if it shows that, hey, the asset prices are holding up. Nobody's buying anything because they can't afford it. And that's going to happen with, you're going to see that with food. You're going to see all this, what they call trade downs happening. All of a sudden, beef prices could be $20 a pound for prime ribeye, but they're not going to be able to sell any prime ribeye because nobody can afford it. And that's across the board. That's what's happening in the auto markets right now. Auto sales are collapsing because you can't afford it.
Yeah.
And so it's going to come to the point where then that's when they're going to have to really light it up. And then that's where you really wait for the move. But in the meantime, if you hold Bitcoin long term, you don't care. But if you're trading it, you want to be in and out of it until you start seeing actual liquidity flows start to really, really accelerate. And we're at the end of a liquidity cycle right now. Today the market sold because they're getting a little bit worried about liquidity. We're going to get a liquidity bump here at the end of the year into the middle of January. And from the middle of January to Easter, it gets rocky normally. And we have economic, deterioration on our hands, which you can see with Christmas, is that you're going to see probably a really big pullback, in everything. And I think that'll bring all asset classes down into Easter. So that's kind of our working thesis. But, we let the algorithms tell us how to trade it in between it.
Okay. Well, one thing I agree with you about 100% is a crisis is coming. And I would say a crisis is already here because this entire system is built on confidence. And now everybody can recognize that everything's a con game. So there's a crisis of confidence in the vaccine. Only 2% of the people, thank God, are seeking the bioweapon booster. There's a crisis of confidence in the dollar. I'll show an example of that in just 1 second, as the rumor is very wealthy folks in the Middle East are taking a look at Bitcoin instead of treasuries. But then there's a crisis of confidence in our election system as well. So there's a true crisis of confidence already across the board. So it's already here. So let me just show this final line item, a crisis of confidence in the dollar. Max Kaiser is reporting that Qatar's sovereign wealth fund is not only entering Bitcoin, they're looking at purchasing as much as $500 billion worth of the asset. And these folks have the money. These folks have the money, unlike the average Joe in the United States who can't afford $400 or $500 for an emergency that comes up. So it is definitely a changing world. And maybe that's why Gensler's panicked. He wants to talk about the $26 trillion treasury market and not Bitcoin, Bob.
Yeah, look, they got to push everybody into it. Janet Yellen played the game with putting everything into T-bills. And, she's running a dangerous game there. Gary Gensler's out there trying to beat down any other asset class that can compete with the, the treasury markets, because they know they have to resell trillions of dollars in notes and bills, in over the next 18 months. I mean, you're talking $12 trillion. There's not enough private capital out there to absorb it. It's going to be a nightmare, and it's the 70s all over again, but I think on steroids this time.
Yeah, I think it's lost on most people, Bob, how much money we're talking about here. $34 trillion in stated U.S. national debt, with a debt payment now approaching $1 trillion a year. There's no end in sight, and it's starting to go hyperbolic, a little bit like the Bitcoin chart. All right, we'll wrap it up here. Trade Genius is the place to go, guys. I will leave a link below. The promo code for this Christmas season is holiday. That's the promo code if you want to check out Trade Genius. Bob, we appreciate your time today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for having me, and have a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and I'll catch you on the other side.
All right, Merry Christmas, brother. We will see you in 2024. Friends, thanks so much for tuning in. We appreciate you so very, very much. I'll remind you every single day for free. Check us out at sgtreport.com. That's the antidote to corporate propaganda and all of those Gary Gensler, mainstream media, Mockingbird, CIA, let's just call them mistruths. All right, God bless you and yours, friends. Bye-bye.
right, that was the SGT report. Bob Kudlow and Sean from SGT. Okay. Up next. Where was I going? Oh, yeah, I was going here. Okay. I don't know how long this one is. Hour and 4 minutes. All right. We're going to talk about flat Earth. That's what they're going to do. That's right.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. It's Monday, the 13th of February today, 2023, and I have great pleasure to talk to the legend, the one and only Dave Weiss. Welcome, Dave. It's such an honor to have you on my show. Welcome.
Hey, thanks for having me. And thanks. What are we going to discuss today? Earth is flat. That's a fact.
Yeah, we know that. I mean, the two interviews that jump to my mind is the first one, the two flat earthers and three globies walk into a room, and no globies walk out. It was a brilliant show. It's the most awesome red pilling I've ever seen. And of course, your heartwarming interview with the 104-year-old Ruth. It was very, very touching. Yeah, it was. Fantastic.
Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good one. A lot of people said they had something stuck in their eye after watching that.
Yeah, it was very, very touching. Anyway, yeah. So I'm quite well into the flat Earth theory, Dave. So I won't ask you the most obvious questions. So let's dive into it. We've got an hour's time now, I think. So first of all, for all my viewers, who is flat Earth, Dave, and how and when did you start your flat Earth adventure?
You know, I started, I was doing a podcast called Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole about the world's deceptions. And people started sending me stuff on flat Earth. And I would just, like any normal person, delete them and ban them from ever commenting again because they're too stupid. And it wasn't until my good friend Sophia Smallstorm convinced me to look, right? You know, I had blinders on. I'm like, I'm not looking. It's too stupid. It's not worth my time. And then it's only then when you look and try to disprove the flat Earth or prove the globe that you become, awake and aware that we don't live on a spinning globe. You know, flat earthers know that we don't know a lot of stuff, but globers think they know everything. And if a glober knew 1/10 of what a flat earther knows about their globe model, they would be flat earthers. Okay, because that's how you disprove the globe. Just look at the globe model. It's total nonsense.
It's total BS. Yeah, once you're a flat earther, you're always a flat earther. There's no way back.
Yeah,
there's no way back at all. And the globetards, they have not one single proof that the Earth is a globe, but we have a lot of proof or assumptions that the globe that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, they go, you don't have a map, and we do. We have the Gleason's map is the most accurate map. It was in all libraries and schools and encyclopedias, and they removed it in the 1950s. They removed it. Why did they remove it? What's going on there? And then we look at their map. This is a layout of all of the sizes of the continents according to the globe, and the dark is the correct size, and the other, that's what they show us, the light blue. So they don't have a map. We have a map. No pilot brings a globe into the cockpit. They look at a Gleason's map. They look at, a flat Earth map.
Yeah. And why do you think they show Russia so big on the globe map? It's the big enemy.
Yeah, the big enemy. Absolutely. That'll do it. So they have to lie about all of it, because if we knew where we live, they wouldn't be able to control us. That's the problem.
Yeah,
that's the problem. 100%.
And they're taking us away from the creator as well, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. This is the map that they use for navigation. A lot of flat earthers have come out. I'm not a flat earther, there's a glober. So there's a meme. How did Pearl Harbor happen? Well, first, if you believe the official story on Pearl Harbor, you're sleeping. But this is how it happened. Japan Hawaii, flat Earth map.
Yep.
Right. And, and getting back to your comment about the creator, if you believe you live on a spinning ball flying through an infinite universe, that separates you from creation, when the truth is we're at the center of creation.
Absolutely. Yeah. And flight patterns, I mean, emergency flight landings, they all reveal a flat Earth and not a globe.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, if you look at, think about the globe. You've got the north at the top, the south at the bottom, equators in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to take any combination of any two airports in the north, any combination, there's millions and millions and millions of combinations. No flight from one to the other ever goes below the equator, ever. Well, one, it doesn't make sense, and two, none of them do.
Mm-hmm.
But in the south, the same should be the same. The same thing should be the case. A southern location to another southern location, no matter where it is, what combination, you should never go above the equator. Doesn't make any sense. But there's these flights that do Buenos Aires to India. It goes all the way up here and then all the way back down. Why doesn't it just go this way if it's a globe? And but if you look at it on a flat Earth map, it's crossing the equator. It's going into the north. I mean, this is just a ridiculous. This isn't southern to southern. The southern to southern are even worse, right?
Yeah.
Like, here's another one. Why don't we just go across here? Okay. Well, we go to, we go up here because they have to pick up other passengers. No, that's not it at all. No. And the answer to that explanation is emergency landings. When you look at emergency landings, it makes no sense what they do. Here's one from New York to Auckland. Right here's an emergency. They went to Fiji. Well, that doesn't seem that bad, but why didn't they go there? And the answer is because Fiji is right on their flight path.
Yeah.
Right? Fiji's right on their flight path.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Here's one. The emergency landing in Alaska. Right? Well, Alaska is right there on the flight path. Yeah. This is the map they show on the seat back. This is where you look at it. If you're tracking it, that's where they have you going. And they land there. Chicago to Doha. They landed in Moscow.
Mm-hmm.
And they got there in an impossible amount of time. This is like over 1,000 miles away. They got there in like 15 minutes.
Yeah.
How do you go 1,000 miles in 15 minutes? It's because Moscow is right there on their flight path.
Yeah. I mean, could you... Sorry.
Go ahead. No.
Can you explain the difference in flight time, traveling from east to west or from west to east? Is it curves or speed difference or jet stream, or is it to do with the so-called Coriolis effect?
Well, it all has to do with air currents and speed. So the analogy I give, if you and I are in a car, and let's say we're going to drive across the United States, and we're both leaving from New York, and you're going to California, but I'm only going to Kansas, halfway across. Okay, but you got there before me. How did that happen?
Mm-hmm.
How did you get to California before me?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Yeah.
Can you explain?
I can't.
You're driving faster than I am.
Okay.
All right. So some of these flight times, they're just flying the plane faster. They want you to think that the speed of sound is a barrier. It's not a barrier. Planes could go faster than sound, no problem. And the passengers would never know it. Pilot may not ever know it. They could lie to the pilot. But then they get into these air currents also, where they're flying. They're flying, in 40,000 feet. There's certain air currents that'll speed you up, give you a tailwind, 200, 300 miles an hour. The plane's flying a little faster than they tell you. That explains these trips 100%.
Yeah. There's even more pilots coming out there. They've all signed an NDA, of course. There's still more pilots coming out and saying, well, the Earth is it's flat. There's no globe, there's no curvature, there's nothing.
Well, it's not that they signed an NDA. It's maybe some of them have, but the Qantas pilots have told us that they all know it's flat. Most long distance pilots know it's flat, but they have a well-paying job. They like their job, and they have a family and a mortgage, and they have to support all this stuff, so they don't say anything.
Yeah.
We interviewed on Globebusters a KLM pilot, and next day she was grounded and fired. I think she was fired, but she was grounded for sure.
Yeah. I think I've contacted her for an interview as well, because she was quite revealing about this flat Earth thing. Something else, Dave, I'd like to ask you. What are the sun and the moon actually? Is it plasma?
Got me. I think the sun that we see is an apparent sun. I don't know what it is. If you listen to the great Eric Dollard, he says that the sun is a transformer from another dimension. Okay. That's a good explanation to me. My mind is not able to wrap I'm not able to wrap my mind around that, but being a burning gas ball 93 million miles away, lighting up the earth, causing seasons, that's absolute insanity. A much better explanation is a transformer from another dimension. Makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. The sunlight is electricity. So is the sky, the daylight, as we know it, is it the fluorescing of the different noble gases in the atmosphere, do you think?
Yeah, so day and night is a great one, and people there's a difference between daylight and sunlight, and so people say, the killer in Antarctica 24-hour sun. Well, there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. A bunch of fake videos, obviously fake, but there is 24 hours of day. So the sun lights up an area of the sky as far as its electricity reaches, and it fluoresces the gases, the dome, whatever. Nitrogen fluoresces blue, and that's the most of the gas in the sky is nitrogen. That's daylight, right? So if you don't believe me, go outside your house before the sun rises. So the sun is over the curve of the earth. If you believe you live on a globe, go to the west side of your house and read the newspaper. What are you reading? The sun hasn't even come up yet, and you're reading the newspaper because it's daylight.
Yeah.
Sunlight is when the sun comes up and adds to that daylight.
Yeah.
Okay. If there was no daylight and just the sun, everything would look like the Blair Witch Project. Okay. It would be crazy, right? Talk to a photographer. They have the main flashlight, the flash bulb, and they have the daylight, the other lights.
And do you think does the sun rise and set faster in the southern hemisphere? So according to the flat Earth theory, the days should be generally shorter, daylight, and the appearance and disappearance of the sun should go faster in the southern hemisphere. So in Southern America, Southern Africa, and New Zealand, Australia, it should move quicker, the sun.
So if you look at the sun, here's the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app. This inner yellow line, June 21st, Tropic of Cancer, the sun follows that line around. So all of the inner northern land has its summer because the sun is closer. This outer yellow line on December 21st, sun's out there. That's when the southern summer is. Right now, if you notice, this hour hand, it only goes around once a day. So no matter where the sun is, it only goes around once a day. So this inner circle is a much shorter distance than the outer circle. So yes, it is going faster. Okay. And there are certain times of the year in certain places, and also depends on the topography. If you have mountains and stuff, in the distance, it'll take the sun's light away much quicker. Okay. Because the sun's local. So there's places in in the South where when the sun sets, 5 minutes later it's pitch black, right? But then 6 months later, which should be the equal for the inner north at an equal latitude, the sun sets and it's light for 90 minutes to 2 hours.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's because the sun is moving slower and it's taking its daylight with it slower.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you think they've always hidden the North Pole for us? I mean, it's we know it as Hyperborea, Rubus Nigra, the Garden of Eden, Mount Meru. What's up there? And is there a possible vortex at the North Pole, do you think?
I don't know, but they're hiding the two places that will teach us about the Earth, right?
Yeah.
The North Pole and the South Pole. So here's something everybody could do. Go on googleearth.com and take out the measuring tool, and you can measure the square area of the square miles of the United States. Go down and do Australia in the Southern Hemisphere, and you measure it, and it'll give you the square miles, right? Pretty handy tool. Now let's measure Antarctica, the one place that could tell us what's going on in the world. Have you seen this? What this does?
No, not yet.
So, and anybody can do this, and eventually they're going to fix it. So check it out now, screen record it, and look at that. What's that? It won't even let us measure it. The only place, and the same thing in the north. Okay. And that's because this doesn't exist. This is the shoreline of our world, right? The shoreline of our world.
Yeah, I think you can even see parts of Southern America and Australia. Shapes are fitted into this fake Antarctica map.
It's pretty interesting, Again, but until we can go there, we don't know what's beyond 60 degrees south. The southern oceans are off limits, bigger than all of the other oceans combined, if you ask me. And it's off limits to the whole world, and it's guarded by 7 or 8 military islands. Sorry, something's going on there.
Yeah,
it's the shoreline of our world, right? And what they've done is they've literally cut out, if you cut out between the green and the white, and then they wrap it around a globe, and say, oh, this is where you live. Yep. Okay. And they've literally disconnected us from the rest of the realm, right? If you believe this is where you live, this is a problem, all right? You don't live there.
Yeah. It's the first thing you
live
get
on a flat realm.
It's the first thing you get pushed into your hand when you go to kindergarten is a globe.
100%.
Yeah. I mean, the flat earth is the biggest lie that's been perpetrated on mankind, Dave. The CIA and the army and the government have been speaking of a flat, stationary, non-rotating earth in declassified documents. So when do you think this flat earth will be revealed to the public?
It's being revealed right now on your show.
Yeah, I know.
There's millions of people waking up on my app. Do you have my app?
Yeah, I do.
The Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app. If you go to the Friend Finder and you look at the world view, when you say when is this being revealed, it's being revealed right now. People are waking up by the droves. It takes a second to load here. I have some copy in it, and my green screen is not going to work so well, so I look like Terminator today. But here is the people that just have the Friend Finder in the UK. Yeah. Look at this. That's right? Great. When you say, when is it going to be revealed? Let's see if we can even see the United States. Oh, look. Right?
Yeah.
Right? Awesome. So the way to wake up the world is to relentlessly put truth in front of them. People don't want to wake up. People are sleeping. People, it's uncomfortable because people don't realize that they, it takes work, it takes effort to reprogram yourself, right? To actually look at stuff. But when you do, it frees you from the heliocentric matrix. It frees you from the prison of your mind. It lets you have the opportunity to become your full potential. That's what the elite don't want. They don't want you knowing your true power. They don't want you knowing that nobody has control over you. They don't want you knowing that the only control people have is in your imagination. They don't want you knowing that there's more land, more resources, more everything, more hidden technology. They don't want you knowing any of that, because if you did, you'd be harder to control than you would be uncontrollable.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the government must admit it sooner or later. I mean, the NASA is, how many taxpayers' dollars is the NASA is slurping up now? It's 69 million a day or something. I mean, when people find out, they
80. It's over 80 million a day now. $80 million a day they give to NASA.
Unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, when
$80
people
million
find out,
a day.
It will go crazy when people find out what's happening with their tax dollars.
Right.
It's unbelievable. Yeah. Can you, Dave? Can you explain lunar and solar eclipses and why isn't, for instance, the moon always visible?
Well, so if you believe that the Earth is casting a shadow on the moon during a lunar eclipse, then you're fully indoctrinated, and you'll have a hard time understanding what an eclipse really is. But there's a Seleninian eclipses where you can see the moon and the sun above the opposite horizons at the same time, which would eliminate the Earth being in the middle.
Yep.
And also the shadow comes in on, this is a solar eclipse, but the shadow comes in on the moon from the top, where it should be coming in from the bottom. Okay, so that rules out the Earth being the cause, and I don't think that's actually a shadow on the moon. But the solar eclipses are actually more interesting to me, right? We never see the moon approach, eclipse, or exit the face of the sun. And if we look at some real pictures, not the nonsense NASA shows you, right? You're not seeing the moon, you're imagining the moon. What you're seeing is the sky matching the sky around it. You're seeing the sky. Look, it's actual what the sky looks like around it, right? It's not, you don't see a moon. We should be able to zoom in when there's a full eclipse with some type of camera and see the moon, but no one's ever seen the moon. Okay, it's just the sky. It's just the sky. It's just the sky, right? Look at that. It's just the sky. Where's the moon? Well, you think you're seeing the moon. So let me show you what what's this one? So this is just a video that I took, right? Again, it's just part of the sun is missing, right? So this is an experiment that I did. Okay, here's an actual eclipse I filmed, and here's an eclipse that I made. And I contend that we're seeing a projected light. So here's a film of an actual eclipse. Okay, it's like 90% eclipse, somewhere around there. It's about that much eclipse, but we notice these two things. Like, what are these? What they look like mini eclipses. This is eclipse. It's just blowing out the lens, so we can't see it. If I dim the aperture, you can see it. This is the lens flare because it's moving around. This one is locked in position to the sun. So what is it? And I contend this is the real sun, the real eclipse that's being projected into our sky screen. So what's an experiment I can do to simulate that? So I took a paper towel and I projected a light from behind, and then I eclipsed it, which I'll show you right here. So I'm eclipsing it with a cap from a iced tea. You can't see the cap. So here it is. This is the sky that we see. You don't see anything, but this is what's really going on behind it. So the moon is going in front of the sun, behind the sun that we see, right? You don't see the moon. You just see the eclipse. Look, it's paper towel here. It's paper towel here. So it's just like the eclipse. It's showing you the sky, right? So here it is with a thinner, more transparent sky. And look, here's the source. There's the source. That's the eclipse that we see. Comparing it to the actual eclipse, and what do we get? We're seeing the same thing. Yeah. So that's my explanation of how it goes. Prove me wrong, right? We can prove that the official explanation of eclipses is nonsense, provable. Here's an actual explanation that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, well, people will still always argue, oh, I saw the moon come in front of the sun, and the moon went away again. And
nobody ever saw the moon. Nobody ever saw it. This is what you saw.
It's unbelievable. And how high do you think, Dave, are the sun and the moon? How the altitude above the flat Earth? How high do you think it is?
That is a great question, and the Globers and the flat earthers will throw out there 3,000 miles and 31 miles wide because the math works, but you can also make it 15 miles wide and 1,500 miles, and it would look the same, and you can cut that in half, you can cut that in half. So it could be anything. My personal observation is the sun that we see, I think we see it rising less than 100 miles away. And therefore it sets less than 100 miles away. Therefore it travels only less than 200 miles during the day. The sun that we see, That's the sun that we see. And you have to understand how we see the sky, right? So we have what's called a personal atmospheric dome, right? This is the actual sun, and this is how we see it within our realm. Real sun, source sun, the apparent sun that we see. And as it goes away, it just goes down. And there's all sorts of experiments that we can do to kind of simulate that. Here's just this is a reflection thing. So you got all these personal domes. Imagine a person inside of each one, East Coast, West Coast, right? So it's nighttime here and it's afternoon here. And if you watch this point, this is the point where each person sees the sun. So it's noon there, now it's noon here, now it's noon here, right? And it moves over. So this is afternoon, this is morning, this is noon, right? That's how we see the sun and the time zones. So here's a little a physical experiment. I got a glass dome on top of a white rug, and I'm just moving a light across above it. You can't see it, but the apparent sun. And when you look in this, it really looks like a little sun. It's amazing, right? And it just goes away, and then it never goes below. It just goes to there, and it fades out. It just fades away. Okay. And when I bring it back, it does the same thing. It just appears on the horizon, rises just like we see it, sets, and then sets over the other side.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing.
Amazing.
And this is, this is some different points of view on how we see the sun on a flat Earth. It's with our personal atmospheric dome. Pretty interesting stuff.
If you'd go high enough in a high altitude balloon, you could see the sun for far longer.
Well, the higher you go, the farther you can see. And there's been some flights that the pilots have seen the sun, where it never sets. They're just cutting across the north, and the sun goes around, and it never sets. I have a video on that. It's gonna take me a moment to find it. So what else you got?
There's also a video of a few videos kicking around of the sun in the clouds.
Yeah. So again, thinking about the apparent sun, where we are, the sun could appear under certain conditions in the clouds, right? And that from a heliocentric point of view, it sounds absolutely insane. But in reality, is this sun 93 million miles away? How does this happen? I can't fully explain it, but it's how we see the world. It's how we see the world.
It's amazing. Yeah, it's amazing. Could the height of the sun and the moon easily be calculated by the theory of Pythagoras, you think?
No, you can't, because you need 3 points. And the problem is the second observer looking at the sun sees the sun in a different position.
Yeah.
So you can't calculate it. You can't triangulate it because you're seeing it in different positions.
Okay.
When you're driving down the road, the moon, the sun, it follows you. Yeah. Well, you're seeing it in a different position. So somebody else, would see it in a completely different position. Here, I'll show you a quick example with my rear projection sun. Excuse me. Where is it? Optics. Here we go. So here is a room. I have a blue sheet dividing the room in half. I got a square light, which looks round, on the about 10 feet on the other side here. And I have my girlfriend on the left here, and I say, where do you see the sun? Right. And I go over to her point of view. She sees the sun right there. So if I put an X on the material right there, she sees the sun over there. I see it over here at the same time. We can't triangulate that because we're looking at an apparent position of the sun. Right. At the same time, we're both seeing the same sun in 2 different positions in the sky sheet.
I was thinking,
so you can't triangulate that.
If there was somebody, for instance, in Australia, and they had the sun right above them, and they were calling with somebody in Europe, for instance, and they see the sun there, and you've got the sun here, and you've got the angle between the person in Europe, you'd have this triangle. You might be.
Yeah, but you're looking at two different positions. It doesn't work for either, right?
Okay.
You can do all sorts of crazy, ridiculous math, but you know, it's hard for people to understand how we actually see. Like, we can do math to describe anything, but if we're wrong about what we're seeing, then what good is that math? For example, so I have this. So let me just pull this up. All right. So we got three lines here: yellow, orange, and red. What can we say about those lines? What do you say? Are they the same length?
The same length?
Probably. Yeah.
Probably. Yeah.
Which one's the highest one? Which one is the highest one?
I would say the yellow one.
Okay. And compared to the orange one, which is in the middle, how much higher is the yellow one than the red one is lower than the orange? You know, if we say the orange, the yellow line is 1x higher than the orange, we could say that the red one is maybe 2x lower, you know, just averaging. Okay. So now we have, you know, 2x, negative 2x equals red, you know, and we could make all of these crazy equations. All right. So then we look at this, we say, okay, which one's the longest one? Well, the red one's the longest one. We could say the yellow is, 4x, four times y, equals red, 2 times yellow equals orange. We can make all sorts of formulas up. But the question is, what are we seeing? Okay. Yeah. This plant here is 5 feet above this deck. This deck here, which is level, is 10 feet above the beach.
Yeah.
This is sea level.
Yeah.
So this line is 15 feet higher than this line.
Yeah.
This is 5 feet higher than this line.
It's perspective.
Okay. And if we look, this is probably, 15, 20 miles. This is probably 15, 20 feet. And this is maybe 6 feet.
Yeah.
Okay. So unless you can touch it and measure it, you can't say anything else about it. The lights in the sky, we don't know how far they are. We don't know how big they are. We don't know what they are. The only thing we can say is that they're lights in the sky.
Yeah, yeah. Talking of sky, what's above the firmament? Is it like it's depicted in Genesis? Does the firmament protect us from the waters above? And are all, are you familiar with Nos Confunden there, Dave?
Oh yeah, that's the ponds map.
Yeah.
So again, anything above as high as we can get, or anything beyond as far as we can get south, which is 60 degrees south, or if you're lucky, you can get a guided tour of Deception Island off of Antarctica, and they'll tell you, whoa, what are you sharing me?
This is Nos Confunden. This is the Nos Confunden map.
Yeah. So, we could live in the center of this, one of those ponds, right? I was just going to pull it up on my app. If you go to the images and you scroll down, here's the map.
Yeah.
Okay. And if we live here, in the center of this right here, right? This could be our pond, right? These are extra territories, extraterrestrials. And then out here, these are other pieces of the plane, a planet. Okay. A piece of the plane, a planet. And these could be all other worlds here beyond Antarctica, right here, right? Disclosure is here. It's on Earth, right? All of these people out there that are thinking that, disclosure is so far away, not in our lifetimes. No, it's right here. It's right here now, right? So that is an amazing map. Have you read their book? You go to the book section. Have you read The Navigator Who Crossed the Ice Wall?
That's what I just want to ask you. The William Morris story, is it a novel or is it true story?
I don't know, man. It seems it rings true to me. And he's got 3 books. I just finished the 3rd one. They're phenomenal. But what they do is they basically it's the story of Star Wars. I don't know what happened to my lighting here. There we go. I'm back, sort of. I'm probably going to disappear because I'm not in my studio and the sun's coming up behind me, but that's all right. It basically, you think about Star Wars, they're traveling between these worlds. Some are hostile. There's neutral zone, or maybe that's Star Trek. There's, the Galactic Federation, and there's peaceful lands. And then, Luke Skywalker is traveling around, and he has the Force. Obi-Wan says we all have the Force within us, right? Well, in the book, it talks about traveling in between all of these different ponds, right? Traveling in between these different worlds, which can be called planets, pieces of the plane.
Yep.
And there's hostile lands, there's not hostile lands. And one thing says is that all human beings have a connection to the source, which gives them great power. The source, the Force, the Galactic Federation is just the custodians of our realm, right? Yeah. This is scientifically possible in our flat Earth world, and heliocentric space is scientifically impossible in the globalist made-up heliocentric world that we've all been indoctrinated into believing and fighting for.
Yeah. So these 177 different or other worlds, that's really outer space.
The outer space. Outer space is south, right? When we head away from the center, we're heading south. South is that way. South is that way, and that way. South is every way. Every straight line goes south. If you point north, as soon as you pass the North Pole, you're going south. Okay. Yeah. East and west are circles, you know that. But if you go south, you'll end up heading to the edge of a pond. You don't fall off in outer space. You step up if there's land there, and you go, and maybe you find another pond.
Yeah. Yeah, there is a old world map. I'll try and bring it up now, Dave. There's an old world map, and it shows the Antarctic wall, but there is no ice. So my question is, look here, you probably know this map.
Yeah.
And there's no ice on the Antarctic ring. Do you think the Antarctic ring was created by man?
You know what? I don't know. Maybe it's part of the cycle. Maybe, we have these worlds that these cycles that change, right? And if you look at the Prague clock, right, it shows that we have a great year of 26,000 years, and our realm moves around that the greater Earth. Okay. Sure. It moves around the greater Earth. I'm trying to find. Actually, I have it on the app right here.
And that creates natural climate change, doesn't it?
Absolutely. The whole climate change thing is ridiculous. I think it's on here somewhere. So the Prague clock, if you actually look at it, is they don't make stuff like that anymore. Mm-hmm. It's mind blowing. It should have been right here. I had it somewhere, but it's in here. Oh, here it is. So there it is. Make it a little bigger.
Okay.
If I go here. So, we live in that green area. The outer circle would be where
Not sure what's happening there. Hang on. Let me refresh it and see if I can get it going that way. $30, $38. Give it a minute here. Hopefully I'm still with you guys. my internet may have just gone bye-bye. I'm not sure. Okay, so you still hear me? Okay, so maybe it's BitChute that's having the problem. Let's see if this works. Try and refresh it again and see what happens. Wow, they do not want us playing this video because I have it on autoplay. So as soon as I go to the page, it should automatically load and start playing. And I just closed a whole bunch of things. Wow. I don't know what's up with that. All right, we'll come back to this if it's able to reload. In the meantime, Chessboard put this together. Let's go ahead and play this for now. Here we go. Nice job. I want to know when you and the elves got into my stash. That's what I want to know. You got to be in my stash in order to create something like that. You got to be in my stash. Get out of my stash. You know how long it took me to get that M&M show? Oh, hey, Steve Harlow is doing some stuff. All right, we're going to give this one more shot. See if BitChute has come back to its senses. Yeah, there we go. All right, get back to that 38-minute mark. Here we go.
In that green area, the outer circle would be what we call the edge of Antarctica, and that moves around the red circle. So our North Pole migrates around that red circle every, I think it's 26,000 years. So in 12, 13,000 years from now, that green area would be the opposite side. And maybe that's why they're finding stuff under the ice.
And this is really the map on the moon, huh?
Well, you know what? There is a lot of correlation there. There's more to be researched. That the person that did the correlation, there's a lot of points that correlate. There's also a few leaps of faith. But I look at it like, well, maybe it's not exact. Maybe it's when the water levels were higher or lower. Maybe and then everything changes. So there is some correlation, if you ask me. Definitely needs more investigation, but to claim that is an exact depiction of the Earth the way it is now, I don't know.
No, because Iwan does a lot of research on this as well, huh? On this,
Iwar
this
did,
map.
and then there's a what's the name of the channel? I forget the name of the channel, but there's some good people doing research on there. Watch this stuff, analyze it, add to it. We flat earthers realize that we don't know lots of things. Globers think they know everything. They know nothing.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Stars are luminaries, Dave, huh? And planets are so-called wandering stars. Are the stars fixed and revolve anti-clockwise around Polaris, as we know? But more than likely, the stars are fixed energy points in the firmament. So the stars are fixed positions. But how can the movement of so-called planets be explained? Are the so-called planets a kind of plasma within the firmament? Or are they also fixed in the firmament? So does the firmament rotate?
Well, they're called wandering stars.
Yeah.
Right. All the planets used to be called wandering stars, and they're all named after gods.
Yep.
That's interesting.
Yep.
So what is going on there? I don't know. There are lights here within our realm. Okay. If you look at Mars is not a dusty, dirty ball. It's a pulsing orb of energy that's here within our system.
It looks like water, really, doesn't it? It looks like water.
Well, it certainly does. I think NASA always loves telling us the truth in their backwards ways. So they use ships and the Sea of Tranquility, and they're docking. And they're always all nautical terms. So they're telling us something.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that it's called the revelation of the method. They always have to tell us the truth in some way. And if we're too stupid or too lazy to use our God-given common sense to discern, then that's our own fault.
It's satanic law, really. They have to show us.
Yeah.
They have to show us, yeah.
Right.
Could you explain the tides, Dave? How the tides work? Apparently, we have these tides twice a day. And are the tides in the southern hemisphere like in the northern hemisphere? I believe the tides in the northern hemisphere are far heavier than the tides in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions like what is causing the tides. Perhaps the Earth is inhaling and exhaling twice a day, right? They have a high tide and a low tide twice a day. Makes a lot of sense. There's 30-foot tides in Alaska, and there's no tides at the Maldives, which are only a foot or two above the water. Right? Yeah. The Earth was spinning. All of the water would accumulate at the equator. Right? Neil deGrasse Tyson says that there's a bulge of water 14 miles high. Like what? Right, a bulge of water 14 miles high. When does an airplane triple its height just to skim over that bulge when they're heading from north to south? Right, all nonsense. But it's these concepts are so big that anyone that went to school was brainwashed into not thinking. They were brainwashed into memorizing, trusting, and regurgitating. Yeah. So they tell us that the moon pulls the water. Well, if the moon's pulling the water, how come a new moon doesn't pull it just as much as a full moon? The moon's still there. It's just a different amount of sunlight on it. That shouldn't affect it. And and if it's pulling the water, wouldn't it pull the water away from the shoreline?
The lakes,
bulging the water out in the middle of the ocean, it would cause a low tide, not a high tide.
And the lakes as well,
Okay. And why wouldn't it pull on lakes? And it's absolute insanity. If you look at the ocean, look at the tides. There's tidal nodes everywhere, and that's where there's no tide. Okay. And then the high tides circle around those tidal nodes. That doesn't sound like the moon, right? And the official story on the moon is so friggin' stupid, right? There's a high tide here and there's a high tide here. Like if my head was the moon, it's causing the high tide.
Yeah.
But because my head is because my moon head is pulling the water away from the earth. But the water on the other side is so far away and the earth is blocking it that my moon head is pulling the earth away from the water, causing another high tide. Okay. Now, if I told you that, you would say this guy's friggin' nuts. No, that's the official story. That's the official story. And then the earth rotates within that bulge.
Yeah.
Well, that's easier to remember. That's easier to go, okay, I'm going to go lay on the hammock and take a nap rather than let me verify this. Let me look at where tides happen and let me look at the data and let me look at the observations and let me realize that none of that is true. Right. But it's so much easier to just to take a nap on the hammock.
I mean, if the globe was spinning, like they tell us, 44,000 kilometers circumference, and at the equator, it's the Earth is traveling more than Mach 1. I mean, the rivers would go uphill.
Right. You know, they want us to believe that we're corkscrewing through space, traveling at, unbelievable speeds, spinning 1,000 miles an hour, orbiting 66. Yeah. 66,000, chasing the sun at 500,000. Right. And then we compare that to the hypersonic sled track. This is going by at 1/10 of the speed of the orbit and 1/100th of the speed. So you have to believe that we're going 10 times faster than this around the sun and 100 times faster chasing the sun, all curved trajectories, speeding up and slowing down, right? Not in a straight line like an airplane when you're drinking your water. If you want to compare an airplane just to the spin of the earth, you have to remove the outside of the airplane. You have to double the height and you have to nose down as fast as a skydiver just to follow the curve. Okay. And then let me know how your water's doing. Right. But then you look into reality. This is what we see in reality.
Yeah. It's unbelievable how they can keep up this lie for so long. I mean,
well, the best way to wake up the world is to relentlessly have the courage to stick the truth in their face. No matter, as long as you're telling the truth. And the truth could be, I don't know. The truth could be, it doesn't work on a heliocentric ball. The truth could be, we can see too far. The truth could be, water at rest lays flat. Large bodies of water at rest lay flat. As long as you put that in and people start to think, then they'll wake up if they're not too fluoridated.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Yeah, the moon shows us the months, Dave. I mean, there should be 13 months of 28 days. If you look at the woman's period, it's all based on the moon. The moon and sun are a clock. You just refer to your app that people can download. And there's if you multiply 13 by 28, you get 364. There's one extra day. It's the day of resurrection of the Son of Jesus Christ. So why do you think they changed these months to 30 days, 31, 31, 30, and then one month of 28 days, which is, of course, every 4 years we get February 29. Why did they do this? Is it to bring the woman out of her divine power, or what is it? What's going on here?
They don't want people understanding, the true cycle. They want to throw us off kilter, and twice a year they change the time in most places by an hour just to throw you off kilter more. Right? We are part of this living system. Everything here on Earth is alive. We are alive. The lights in the sky are part of that living system. Right? Well, people are like, oh, I don't get it. Well, you've been programmed not to get it. Okay. You've been programmed to believe that you're pond scum that turned into a monkey, that turned into a human. Okay. You've been programmed to believe a lot of nonsense, and it's easier to believe than to know. Belief is the enemy of knowing, as Crow 777 Radio says. And, it's it's fascinating, and it's, you know, one thing all flat earthers have in common is none of us are ever bored. Okay, you ever been bored? Have you been bored
Nope.
since you discovered flat Earth?
Nope.
It is nonstop, mind blown every day, all sorts of new information. And you know, and people are like, there's no flat earthers, right? There's no flat earthers. Here's the United States. These are the people that have the friend finder on my app. Okay.
Mhm.
And they're everywhere. Look at this. Look at this. The UK, bam.
I'm
right?
somewhere on
And
there.
it's
I'm in
what's
the
that?
Netherlands. I'm in the Netherlands. I'm somewhere on there as well.
Yeah, you're in there.
Yeah,
So
I'm
let's
in.
look at a live that's his live view, but let's whoops, that's not what I wanted. So Netherlands, right? Netherlands. So let's look at the Netherlands. How we doing? Let it load. And these are the people that are near you. Let's taking a second to load here. Whoa, that's why it took so long.
Holy
Look at all
moly.
those people. Right. And the beautiful thing is, you know, the big thing people say, oh, you know, flat earther, I can't talk to anyone about it. That's like, I wish I had somebody close. Well, you can find someone close, tap on their dot, look at their profile, send them a message. You can even set your radius. Mine set to 50 kilometers. Well, it's 50 kilometers where I am, and there's only 31 people. There would be hundreds in your area. And you could send a message out like, hey, you know, we're having a get together at, you know, Joe's pub at 4 p.m. Saturday,
Right.
and then all these blue dot people show up, and I've never met a blue dot I don't like.
No, okay. Great.
All of these people awake, unaware, people are using it to find jobs, find new friends, find new, you know, significant others. It is an amazing thing because every dot on here, every single dot, male or female, you have more in common with that person than any dating site, job matching site, anything ever, right? So if you're looking to hire somebody, send a radius message out or check some people's profiles out and, you know, and see if they're interested in work opportunities and send them a message. Guaranteed it's a better candidate than anyone else that you'll find anywhere. Okay. Because, you know, flat earthers, we don't want to deal with globers, right? I'll take a flat earther and I know that this person can learn new stuff, can do the job properly. It's an amazing tool to bring us together, and it's growing super fast. So
Absolutely, yeah, it's awesome. It's really awesome. Yeah, it's unbelievable, Dave. Satellites. Finally, satellites. They don't exist like they've told us. It's all submarine fiber cable. I mean, NASA is the biggest consumer of helium in the world, and we've seen these balloons travel over America and Canada and Southern America. So yeah, do satelloons, I'll call them satelloons, do they stick to the firmament or what do they do?
well, they definitely crash into the ground a lot, all over the place. So, you know, and this whole nonsense here in the United States with a Chinese spy balloon going by, it's either one of two things. And I think it's the second. The first is it's a NASA, you know, satelloon that just got low and somebody can see it. But one thing for sure is it's not from China because it can't. This is the wrong type of balloon. We flat earthers have a lot of experience with balloons. This is the wrong type of balloon. It can't reach the altitude that they're saying, and it can't travel the distance that they're saying. So they're lying, right? People are like, it's a space station. It's how they fake the space station. No, it's not. Okay, there's something on here. Whether this could be a total distraction just to get our minds away from other more important things. But you know, they're crashing all over the place, and people are like, well, what about GPS? You know, GPS. Well, GPS is a ground positioning system. Think about this, right? This is how it works for those of you that don't know. You have a person, there's 3 towers, right? First tower sends out a pulse and says, hey, this person is somewhere on this circle, not within, actually on the circle, but doesn't know where. Okay. And then the next one sends out a pulse and it says, combines the data and says, this person is either here or here. And then the third one sends out a pulse and it says, this person is right here. Mm-hmm. These are from stationary towers. Okay. You have to believe that this ball is corkscrewing through space, spinning and whirling and twirling in all these different directions. All of these satellites are maintaining their position over the same piece of land. So it's got to mimic all of those changes in speeds and angles and spiraling and stay there, and then sending a signal that can locate somebody within a couple of feet where they are. I'm sorry, that's nonsense.
I mean,
Complete and total nonsense.
If you're in a desert, you have no connection. That says it all, huh?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
When do you think we'll be going back to the moon?
What's
Sorry,
that?
Dave. Sorry, Dave.
No, in the southern oceans, there's no GPS, but there are these buoys that are sending out signals that make a grid that if you go past 60 degrees south, they're going to find you and they're going to stop you.
Yeah.
God forbid you went to the ice, and disturb the penguins.
Yeah. When do you think we'll be going back to the moon, Dave?
Oh, it's coming soon. We're going to have tourism on the moon. You're going to be able to get a hotel on the moon. It's going to be phenomenal, right? But, I'd say if you don't know the Earth is flat, it's because you've really been deceived and probably haven't done much research. But if you think we went to the moon, you're just lazy because it's too easy it's too easy to look. But if you Google moon landing hoax, you're gonna get fed everything they want you to see. You have to believe.
Give me just 1 minute here, guys. We lost people on Facebook, and they should just be getting notice that we fired back up again. We hit that 8-hour mark, so I forgot to keep an eye on the clock this time. So those of you that are on Facebook, I apologize. Well, they're not here yet, so I can't apologize to them yet. Have I heard anything from Ronnie today? Well, I'll tell you what, while we're waiting for Facebook to get back to us, because I had to start a part 2 over there because I hit that 8-hour limit. I normally I'm on top of that and give everybody advanced warning, and I had a major brain fart on it, and I apologize. But we'll get back to that video in just a minute. And we're gonna check on Ronnie right now. That's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
Well, not much. You're live on panel right now.
You're live on the panel.
You're live on the panel right now.
Oh, am I?
Yes, you are.
Hello, everybody.
Say hi to everybody.
Hello, folks. How y'all doing tonight?
All right. Ronnie, everybody wants to know how you're feeling today and if you're going to be going live tonight.
I won't be going live tonight. I've had company, and I was planning on going live tonight, but like I said, I've had company, and so Christmas and all, and so it's going to be hopefully tomorrow night. Okay, you hear that, guys? He thinks tomorrow night.
I'll make sure I do an early show tomorrow, so that way then everybody's free to join you over there.
Well, I don't want to cut in on your show or anything, that's for sure.
No, I don't mind. I can always use a little break. Steve's on right now doing a karaoke thing.
Oh, he is?
I think so. I thought I saw that. Let me minimize Steven here for a minute, and let's double check to see if I was seeing things or not. Yeah, he's got he's over there. He's doing karaoke with a few people. He's only got 8 people watching, but I figure when we finish up with our last I got one more video after the one that I'm playing now, and then we'll jump over there and join him. So if you message him, send him a message, tell him the Hawk's going to bring his crowd over, but we got about an hour left, and then we're going to head over. We're going to head over and invade. That's what we're going to do. We're going to invade.
Well, hey, my company just left, so I may jump there with him for a few minutes. Just I ain't got anything else to do.
There you go. All right. Well, we'll see you in about an hour then, brother.
Okay, Hawk.
All right.
Calling, bro.
Okay, no problem, man. We just want to make sure you was feeling all right and stuff too, So these people really care about you and whether you're healthy or not.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, everybody. believe me, I care about y'all too. And I'm sorry I couldn't go on tonight, but it's just the way things worked out.
Yep. No way. Family first, man. Family first.
Absolutely.
Well, God
Absolutely.
first. God first. Family second.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Then country.
That's right.
Yep. There we go. All right. Well, I'll see you over there in about an hour, and we'll get some country music ready.
Exactly.
You know exactly what I'm saying. All right, brother. Okay. We'll talk to you in a bit.
I love y'all.
All right. Bye-bye. All right, guys. So you heard it straight from Ronnie. He's feeling all right today. Had family visiting, and so he didn't schedule a show. He's going to go over and join Steve, and then we got to finish up this one here, and then we got X22 afterwards. Either that, or we can save the X22 for tomorrow, and go over and raid Steve, and maybe I'll get up on the panel and sing a couple songs. Yeah. It's up to you guys. I'll let you guys choose while the rest of this video plays. How about that? Because we can always do X22 in the morning just before we watch And We Know. So we'll see. Okay. All right. I'll play this. You guys decide.
If we went to the moon in this, look, this paper mache, tin foil, curtain rods, duct tape. Look at this. Right? There's two grown men in this thing, please. Right?
And they forgot the cameraman as well. They forgot the cameraman when
the cameraman, especially on the landing. And here's the moon buggy, right? Was it $50 million? That's an umbrella. Look, it's an umbrella. It's an upside down umbrella or an inside down umbrella. And they talked to Nixon, right? Look at this, beach chairs. These are beach chairs. Look, they're friggin' beach chairs. It's so ridiculous.
Taking the Mickey out of us.
Right.
It's unbelievable. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's so stupid.
Yeah.
So,
and of course, Buzz Aldrin.
In 1972, we built this, and then in 1964 we built this.
Yeah.
Okay.
They lost all the technology.
Yeah, it's a painful process to build it back again.
It's unbelievable. Yeah, unbelievable. Anyway, Dave, I think we've nearly fulfilled the hour now.
Well, that was fast. Hey, you can find anyone, I don't know what your audience is. Are they all flat earthers, or you got some globalists in there?
I have a Telegram channel. It's nearly 11,000 subscribers, and the most of them are all flat earthers. Yeah, they're looking forward.
Beautiful.
They're looking forward to.
Yeah. So let me just tell you guys about the app. A lot of you probably already have it. The app's $3. You get everything except you can't send messages, use profiles, and there's a couple other premium features that are coming, like the app trivia game is coming out. It's going to be amazing. Those, you have to be a subscriber. The subscription is $11 a year. Okay, $11 a year to help pay for the server costs, because they're astronomical. $11 a year, and if you don't want to pay the $11 a year, you can just use the referral system. And if you get 11 referrals, the subscription is free, right? And if you go into the friend finder and go right here to this button, that'll show you your status. And I have 19 referrals here. And this is my referral number. You get a random number, but there'll be a little pencil right there. You can change it once. Make sure you pick something up to 7 characters one time. You only get to change it once, right? So anytime anyone downloads the app, I say, hey, put in referral code DITRH. I don't say it too much, but other people do. And then it'll show up on my app. So if you tell someone about the app, they do it, bam, you get a little animation, tells you got a point. And after you get 11 points, you can trade them in for the subscription. If I hit the leaderboard button, right? Now, don't think that you're going to be number one, because you'll never be number one, because Caleb, a TikToker, he's got 1,952 referrals. But Flat Earth Rico podcast, he's at 93. That's the next highest one. So these are the top 100 people referring. So kind of fun to get on there and just have some fun with it.
Yeah, great. Dave, any final thoughts for my viewers?
Don't believe anything I say. Go verify it yourself. But you guys, since you're all flat earthers, you've been doing that for a long time. And wake up your friends and family. You know, gift the app to them. Tell them about it. Get them to get it. And just say, hey, this guy is giving out 3 Bitcoins for 1 globe proof. All we have to do is watch the daily video each day for 2 weeks. So it's just say, how about this? Treat it like a book club. Let's watch the video, short ones during the week, and say, let's just discuss it when we get together for a beer. We'll discuss the daily video and do that for 2 weeks. And then you'll have a new flat earth friend. Right.
3 Bitcoins.
And tell them, hey, we'll split the Bitcoins. Okay. Yeah. Help me prove the globe. And that's how you wake people up when you try to prove the globe.
Yeah. Awesome. Where can people find you, Dave? FlatEarthDave.com?
Everything, my YouTube, my TikToks, flatearthdave.com. Everything's there. My interviews channels, all my stuff is on the app. You know, on the app, if you hit the web button, the first button right up here is my interviews. And all the interviews are there, all sorts of resources, you know, books and shopping and, you know, homeschool stuff on the next page. And again, different languages, but everything can be found at flatearthdave.com and check it out. And let's wake up the world, because the faster we wake up the world, the faster it will deliver us from this tyranny that's going on.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a fantastic app. I've got it on my phone as well. Dave, I would like to thank you for this wonderful opportunity to speak to you, the legend, the one and only Dave Weiss. Dave.
I'm just a big mouth that had the courage to go out there and start talking. I'm not the best. I just have the biggest mouth. So, you know, I see the importance of this message. So I left my entire, you know, career to do this, because nothing's going to matter if we let the world keep going in the direction it's going. And the simplest solution to free people is to wake them up, because you can't free a mind that's in a prison, the heliocentric prison. You know, once you wake up from there, then you can see the rest of the deceptions.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Dave, and take care. Thank you very much.
All right, man. Thanks. See ya. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Tell me your name.
Ruth Heath.
Ruth, and how old are you today?
102.
102. So you were born in
1918.
1918. And we were just talking, and I asked you what shape the Earth is, and what did you say? What were you taught in school in elementary school?
I was taught in school that the Earth was flat.
And then what do you remember when they changed it to a globe?
Well, when they changed it, I remember when they changed it, but I can't remember the date or anything like that.
And did you believe them?
Yes, I did.
You did?
And I'm beginning to wonder, where is God?
God's right above us in the clouds. The heavens are right here. That's all that there is. And there's not infinite space. Did you know, wait, let me ask you a question, just switching topics a little bit, that we never went to the moon, that was all fake?
Is that right?
That's correct.
I saw that all happening.
Yeah, so did I, and we all believed it, but that was just to reinforce that people to believe they can live on a ball and they could walk on a ball. Nobody's ever been to space, because space doesn't exist. There is no space. There's just this world.
Oh, it's such a lie.
It's such a lie, but knowing the lie is like going to a magic show.
I woke up.
Yes, that's what we call it. We call it red. This is your moment of waking up. Oh. It's when you go to see a magician and you know how the tricks are done, and the magic no longer works on you, and you're free. You follow the Bible.
Yes, I do.
And are you aware that the Bible is all about the flat Earth? That God put the earth on the footstool and separated the waters from the waters, and created the firmament. If you read Genesis, I'm not the Bible guy. I have friends that are so good at it, but there's over 200 verses in the Bible that refer to a flat Earth.
That's right.
And I think there's only one verse that mentions Earth is a circle, but just like this table right here, that table is a circle,
right,
but it's flat.
That's right.
Right. All right, Ruth, thank you.
Thank you. I'm so happy to know it's true.
It's true, and God created this world.
Yes,
And he's right here in the clouds above, close, not in an infinite universe. So good, right?
I can't get over it. Made me cry.
Made me cry too.
Yeah. Thank you.
That was awesome. The maestro, Steven, Real News Corner with Flat Earth Dave and that dear, sweet woman. That was, I'm sorry. We can end with that. You know what I'm saying? We can end with that. And I'm happy with that. Did you see the surprise on her face when he said, God's right up there? Just above the clouds. God is up there. Oh. Ah. I believe he is. I think you believe he is too. I think each and every one of you believes that he is. You kind of know he is. And he's been watching. I think he watches us more than Santa Claus does. You know what I'm saying? I think he watches us more than Santa Claus. All right. Rendezvous. Steve Harloa's.